take it back. I'm loving you. Oh, oh, oh. Gonna take it slow. Oh, no, no, no. I'm loving you. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, no, no, no. Gonna take it slow. I'm loving you. Oh, oh, oh. Gonna take it slow. Oh, no, no, no. I'm loving you. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, no, no, no. Good morning, everyone. I made it. I'm here by the skin of chinny chin chin. I'm here. Good morning, good morning, good morning, y'all. Appreciate y'all being here. It was a hard morning to get out of bed. I have to be honest. I was struggling. Still am, if you can hear my voice. Let's get the intros done and get into court. Be right there with you. Hey, y'all. I'm Ada K. And I must confess, I'm a trial junkie. I enjoy viewing trials as if I was the seated juror. So grab a cup of java, get comfy, and join me as we hop into court. And don't forget to comment, like, and most importantly, subscribe. And if you're really enjoying the channel, please join our membership. Yep, got the hair up, barely. Good morning. Ooh, feel like I got something in my ear. Okay, guys. Well, hurricane moved through. I'm waiting to hear for some people. I'm believing they're okay. But what we're going to do is get into court. That's why we're here today. So let me share screen. And let's get going. All right. And play. Thank you, Long Crime, for your coverage. We appreciate you. Nope, we're not under that anymore. Be right back. Start my coffee.
Shane, where's that little note?
Oh,
I keep getting the date wrong. One thing we forgot to do is talk to the jury about with all the other stuff going on. So the 17th. Next Thursday. Good morning. A couple things to address with y'all before we get started. I was going to speak with y'all specifically and talk a little bit more about the day we're talking about taking extended lunch break. And then with the other things that occurred at the end of the day, I didn't talk to y'all about it. So next Thursday, the 17th, someone needs to do an appointment. As I said, I need to do an appointment too because I missed mine from my trial last week in the hurricane. So let's plan on at least a 2.5-hour lunch. So from say 11:30 to 2. And if y'all need to make any other kind of appointments, if y'all can get it in that window. I've talked with the attorneys. We can't prognosticate a week in advance exactly what we're going to be working on. If it's a good logical day for us to break and not do anything, then that may occur. We'll have a better idea about that probably Tuesday, Wednesday, as opposed to Thursday, and we might take a half day off. I don't want to get behind. So if I think we're making progress and we don't need to come back that afternoon and there's a logical stopping.
Good morning, Don. Good morning. Hello, Brit.
Promising anything there, but that's something I was thinking about doing in the middle of the case anyway. That might be a good logical time, but
your friend is good. Wonderful.
2.5-hour window, and if you can.
Did they talk about what happened yesterday morning?
We'll do it then. Another thing, we had an issue yesterday.
Why is the witness on the stand?
And I don't know that everyone knows what was going on, but I don't really need to go into details with y'all, but I want to make sure that everybody understands that you're not supposed to be working. Okay? This is your job till this case is over. If you're some manager and there's some paperwork or stuff you need to do in the evening, that's okay, but you're not to be working another full-time job, which was an issue that we had yesterday. The bigger concern to me was that it was a county employee, and the county manual is pretty clear that they're not supposed to work, and they get paid leave off without any repercussions. And so I have talked to the chief of the fire department and straightened that issue out.
Obviously the guy's been waived.
Which I expect is going to cause more discussions among HR and the fire department. But for now, the big boss says that you are good to be with us for the rest of the trial. All right. And I don't mean by me. I mean the head chief of the fire department. All right. Anything else we need to take up? No, all right. All right. Go ahead. Resume, Ms. Frankish.
Wait. Did he do that in front of the entire jury? What the heck? I thought that was supposed to be in private.
I wanted to ask you a few questions about your dad. Did you ever know your dad to be suicidal at any point in his life?
No.
Have suicidal ideations?
No.
Yes, and he was a firefighter.
You testified
first
yesterday
responder,
that
EMT.
He didn't like to go to the farm very much,
and they were making him work.
Contributed that to.
Sorry, y'all.
Attributed that to.
I'm getting there, I promise.
Your parents' relationship was one of those factors. Did you ever share that information with your dad?
Yes.
How did you do that?
I wrote an email to him after he was in the hospital. I would say somewhere around May of 2018. And because it's my dad, it was easier for me to communicate what I needed to say in an email because I couldn't really get through it in person.
That's fair.
And what is it that you communicated it to him?
I told him why I don't come up there as much.
Did he ever respond to you?
Yeah. Yes.
Did that response give you a glean into his state of mind at the time?
Yes.
How so?
He told me that he was very depressed. And he said that each day with my mother was pretty much the worst day of his life versus the day before. Like every day was the worst day of his life.
Chris, did you have anything to do with the murder of your father?
No,
Did you have anything to do with the concealment of your father and the grandfather of your children?
no.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Wow, that's insane. That's intense.
And Your Honor, it might be best to go ahead and turn the TV on. I'm going to kind of go back and forth between the Elmo
That's fine.
and the computer. But maybe start with the Elmo.
Drop my lid.
Good morning, Chris. My name is John Luke Weaver, and I, along with Michael Ray, represent your mother. I want to
He's
go
like,
back and,
yeah,
and
and?
you spoke at length about a lot of things yesterday, but I want to go into more detail on some of them. And first, I want to go kind of back to your childhood and more of the family dynamics between the brothers and the sisters growing up. So you're the oldest. You were born in 1979 or 1980?
1980.
1980. And then who was born second?
My brother Scott,
Okay, what year was he born?
1983.
All right. And then what about Emily?
Emily was born, I believe, in, I think 1989, I believe so.
He's like, dude, I can't remember everybody's birthday.
She was born basically a year and a half later. So it would have had to have been 1990. It could have been 1988, 1989, or 1989, 1990. I should probably know that.
So maybe your sister Amanda was born in 89 and Emily was born in 88 or 87?
Possibly.
Okay.
Ask
right.
my mama.
So you grew up in Hoover for the most part?
Correct.
And let's talk a little bit about the personalities of the kids growing up. So how would you say your personality was?
Oh, they're going to throw him under the bus, y'all. Get ready for the ride.
It's always self-introspection is also often a very tough thing to do. So I'll ask you last. How about Amanda growing up? Introvert, extrovert? Was she funny, not funny? Things like that.
Very outgoing and
Typical
great
girl.
personality, very funny.
All right. What about Emily?
Emily was, I think, a little bit more reserved, but very smart, very witty, and just very, very kind.
Okay. And how about Scott?
Scott was just a lot of fun to have as a little brother. He just a sweet soul.
What about, so how did everybody do in school?
You want him to remember all that?
I did fairly well. I had my moments when I could have done better.
Don't we all?
Had a few issues. I'm not sure what that was. I wasn't, in the part of those discussions, but I think it was maybe some learning difficulties type thing, possibly. But I don't really know. My sisters, both, from what I understand, what I remember, did very well in school.
Right. And what about behavioral growing up? Who was well behaved and maybe less well behaved?
We were all very well behaved.
Never got in trouble?
We got in trouble.
Anybody?
But we weren't cray-cray.
Temper, any anger issues? Never.
No.
Not at all growing up.
I don't remember that. No.
You don't remember your brother having any anger issues and a short temper as a child?
No.
Okay. Do you remember? Oh, scratch that. So you moved.
I'm not throwing my brother under
to
the bus,
Atlanta
dude.
In 95?
Correct.
Alpharetta, roughly.
Yes, sir.
All right. And tell me what you remember about that move.
I remember it being a little hard on myself. You know, it was in high school, but I was very excited. I loved Atlanta. I loved the Braves. I loved visiting Atlanta. So the move itself was very smooth. It was exciting. You know, we were moving to a new home, and my dad was moving up in his career, and I remember being a good time.
Do you remember anything about why your dad was moving to Atlanta, moving the family to Atlanta?
Because of his career.
Right, but why? Why was your dad? Do you know why your dad was chosen to open the Burn Foreman branch in Atlanta? Did you know any of that from your experience as a teenager?
I know my father was a very brilliant attorney and a very smart man and very good at his job.
Did he volunteer? Did you just in your experience? You don't know.
I don't know.
And that's fine. Now, talking about your kind of yesterday, you mentioned that everything kind of prior to about 2008 was good with the family.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the way you would have described it. So can you tell me, I've heard and maybe understood that holidays were kind of a big deal. Can you explain to me, how you guys would celebrate Christmas? You mentioned a fond memory yesterday of Christmas, but if you could explain to the jury.
Everybody was always just happy, and my mama would cook. My daddy would.
What would she cook?
Oh, breakfast. We'd have a big breakfast and all the good, stuff, and bacon, eggs, and then she always would make a Christmas meal. It was very nice, and my father would always have his Bing Crosby on in the morning, and the night before we'd watch Christmas Vacation every year, and it was good times.
And this was from the time you were a child all the way until the final Christmas in 2017?
Yes.
And it's my understanding too that how would your mom decorate the house? Would there be a little or a lot?
A lot.
Could you explain a little bit?
We would not have
Grow
just
up.
one Christmas tree. We would have a few of them. It was always decorated very tasteful. It brought a lot of joy to me personally.
Oh, that's
And
sweet.
Let's talk too about activities growing up. Did you guys play any sports? Were y'all involved in school activities, things like that?
Yes.
Like what?
Everything.
Growing up, I played baseball. My dad actually would assistant coach. He would make time for that, even though he was very busy. My brother played sports. He played baseball. My brother played a little bit of football in high school until he broke his leg. I know my sisters, Amanda did color guard, I believe. And then I think Emily was, did some work with some athletic programs in high schools. I think she was maybe a manager for like the wrestling team, those things like that.
So would the whole family kind of participate, go to the games, your mom included?
For my games, yes.
Your mom would go to your games?
Yes.
Scott's games?
Yes.
Emily and Amanda, anything and everything?
Yes.
So growing up for you,
Thank you for joining
your
me,
mom was always
everybody.
there, yes?
Correct. Yes.
And growing up, even as a child, you would determine that your relationship with your mother was a loving relationship. Take your time.
Thank you. I will.
I would say that's true.
And you would also describe your relationship between your mother and your brother Scott as a loving relationship.
I would describe it as a loving relationship.
And with Emily as well.
Yes. Yes.
And Amanda.
Yes.
And your father.
Yes.
So in the 1995 move, I want to ask this, and if you have any memory of anybody that moved over from Birmingham, the Birmingham office, to Atlanta with your father.
I'm not sure if it was then, but I know that his secretary came over.
Okay. Do you know her name?
Oh yeah.
What's her name?
Angela Phillips.
Okay. So have you known her pretty much your whole life?
Not my whole life, but I'd say majority of my life.
Okay. Do you remember back then, did you ever spend any time with Angela?
No. I mean, not other than maybe seeing my father at work, or if there was like a Christmas. I remember in high school after we moved to Atlanta, they would host the Christmas party for the firm actually at my parents' house. And I remember her kind of being involved in getting food there for it and somewhat, but you know, that's been so long ago, but no, not like a lot of time. No.
Okay. So I'm going to ask this question, and I just want you to kind of tell me when you found out. But yesterday you testified that you started knowing there were troubles with your parents' marriage in the fall of 2008. And I believe it was an incident where you thought something was just kind of weird with Ted Wiley.
Yeah.
And that is his name, right?
Yes.
Okay. But were you aware in the 90s that your father was in a relationship with Angela Phillips?
No,
When did you become aware of that?
I never became aware of that.
Do you believe that to be true or not?
I don't believe it to be true, but I don't know. I mean,
You don't know that she's made a statement to detectives in this case that she had an affair with your father?
no.
So let's move into kind of the mid 2000s. Let's talk about where everybody, as we've moved into adulthood, you're in your early mid 20s, and then your younger sisters are still kind of in their teens, and your brother, he's also in his mid 20s. Let's talk about where everybody went in their lives. So where did you go, and what kind of work did you move into, and when did you get married?
Yep.
I got married in June 2004 to Kendall Lee. She was pregnant, and we moved to Maine. I eventually.
What line of work were you in at the time?
Here or in Maine?
Either one, both.
When I went to Maine, I actually worked for LL Bean. I worked as in their returns processing center as I don't even remember really what it was, but like a technician, kind of like processing returns. We had a team, and this is a catalog company, you know, and so it's a lot of mail order. So when people return things, we process them, that kind of thing.
Okay. So I do want to kind of go back in time. So this is about 2004, so you'd be about 24-ish by that point. But let's go back in time more towards 1998, 1999. That would have been when you went to college, yes?
Correct.
All right. And you went to the University of Alabama?
Yes.
Did you graduate?
No, sir.
All right. Why not?
Because I didn't want to.
I didn't do as well as I should have, and basically, eventually, my parents told me I need to come home.
Okay.
I also
It was your father who told you to come home, yes?
I don't remember which one, but I mean, he would have. I assume so.
Well, I'm asking for your memory. When he told you, could you tell he was?
Then why are you telling him?
Yes.
How did you know that?
I don't remember specifically. I just kind of remember the feeling of that, you know, dealing with that.
And how did you deal with that?
You don't ask him by his memory and then tell him what his memory is, dude.
I don't know.
You're irritating me.
I know that
Big
I
time.
wanted to strive to improve myself. That's kind of how I remember dealing with it. When I became a father, and I wanted to, you know, be a good dad like he was, and I wanted. I thought that would make him proud.
Oh,
You have an issue with alcohol, yes?
Yes.
Okay, and you've been to rehab, yes, in Nashville?
Well, I went to rehab first in North Georgia and then continued my treatment in Nashville.
Okay. Were you already struggling with addiction back then?
No.
Okay. So you move up to Maine,
here we go. He's going to
And
tear up his
work
character.
for LL Bean. How long were you up there?
Right at 3 years.
So from 04 to 07.
Mhm.
And why did you come back in 07?
My wife and I had made the decision to move back to Atlanta.
And this is Kendall Lee, not Jenna, correct?
Right, Kendall Lee. In the process of that move, we had to sell the house in Maine. Kendall Lee had come down here to go ahead and get the girl they wanted to enroll them in school. And that was kind of a
Breaking point.
from memory, maybe 6-week period of time when I was in Maine. She was down here, maybe a little less than that. It's hard to remember. During that time, my grandmother actually suffered I believe, a heart attack and had to have open heart surgery.
This was about 2007.
Correct. And
And let me stop you right there real quick because you brought that up, your grandmother. She had a number of years and she subsequently passed, correct?
correct.
And this is your mother's mother.
Mhm.
What was her name?
Kay Walker.
Kay Walker. Okay. So Miss Walker, she had a heart attack, had heart surgery in about 2007, 2008. You mentioned earlier yesterday that your mother would go and stay gone kind of in the late 2000s for months at a time. But it's in fact true that she wasn't up there with Ted Wiley. She was with her mother who was very sick. Yes? And if you don't know, you don't know.
I think both can be the answer to that question.
But
Yeah,
your
look how he's
answer.
looking at him like,
Okay.
you tried, sir.
But also with her mother.
Yes.
You tried to trick me.
All right,
Ain't
so
gonna
going
happen.
back to you moved down here 2008 with your wife. Go ahead.
During that period of time, I think our relationship kind of fell apart. And when Kendall Lee was in Atlanta and I was still in Maine, she told me she wanted a divorce. I got in my car. I drove to Atlanta. And she ended up going back to Maine, I think the day after I got finally, it's a 2-day drive. So I got to Atlanta and I stayed in Atlanta to, my whole plan was to come to Atlanta to work to begin with, to provide for my family better. And so hoping we could still move to Atlanta and fix the marriage, I stayed in Atlanta.
Okay, so you stayed, and then she left.
Correct.
And that was 2009?
That was 2007.
2007. Okay. All right, so now moving on to where everybody else was of the siblings. So Scott, he's the next youngest, next oldest, I mean. What was he doing in the mid-2000s? Where was he working? Where was he living?
Scott was living with my parents. For work, I don't remember what he was doing.
Was he between jobs? Would that be fair to say?
Well, he would have jobs. I mean, he was a very skilled mechanic. So I remember him working at some car repair places, and remember him working at a car dealership. But these are the jobs before he joined the Army.
Okay, and that would have been about 2007. Do you know?
Hello, Toy. Hello, Toy. I appreciate you being here.
I think that was maybe, from what I remember, maybe closer to 2008.
Okay. So he would have been about, what, 25 at that point if he was born in 1983?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So a little
Same
later,
boat, Don.
going into the military.
Yeah.
Did your, can you remember, did your father show any disappointment in Scott prior to 2008 as far as not going to college, things like that?
No,
What about being between jobs?
never said anything to me about it.
He didn't say anything to you. Okay. Did Scott ever say anything to you about he felt like a failure or anything like that?
No.
Did you ever hear him say to you that he felt like going into the military was his second chance? He finally put it together in his life at that point.
I never heard him say second chance. I know he was very excited to join the military.
Gave him purpose for the first time. You ever hear him say anything like that? Would you describe your relationship with your brother? You gave a number of interviews for this case. And I believe in one of the interviews, you said that you have become closer after this happened.
Yes.
So back then, how much did you and your brother actually talk?
Not a whole lot about personal things. You know, we weren't, I would say, best friends or anything. I loved my brother very much. But, you know, I had my life in Maine and I had kids and he was still in Atlanta and there was that distance, you know, it's before social media and all that. So.
Okay. All right. So briefly about Amanda and Emily, what were they doing in the 2000s?
College. Emily was at Alabama.
And she graduated.
She did, yeah.
And there was actually a condo that was bought by your mother and your father for her in Tuscaloosa.
Yes.
Okay. And did Amanda stay there too, or how did that work?
Amanda didn't go to Alabama.
Okay, where'd she go?
I think she went to Georgia Southern. Yeah, she went to Georgia Southern first and then was there, I think, for half a year or a year before she came back home.
Okay. And that condo in Tuscaloosa, the family held on to that all the way until 2019, 2020, 2020?
I think it would have been 2019.
And that would have been when you were the executor, correct?
Mhm.
And you were unable to keep that property. You lost that property, yes?
Yeah.
You weren't able to manage the finances of that property.
I had no access to money.
All right. Let's go back to Ted Wiley. What you knew him from dating your father's sister for how long before? Like say 2008.
I don't know the exact number of years, but it was for a long time.
10 years, 5 years, 3 years?
It was over 10 years.
Okay. So was there any animosity there between your sister and your mother regarding any allegations of an affair?
Between my sister and my mother?
Yeah. Not your sister, your father's sister. I'm sorry, I misspoke. Did you
No.
ever notice any troubles there?
No.
Okay. So it was a clean break between Ted Wiley and your aunt?
I don't know.
Don't know. Okay. So what, if anything, did you ever know about this relationship with Ted Wiley and your mother? What you actually knew?
I knew what I saw, what I described in my testimony yesterday.
Other than that?
My father communicated things to me, and my brother communicated things to me.
Scott?
Yes.
What did Scott tell you?
Well, during that time, Scott was up there because Scott was helping, you know, fix my grandmother's house and helping take care of my grandmother. So he was spending a lot of time there too. And he would just say, you know, it's just kind of weird. You know, Ted just seems very flirtatious with mama and things like that.
Okay. So I want to talk about, it sounds like between 2008, 2010, your parents were going through some marital troubles at that time.
I would say so.
Fair to say. And you would agree with me. You've been married twice, correct?
Yes, sir.
You would agree to me that a husband and a wife have equal ownership of everything in a marriage. You gotta say yes. You can't just shake your head.
I agree with that statement.
Okay. So yesterday you mentioned something to the effect of your mother took out a $50,000 HELOC on the home in Alpharetta. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That was something that brought your father some frustration, yes?
Yes.
Okay, but they're talking about getting a divorce, yes?
I don't remember the timing of if the divorce stuff. I believe the divorce stuff happened after that.
But you don't know?
I don't know.
Okay. And so it's reasonable that somebody who has equal ownership in a home could go take out a HELOC in the home for things like hiring an attorney, finding her own house, things of that nature. Those are normal things, yes?
I guess so.
Okay. I want to move forward now to 2013. Did you ever hear, there was the troubled times through 2010, but did you ever hear that 2013, Purcell Lane, I'm just going to call it Purcell Lane instead of saying 2155, just Purcell Lane House, that was kind of the restart between your mom and your dad? Did you ever hear that or Scott talk about that?
That doesn't come to mind. I thought they had kind of restarted before that.
Okay, well, explain to the jury, please.
Well, when he called me and said, your mother's going to come home, I remember things being really good for a while.
So that would be.
And it wasn't just like, okay, we're going to buy the farm and like this is the big restart. I never heard anything of that sort.
Okay, but you think it was better before the farm?
Mm-hmm.
All right, and how do you mean? Could you explain that to the jury?
It's been a long time.
Well, I understand. Take your time.
It's just kind of a feeling. My mom was home. She would do things with my father. She would, they were sleeping in the same bed. They were affectionate. They, from what I remember,
Appeared to be normal
things were
couple.
good between them during that period of time.
So I'm going to say this, and
Say what you will do.
Change throughout marriages, especially 38-year marriages.
I'm a kid then. What the hell do you want me to know?
You've sworn to God to tell the truth.
Oh my gosh.
But you
Really?
do believe in your heart that your mother loved your father. Yes?
What? Quit trying to trap him.
At a point in her life, yes.
At a point in her life.
Mm-hmm.
So how about on July the 3rd of 2018? Do you believe that your mother loved your father?
No.
Ouch. Big ouch.
How many times yesterday? Your testimony seemed very well put together. And I just want to ask you this. How many times did you practice that testimony?
Oh my gosh.
0 times? You never went to the district attorney's office and practiced that testimony? Discuss what you would say?
Practiced my testimony. No.
We discussed what was going
to office and we prepared for the trial, but there was no rehearsal of testimony.
So let's go to the 2016
Nice
wedding
try, dude.
for Emily.
Yeah.
All right. And she married Chris Payne.
Yes.
What do you know about Chris Payne?
They met while she was in college. He was not in college. He owned a restaurant there. And I met him. It was right before she graduated. And she really loved him very much.
Guys, there's an update on Jewel. She said she is fine. However, she's not been able to return back to her home just yet. So as per to the condition of her vehicle, it is unknown. Keep praying that her vehicle did not get flooded and floated away. Poor baby.
All right. And Chris Payne, he has some financial issues too. Do you know about that? Could you explain that to the jury?
This was all word of mouth things. I never heard it directly from him or her, but I think it was something along the lines of maybe there was a issue with finances at his restaurant. Possibly a check or something that had been, bounced or something, but I don't know the exact details of that.
Something to the effect he was arrested for that. You know that.
I don't know why he was arrested. You can be arrested for things related to stuff, if it was a probation thing. I don't know exactly why when they showed up, the arrest warrant said. I don't know.
Okay. Reason I'm asking these questions, there's been pictures shown, I think even yesterday, of that wedding.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody's standing there at that wedding, but your dad and your mother were having to financially support Chris and Emily to some degree. Do you know about that? Chris paying, not you, Chris, but also you.
I know that my dad co-signed on the mortgage.
In their house in Nashville?
Yes.
Okay. So you know about that.
I know about the co-signing of the house.
Anything else?
No.
Right. Yesterday you testified that your dad would give money to all of the kids, except for maybe Amanda. Did Amanda receive any money from your father as an adult?
Yeah.
How?
I think insurance, cell phone, car, stuff like that.
All right. What was Amanda's work?
Let's see.
By the way, how many years has it been since you spoke to Amanda?
6 years.
6 years. Okay.
Yeah, 6 years.
All right. So
wait, I'm sorry. Let me correct that. I think there was a brief conversation. I mean, it's still about 6 years. I'm thinking of the last time I spoke with her, at length at all. But it's still at the same time period, 6 years.
Right. So, but her job was what? What was her way of making a living?
I remember Amanda was working for Tory Burch. I remember that. That's a clothing company.
Okay. And
she worked for another clothing company called Club Monarch. She worked at the mall and at Phipps. I remember that job.
In Buckhead.
Yeah.
Okay. And what about Scott? You said he, of course, worked at the farm from the time he came back from the military.
Yeah. He had a warehouse job for a little while.
I know it's a defense's job to put holes in this, but he's starting to irritate me a little bit.
Him telling me about it. Excuse me.
Take time.
But mostly at that time working at the farm.
Right. Did when Scott got back from the military, how was he discharged? Do you know?
I have no idea.
No clue.
No clue.
Because y'all weren't super close back then, but you've become close. And you mentioned yesterday that you have undergone some treatment for PTSD.
Mm-hmm.
Have you and Scott discussed his PTSD?
No.
He never brought that up to you?
No.
Even though he's brought that up in multiple interviews in this case?
Never brought it up to me.
Okay. So on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being so close that you guys talk every day, 1 being, I don't even talk to the guy. How close would you say your relationship with Scott is today?
So 10 being like we're talk every day.
Talk every day.
I'd say about a 7 point. I'd say 7.
7, not a 7.5.
Who does
7.
points
7,
between
okay.
1 and 10?
And how about 2015?
Never thought of that.
2015. Oh, I'd say about 2015. I'd say about a 5.
About a 5.
4.
So,
It's hard for me to really. I'd have to think about that for a long time to really give a. What I think would, give the answer that would say how close we were, but I would say about a 5.
About a 5. So closer now.
Oh yeah.
Okay. All right. So back in 2000, just real quickly at the wedding, you said after the wedding of Emily, y'all went to brunch or breakfast the next morning.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when your dad allegedly said that that's the last time she's going to embarrass me. I believe those are the words you used.
Yes, sir.
And who was at that breakfast?
Jenna,
Who else?
Scott.
Scott. But your mom was there too.
No.
Everybody was at this breakfast together.
No.
And it was a breakfast, not a brunch.
No.
Everybody but Emily.
No. It was me, Scott, Jenna, and my father.
It was at the hotel, was it not? What hotel did you stay at?
I stayed at the Cool Springs. It's a loft hotel. My father stayed at the Embassy Suites.
Right.
My
That's
mother,
where everybody stayed.
No, my mother did not stay there. My mother did not stay with my father.
He's trying to trip
We
him,
have
but
no
he ain't having it.
I mean, do I have like a video evidence that shows?
Like you just have no proof. You're just saying this to the jury.
I have proof of what I know, but what do you mean by proof?
Any evidence to the contrary?
Like
Any evidence? You got no evidence.
My receipt
Pictures,
for the
photos,
hotel
anything.
room bill? Would the receipt of the hotel
no,
room
I
bill
don't
be
know
enough
how I would
evidence?
have that.
So let's go back to,
Y'all,
you know, you've been to
y'all,
rehab.
y'all. This woman, oops, didn't mean to do that. Shoot.
You mentioned something to the effect of your mother took out a $50,000 HELOC on the home in Alpharetta. I believe, and the date is
Sorry
right
about
around the
bumping
4th
it,
of
but
July,
this lady
2017, that you got into a
back here was
altercation with your
having a blast with that.
where your mother would not let your girls leave with you. And she swiped at you. You remember that distinctly. But you also remember you were going to a Braves game, were you not?
Mhm.
And you'd been drinking that day.
No,
And you were drunk.
no, sir.
And your mother was not going to let you leave
Look
that
at her.
house with your kids drunk.
That's not true.
Who is that woman?
You got any proof of that? Anything?
Mama looks like she's about ready to cry. She's crying.
Prior to that, how about this? Had your mother ever took a swipe at you in your life?
Yeah.
Swipe at me. What does that mean?
Tried to hit you. You said yesterday she tried to hit you.
Yeah.
Has my mother ever hit me in my life?
Not when you're a kid and you got spanked. I'm talking about as an adult.
Has she ever hit me as an adult? No.
Okay, so that distinctly set out in your mind from that day.
It was shocking that she would do that to
And
her
you-
grown son.
Because, of course, you're testifying to this jury that you weren't drunk.
I was not drunk.
Okay. And
A beer does not
You-
equal drunk.
ultimately told her, I believe the words you used was something to the effect of, I can't wait till you're in a pine box. Or tell me how you said that.
Ooh, we're going to get
Yes.
into the good stuff.
Said, the next time I see you, you'll be in a pine box because I'm not going to talk to you again for the rest of your life.
All right. And Ella and Addison were sitting right there. You said that right in front of them to their grandma, who they loved more than anything.
I think the girls were inside the house.
They may not love,
But
whoa,
the girls
love
continued to
more
go
than
up there, even in
anything.
that time y'all weren't talking, yes? Whenever.
No.
Are you then equating that the girls love their grandma more than their daddy? Come on now. Hello, it's Britt. Things are getting a little testy, and those who aren't watching are missing a good one.
No?
Mm-mm.
Just
At the
saying.
time when we were not talking, they weren't here.
They
were
went
in
back to Maine.
Yeah.
All right. But
Mm.
in all reality, in that time period, after you and Kendall Lee separated, every single summer, those kids would come down here and immediately you would take them and dump them off at your grandmother's house. Or at your mother's house, their grandmother's house.
Are you kidding me?
Wouldn't really phrase it like that.
How many grandparents are like, just come bring the kids, leave them with me. You go have fun. Bye. It's like, I raised you. I had enough of you. I want my grandbabies. Give me my grandbabies. Hello, C. Morales. It's like dumping. How many grandparents beg to have their grandkids dumped on them? Give me a break.
Well, then you phrase it the way you want to.
My kids love going to the farm. They wanted to go there, but it wasn't
Dumping.
an immediate thing because Grandma would take them shopping. They're teenage girls.
Okay.
That was a big influence in them immediately wanting to spend time with her. And she also wanted to immediately spend time with them.
Well, let's do this. So, and
Why don't you
I'm
just dump
trying,
them?
everybody that I ever cross-examine just knows that I just bounce around. And everybody I talk to in my life.
Who
I'm
gives a
trying to
rap
go as
butt
chronologically
about
as
everybody
possible.
who
I'm gonna
knows
go
you?
forward in time 1 year.
Okay.
On July the 4th, 2018,
Sorry.
did you not testify yesterday?
This woman behind
that
him
you
is
just
cutting up.
wanted to get Addison up there because you had a party going on. There was a party going on back at your condo in Buckhead. You know, Mom, meet me on 400 somewhere. Is that not what happened?
Well, what happened was, as far as efficiency and time management and gas money and things like that, like it made more sense. She's driving back from Lake Lanier. I'm coming up 400. Why not meet here instead of going all the way west? It didn't make any sense to me at the time.
Because you wanted to get back to your party. You said your friends were there. You were having a party at the pool.
And
Sure.
what's wrong with that?
I would rather be hanging out with my friends than sitting in a car.
Than hanging out with your daughter on a holiday.
No, I didn't want my daughter to go. Like what I said I did not want her to go, but it's very hard to tell Miss Addison Marie no. It still is. Miss Addison Marie really wanted to go see Cameron and spend the night at the farm. They had been talking about that leading up to this with each other, with my mom, with me, with whoever they could talk to.
This man's very wounded.
But you and your mother
Rightfully
eventually reconciled at a bar in Nashville?
That's the first time I saw her after we didn't speak for a long period of time, and I gave her a hug. I don't know if that's a reconciliation, but it was I wanted to make things better. I always wanted to make things better with my mother. I wanted a happy family.
But everybody was reconciled by Christmas. Because you went up there for Christmas that year,
Went up where?
2017.
To the farm? Excuse me, went to the farm for Christmas of 2017. Oh,
2017.
yeah.
So everything was good by 2017 Christmas.
I remember it being good.
Okay.
Hello, Miss Kristen.
Your mother had forgiven you
Oh, thank you for listening.
wanting her dead.
I'd
Thank
never
you for
wanted my
listening.
mother dead.
You said that.
I did not say that.
Not
I
see
said
that.
The next time I see her, basically, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. It's a big difference.
Meaning the last word you're going to hear from me is see you later.
Let's talk about your father's
I
spells.
get what
Now,
he's
you
saying.
mentioned you never saw the spells,
No, sir.
but you knew about them from Scott, yes?
I knew about him from my mother and Scott and my sisters, and I think even maybe a little bit from my dad, even though he knew how much I worried about him, and he would kind of keep things. He didn't want me to worry. He knew I had kids, and
Thank you.
So you had, multiple interviews in this case, all the way through 2020 with Detective Hayes and Detective Kuykendall. And at one point, you were in an interview with Scott, and you're aware that these spells would happen even when your mother was out of town. Like you knew that. You know that. It wasn't just after he would eat a plate of food from your.
The plate of food thing was just talking about that last instance before he's in the hospital. Like he never told me anything about the spells before, like if they were around her or not around her, if she was out of town, things like that.
Right. But you knew that the spells would happen even when she was out of town. Even with Rusty, if she was with Rusty. Which, by the way, everybody knew about Rusty, right? And we'll come back.
Suspicion.
Suspicion, but other people knew. Scott knew.
Mm-hmm.
Terry Brazel knew. Everybody knew.
Apparently so, yeah.
Okay. Because your parents lived a separate life. Top of the house, bottom of the house. And you knew that. You may not have liked it, But you knew it, yes?
To some degree, they lived a separate life, yeah.
You got any objections?
I do want to talk.
You want me to take the jury out? Okay. This is the part where it is. Well, I just did that because that's all it is.
Okay, Judge, he's about to introduce an exhibit. I don't have an issue with the content, but I wanted to bring up a little bit.
We should do this outside
Yes.
the presence of the jury.
Thank you, Judge.
Ruh-roh. Here we go.
Just what you able.
Jury, have a break. I really appreciate this man's testimony, and I got to tell you, I believe him. I don't care what the defense is throwing at him. He's sticking to his guns. You know, last time I see you be in a pine box doesn't mean you wish her dead. Just means I ain't ever going to see you again till you dead. Oh, look at those two lawyers going back and forth at each other. No, 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 no. I want to know who that woman is that's sitting behind him giving all the giggles and looks. I cannot imagine, and he's not even looking at her.
Here's the one that he wants to introduce. Is
That's a bad place to be.
A lot, it looks like maybe May through July text messages from Gary Farris's phone. I do not have a problem with the content. The only issue is the format of this report doesn't have contact names. And so the jury will not have context for most of these conversations. It is essentially just phone numbers.
We just go off a lot of what we got from the state. And
So-
this is a version of that we got from the state. And for the simple rule, I've got some excerpts from text messages between the two of them. And just for the rule of completeness, we just took that and printed it out to put it in.
Yeah, and he's telling her,
And my-
I don't want to hear from you
my
no
issue,
more.
There's like, for example, there's a text where it says, quote, gun. It's in a group chat that he's in with work people. Has nothing to do with this case, but we don't need them to make inferences and assumptions. It's just phone numbers. So I have offered to run this as a report, so it has names on it of the contacts. It would just take a minute.
Well, we can, if y'all want to, we can do that and give that to them later, and you can just ask the questions based upon.
Just my excerpt. It was just, that was if the court preferred that we go ahead and put the whole thing in now. I wasn't going through the whole thing with this witness.
That's
But-
perfectly fine. If we want to go through with him, what you want to go through with, and then we can run it later.
Yeah.
I just didn't want this to go back with them because it has no names.
That's fine.
Okay, go ahead and start that report.
I have to
Or
go.
y'all
It's
can,
upstairs.
either y'all can.
If you're being poisoned, you don't show signs right away. It depends on the amount,
Mark the
but that's
names.
true.
Either do your report, or if y'all want to,
I think the report may be easier.
It
True.
would, and especially if it's if it's all of the messages, the format would be much more readable.
Okay.
I do not mind doing that. I will just need to.
I'm trying to recover from last night.
Sorry, this is your.
but you can go ahead and do the
You can have
questions
one.
with them now, and then we can supplement it, and we can, I'll be happy to explain that to them later.
Y'all, I actually got 7 hours sleep. Oh my gosh, you know how rare that is? Y'all, how rare that is for me?
Anything else we think of?
7
Take a short break.
Hours in
After
one
10,
shot.
They're already back there.
Oh my gosh. Oh, I could go back to bed. Problem is, I won't sleep.
Yeah, you can sit down.
The baby girl. He's like, thank you, God. I want to know what he said. He's like, get me the hell out of here. He's like, I'm done with this. And she's watching him like a hawk. It's a hard position for anyone to be in to testify against a loved one. I know. I tried testifying for one and it didn't go well. So testifying, no matter in what position's difficult. Dawn, that was a miracle. That was a sheer. Now it looks like he's got his attorneys there. If he's smart, and he is, I think he is. Have your attorneys there. If you were ever asked to testify against anybody, you get your own attorney. I guess they're going to take a quick break and we can zoom to a certain point. And we're catching up with them. And our volume is full. Why does she never stand up? She never stands up. Have you noticed? I've noticed that. Have you? Y'all, I apologize. Yesterday, I rewatched some of the video of this trial from yesterday, and all I heard was crunch, crunch, crunch. I apologize.
Well, before I get to this exhibit, I did want to go back and ask you about the spells one more time. So your dad was not a healthy guy. He had a CPAP machine, yes?
Yeah.
All right. I mean, nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna factor in a few other things. He drank a lot of Mountain Dew. You knew that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How many cans a day would you say?
I would say at a minimum 2, at least.
Okay.
More than that, probably, but I don't know how many.
And you knew him to be a multiple pack a day Marlboro smoker.
Multiple, I don't know, but I would say he smoked frequently.
Okay. Well, this jury has seen a picture of a trash can that was full of nothing but Mountain Dew and cigarettes.
Sure.
Okay. So you wouldn't describe him as the picture of health.
No, sir.
Okay. So it's reasonable that he could be having some health issues based on these spells.
Highly stressed.
Sure. I mean, that's what I initially thought they were from.
I want to talk to you now about, so kind of generally the summer of 2018 and before we get to the condo trip down in Gulf Shores.
Okay.
But I want to talk about your access to your father's money. You said yesterday you had a credit card and his credit card number.
Yeah.
All right. And you said something to the effect of, I had his credit card number and I used it and he'd get mad about it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And so I want to show you what is now being marked as Chris 2.
Okay.
And I would ask to admit that over no objection. That's Chris 2. All right. And
okay.
Can you, the phone number, source address 678-5.
How much did you use and abuse his card?
And then your phone number was 40. All right. So that's
Thank y'all for joining me. Those of you who are new,
and this is on
appreciate you.
June the 12th of 2018.
Mm-hmm.
He sends you this message that says, what?
Your stealing money is out of control. I will change my accounts tomorrow.
Okay. So what happened there? Did you ever talk to him on the phone about that or anything else?
I don't remember. I never talked to him on the phone about it.
What did you do? I mean, if my dad accused me of stealing money, I think I'd be shocked.
Well, my dad, he could cut pretty deep with his words when he was upset with me.
All right. So what did you do?
I don't remember.
All right. Because you'd used his credit card before without his permission, as you said yesterday.
Yeah.
And I'm just saying this, and the statute of limitations is long past. You know that's a felony, right?
What?
I'm not an attorney. I'm not law enforcement. I don't know.
You take somebody's credit card and you spend their money without their permission. That's a theft, right?
Yeah, but he would also allow me to use it too. So, I guess. I don't know.
He gave him the credit card, told him he could use it probably, but you need to let me know before you use it. And he didn't let him know before he used it, and that's what pissed him
Well,
off.
you have no objection. Now I'm going to show you some messages. So as June went on and you kind of talked about the condo trip, and maybe that was something that you were trying to help make up with your dad after this fight about him accusing you of stealing his money.
No, that was not the reason.
Okay. All right. I'm going to show you some text messages. I've got them marked Chris 3, Chris 4.
I do see that his
Chris
body language
5.
shows stress,
And
but
I'm
I
just
think
gonna-
he's being
It's
honest.
between you and your dad.
Okay.
So
I mean,
this is
I give
about
my kid a
week
credit
and
card.
half, 10 days after the stealing message.
I give my child my credit card, a credit card, and I've done that with their name on it, but it's my account. And you say, don't use it unless you tell me, it's there for you to use in an emergency. But if you're going to spend anything, let me know. Let's, don't just go willy nilly spending. And he probably spent money without discussing it first. And that pissed off his father. Doesn't mean the father can get mad and say, you're stealing my money because you didn't talk to me first. But I see where they're trying to go with this testimony, but to me as a juror, that's not going to affect me at all. That to me is just family spats. I don't think he didn't steal the credit card out of the wallet, go and spend the money. I mean, he gave him the credit card. And I venture to say it probably had the son's name on that credit card. It's not stealing. It's just not keeping up your agreement. I don't agree with it.
So from you
Not good behavior.
to your dad, your source address, your 404.
Ugh.
Oh, up here.
Yeah, you
Oh,
see that?
right. Okay, I see. I'm sorry.
All right. So you've sent what appears to be a VRBO link.
Correct.
Or Verbo. I don't know what it's called.
I know,
Which
right?
one is it?
It sucks.
Is it just called VRBO?
I think it's VRBO.
Okay. All right.
But he's been honest about everything. He's
All right,
not.
So the next message, and
He's
that
been
was
honest.
sent on 6/22 at 15:57, probably UTC time. So we'll have to get into all that later. But is your dad responding, saying I like that
Mhm.
building?
Yeah.
Because he tasked you with
Sorry, guys.
getting a condo picked out. He was going to
Yeah.
buy it. All right. So what's the next message?
From me,
Oh.
Yeah.
You need to go
Says,
back. It's
well,
gotten a
yeah,
little
I mean,
tissy.
I think that was it's a building
A lot.
in Gulf Shores. Or Orange Beach.
True.
It's like, well, yeah, it is a nice building.
Okay. What kind of building? How big was it? I mean, you said it was.
Oh, well, there were two buildings we were looking at, so I'm not exactly sure. I don't have I have the link to it, but there was the turquoise and there was the Phoenix. Both are nice, so I don't know which one. But they're big. I mean,
Yeah, they are big. And in one of the interviews, again, you were interviewed many times by Hayes and Kuykendall. In one of the interviews, I believe you used the word that this was a place that I could never afford it,
Mhm.
but Dad bought it for us.
well, rented it.
Rented, yeah,
Right, yeah.
right, rented it.
Mhm.
And you offered in this message, I believe you say, go ahead and tell
I
me
don't
what
think he's
So if
dishonest.
you,
I think
get the
he's.
condo. I'll cover the dinners out and fishing if we want to go.
Hey, to be honest, I don't think he's being dishonest, but I think that he's being put in a situation that's excessively difficult, and it has been quite some time. And like today, I find him very honest, uncomfortable when he should be uncomfortable, but answering it honestly because he's admitting to things that are uncomfortable. His body language to me is normal for this. This sucks. And what they kept hammering on and trying to get him nailed on is him saying that next time he'll see her is in a pine box. Doesn't mean that he's wishing her dead. It's just saying, I'm done with you and I'll see you at your funeral. And that's kind of what he said. But I haven't. I got to go back and rewatch that because I'm trying to rewatch yesterday because my mind was
This one,
split
I
between
believe,
this
maybe
and
it's a
the
picture of
hurricane.
something that didn't come through, and it's a blank. So I'll move down. And you say it's you saying I can look at other condos. Does that look like?
Yeah.
That's very possible.
And this, Your Honor, would be Chris 4. Any more thoughts on the beach? That's you to your dad.
Kristen, that is very possible. But we don't know if there are other underlying issues that caused him to be in the need for his dad to support him. But he very well could be a Peter Pan syndrome child. But the father was an enabler. Doesn't mean he's dishonest. That's what I'm saying. Wrong, not mature, should have been. Dad enabled him, not necessarily a healthy relationship in that area. Maybe the parents kind of help create some of that Peter Pan syndrome, but that doesn't mean he's not being truthful right now. Maybe he isn't. I don't know. Let's keep watching.
Yeah.
So-
Source. Yeah. Mhm.
Okay, so had that kind of conversation go dark? Because this appears to be 6/26, so 4 days after. Like you and your dad hadn't talked about it. He hadn't brought it up to you.
Sure. My dad's a very busy man. So it wasn't weird for him not to get back to me on certain things.
Okay. And it looks like, I guess he didn't respond. And then you say, that's from you, right? Any
Yeah.
other thoughts on going to the Gulf?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go.
This is from your dad to you. He finally responds and says, talk tonight.
Mm-hmm.
And then you say, good place? Or he says that?
Source address. That's me saying good place. I don't. Oh, you know what? I know what that's about.
Okay. What's that about?
It's a place in.
I don't like his glasses. I want to get him new glasses. I don't
it's
like the way
called
they fit him.
L's. I don't know if it's still open. It used to be a really good Cajun place in downtown Roswell. I think because I was supposed to go eat with him on his birthday, and I had to work late and ended up not being able to go.
And what was his birthday?
It's right there. It's June 27th.
Very well could have
That was
been.
his birthday that day.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Not disagreeing. Very well could have been.
And this is your dad saying, I didn't have a chance to look at any more condo, or is that you? To your dad.
That's me.
That was his
And then you
past.
follow up
Yep.
with, sent a
Don't
link
disagree
to a
with that.
condo
He
last
did
night.
say it.
That would be the following day. So yeah, I guess on the 28th, I did have a chance to, look.
Well, I guess he's grown up now, hadn't he?
And timeline-wise, just for perspective for the jury, we are now within the last week of your father's life at this point.
Yes, we are.
And
He grew up real fast, didn't he?
Then he said to you, or you said to him, who said what there?
It looks like I texted him. I would say book through the 11th or 12th, arrive on the 7th. So get there on the 7th, and we'd leave on like the 11th or 12th.
Okay. So this is again a message from you to your dad. Could you read it?
7th through 11th are available dates. So just do that.
So you send him the link. He puts in the credit card information and books it.
Yes.
Yep.
That's how that went.
Uh-huh.
And then he says,
This is not normal for dads to do,
I booked it.
especially when they have
what'd you
money.
say?
Great. Will be fun.
His glasses don't fit. The frames are too small. They're bent. Drive me nuts. The right side's curved, the left side's straight. I don't know. Drives me nuts.
You would, of all the children, you would use your father's money the most, would you not?
I don't know that. I mean, doesn't seem unreasonable thing to say. You know, I was the only one with children, and he, like I said yesterday, he helped out a lot with that kind of stuff.
Well, who else? I mean, would you say you or Scott received the most from your father?
I have no idea. I mean, Scott never went to college. I did. My dad paid for it. I mean, I don't know the numbers.
Yep, you're right, Kristen.
But if you had to say for this jury,
Quit trying to
who Scott
trap
received the
him.
most money from
I know
your
it's your job.
Who would it be?
I don't know.
You know what?
All right, let's move to June.
Sometimes when you have a child that's going through bad stuff and becomes an alcoholic or something, and they're getting themselves clean and they got children, and you're willing to help support them in that endeavor to get clean and get sober, and if that means paying for a lot of things and you can afford to do so, no shame in that. If he's gotten his butt sober and he's got his life together and his father could financially help in that, I would. So quit putting shame. I want to know who paid for your law degree. Hundreds of thousands of dollars, mind you. I know it's part of the trial.
June or July the 3rd. Well, no, scratch that. Let's back up and go to the birthday weekend. So birthday weekend, everybody's there. Everything's normal. Yes?
Normal for us. Yeah, I would say so.
Okay. And, you know, you say normal for y'all were. It has been used and alluded to this term of a Ferris wheel. Have you ever heard that phrase?
No.
The drama of the Ferris wheel.
No.
You've never heard that?
No, sir.
Well, you've heard it now.
Oh,
why was it not normal?
snap. Objection, Your Honor.
What do you mean?
You said it was normal for us, but not normal.
Shoot. I hate that. I apologize. Let me get back to it.
Okay, so had that kind of conversation go dark? Because this is
It looks like I texted him. I would say book through the 11th or 12th, arrive on the 7th. So get there on the 7th, and we'd leave on.
So who? Anybody else there? Scott.
Scott
bring
was
a
there.
date. Bring a
Scott was
friend.
there. I think Ted, his.
Want to get back to that aha moment. I apologize.
But if you had to say for this jury, you or Scott received the most.
We can
money
do that.
from your dad.
Where's the objection? Personal comments to be refrained from, Your Honor?
All right, let's
can't
move
tell,
to
Matt.
June or July the 3rd. Well, no, scratch that. Let's back up and go to the birthday weekend. So birthday weekend, everybody's there. Everything's normal. Yes?
Normal for us. Yeah, I would say so.
Okay. And, you know, you say normal for y'all were. It has been used and alluded to this term of a Ferris wheel. Have you ever heard that phrase?
No.
The drama of the Ferris wheel.
No.
You've never heard that?
No, sir.
Well, you've heard it now. So
Objection, Your Honor. Personal narration. I can't believe they didn't
why was
object
it not
that.
normal for you then that weekend?
What do you mean?
You said it was normal for us, but not normal.
Well, my father had communicated to me how upset that my mother was that we were going to the beach. So there was
Without
some
her.
tension there. You know, he didn't want me to really talk about it because she was very pissed off.
Right. Because less than a month before, you had been caught stealing off of their credit card.
No.
Wait, can you explain what?
Oh, I'll ask it again. So, you make it unreasonable that your mother would be upset that your dad has bought you a trip to go to the beach, but a month before, you were stealing from your parents. So what I'm saying.
Oh, no, I'm not disagreeing with you, Christian.
It's
Christian,
not
I just
unreasonable
don't like
for
it.
your mother to be agitated at that point.
Well, I think what was kind of funny to me was I talked to my mother about it, and she never said anything to me about my dad wanted her to go. I wanted my mom to go. Well, kind of. I wanted my mom to go because my dad wanted my mom to go so badly. He said, you know, we've been through all this. I still love her. And I asked my mother, I said, hey, we're going to just come on, you know? And she's like, well, I've got stuff to do. She never said, no, I'm not going because you stole money from us. She never said that to me.
She never said that to you.
Right.
But that's a reasonable thought.
Your Honor,
Because somebody, it could be reasonable.
asked and answered.
Yes?
Guess what?
It's reasonable?
I guess a certain person maybe could think it's reasonable. I'll give you that.
Okay.
See, he's being.
Other than that weekend, y'all did the normal stuff. Y'all rode around on the RTV.
Yeah.
Did y'all grill out?
My brother smoked some barbecue.
Yeah. Birthday cake.
I'm sure yeah, my dad was a big fan of caramel cake. Yeah, there was probably one involved.
Grandma cooked a big spread.
I think she made the side items.
Good side on it. Coleslaw, things like that.
Yeah, we'd have coleslaw.
Your mom was a good cook.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. So was that the Saturday of that weekend or Sunday, which we've actually got so it would have been Sunday, July the 1st, or Saturday.
I believe it was Saturday.
Okay. How long were y'all there?
Oh, I would say, because I went to Academy to get his gift. Got there, I'd say for at least a couple hours.
All right. And Amanda and Chad were there.
Yes, sir.
And Cameron?
I can't remember that for the life of me, but I kind of think she might have been. I just don't remember.
So Emily and Chris were there.
Yeah.
Chris Payne. And Olivia, the
Yes.
baby. How old was Olivia at that point?
She wasn't even a year old yet. She was still in a bouncer, like bouncing around. And I remember recording videos of. So she wasn't even a year old.
Okay. And the girls were obviously still up in Maine.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Coming down on Tuesday. So anybody else there? Scott
Scott was
bring a
there.
date. Bring a
Scott was
friend.
there. I think Ted, his friend, was there.
Ted Pierce.
Yeah.
Okay. Who we play golf with a lot. Do you know Ted?
Yeah.
Did you ever play golf with Ted?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
A few times.
Who's a better golfer, you, Ted, or Scott?
I would say me.
I ain't gonna admit that
Who
one.
would you say
Me.
Your brother would play golf.
I know he'd go play golf with his friends a lot more than me. I was always trying to get him to play, but our schedules, it was hard for me to play a lot as much as I would want to. But I know he played with his friends.
Like a lot. Like every week?
Oh, I don't know that. To me, a lot is playing every month. Once a month, to me, is a lot. So.
All right. So on the 3rd, which would have been that Tuesday, I can't even see that myself. So that would have been. So what did you do that Monday on the 2nd?
I don't remember. It was a holiday week, so I don't remember if I worked or what. I don't remember.
Right. So the 3rd, that was when you went to Hartsville Jackson to pick up your daughters.
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
And what time was that flight?
Well,
there should be a lot of objections that are not happening
in the morning. Sometimes
to
I get to 11,
preserve. They
3,
should be
about 6 a.m.
objecting to preserve for an appeal.
Yeah.
So what time did they get to Atlanta at what time?
They would land. I would have to go in through security, depending on. It would probably be between around 9 a.m.
And you basically already said that there was kind of a plan that the girls were going to split up and go in kind of their own, one to hang out with Cameron.
Sure.
Thank you,
Hang out with Cameron.
Adair.
That was going to be Addison.
Yes.
Okay. And then Ella was going to go hang out with
Good morning.
Emma.
Emma, who was Terry Brazel's daughter.
Correct.
Is Terry Brazel's daughter.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But over at his ex's house in Cumming.
Well, that's where I dropped her off. She was a horse trainer, and
Right.
they had this facility somewhere over there, and she was all really excited to go. Like they were gonna have a sleepover at the facility and ride
Yeah.
horses. Yeah.
So you took her up there.
I did.
Like as soon as y'all landed?
No.
Okay. Where was it? Did Addison drive up there with you to drop her off, or
Yeah.
did you leave her with Jenna?
No, she rode with me. Jenna was at work that day.
So, refresh. You know, you've been testifying now for a while.
Yes, sir.
So let's make sure we can get our timelines right. What did you do next after you dropped her off?
After I dropped Ella off,
Yes.
I remember backing out of the driveway and literally picking up the phone and calling my father.
All right. And what did your dad say?
He said, I said, what are you doing? He said, well, working. I said, oh, cool. I was like, on your way back, you want to get dinner? I thought he meant at the office. He said, oh, no, I'm working at the farm.
Right.
You know.
And that was when they were pulling up. I believe there was the rose bushes, things like that.
There were some bushes in the back. I just remember them, not rose bushes, but I think box because they had boxwoods behind the house, and they would they're my dog I think would actually urinate on them, and that might have been why they died. I remember something in the conversation about that, but they were dead shrubs in the back of the RTV.
So
Yeah, that was good.
Him and
I appreciate that a lot. That was good.
That day, which is not unusual, right?
Oh, that's not unusual.
That's what they did, and they did it together, right?
Maybe.
I just want to grow up and go
I never saw
night.
them doing it together, doing it apart. I just know what I saw that day, and it was him by himself when I pulled up.
At that moment, but that was later on. That's about 5:30.
Well, I mean, that's maybe 20 minutes after that phone call I had with him.
So they're pulling up boxwoods that day, and Addison had texted Grandma,
Yeah.
and Grandma said she's busy and they're working in the yard, something to that effect, but come over tomorrow.
That's their job.
I'd have to see those text messages. I don't know.
You don't know for sure?
I know she said I'm busy. I don't know if she said you come tomorrow. I don't know.
Come tomorrow?
The part about I'm busy is the part I remember. The other stuff about, oh, you can't come because we're working in the yard, or you can't come, or you can come tomorrow. That part, I don't know. The part of I'm busy, I know.
So
but if you have them, I'd be glad to.
How about this? You don't know, and that's a fine answer. But you don't.
Oh, no. I know the part about I'm busy because Addison told me.
Right.
Yeah.
But she came over Grandma made it a point the next day. Addison's coming over with Cameron.
Made it a point, like on the file.
The next day on the 4th.
I just want to make sure I'm clear on what you're asking me. You know, did she say on the 3rd? I don't know. I don't know.
All right, but on the 4th, she made sure that Addison was coming over with Cameron.
Yeah, she called me and said, hey, if she still want to have the sleepover.
And Addison goes by Addie, right?
Yes, sir.
Let's just call her Addie.
Yeah, that's fine.
Make sure she'd come over the next day.
She called me on the 4th of July to say, hey, does she still want to have the sleepover tonight?
Yeah.
I went, Addie's swimming in the pool. I said, hey, do you still want to go over there? Oh, yeah. I took her over there.
All right, so then you get up to the your parents' house, the farm.
Yeah.
About
I went to
5.
Wendy's to get her dinner. Then I came to the farm.
Okay. And because she just wanted to see Grandma real quick. Is that why? Or Big Daddy and Grandma? Addison?
Oh, you're talking about on the 3rd.
On the 3rd.
I'm sorry.
I'm bounced around.
Oh, okay. Sorry. My father had just seen Ella in May because Ella had come down. He hadn't seen Addie since Christmas.
Since Christmas.
And so we're like 15, 20 minutes from, if even that, from the farm. So I was like, hey, had that conversation with him. I wanted her to go see her grandfather. I wanted her grandfather to see her. And my mother too.
Right.
But I didn't know my mom was there.
Right. Because she was working. You just don't know.
I just didn't know. Yeah.
Didn't. But didn't y'all all walk over as a family that day to the barn to look at the ducks?
I drove my truck from the house to the barn. I think either Addie rode in the truck with me or she walked with my mom. My dad drove the RTV. But yeah, I mean, we all went from the house to the barn to look at the ducks.
But
for what-
everything seemed perfectly normal that day.
I mean, nothing's at that time, nothing stood out to me that wasn't normal. I mean, there was one thing that seemed not normal.
Go ahead.
Well, anytime my daughters asked my mom to come over there to spend the night or anything, she would jump at the opportunity to have that. And
Go ahead.
this time she said, no, I'm busy. And that just was that had never happened before. Like, I'd almost have to tell my mom, hey, back off. Like, I want to spend some time with my kids.
Because
And that's great. She loved my children. My children loved her. I love that, loved that.
But working in the yard and it was hot that day, yes?
Oh yeah, it was hot.
Hot that day. It's not unreasonable for someone to say, we'll do it tomorrow. I'm doing yard work today. That is not an unreasonable thing to say. It's not.
It wouldn't be an unreasonable thing for me to say,
This is just your interpretation
Right.
after years and everything that's happened. So let's do this. You were never, really no one was ever asked until about 2019, 2020, what your dad was wearing that day.
Mm-hmm.
What was the last thing? You remember finally somebody asked you, what was your dad wearing?
Yeah.
What was your dad wearing?
My dad, when he would work in the yard, would wear, or when I say the yard, it's a farm. Okay. So it's not like mowing the grass. I mean, there's things to do. He would wear long pants, almost like cargo pants. You like the type you get it like
Not Carhartt, but just cargo.
cargo.
Okay.
I don't know what brand, but outdoorish wear. And then I just remember him wearing it wasn't a t-shirt. It was like almost, those fishing shirts that.
Like a Huck shirt, something like that?
Yeah, it wasn't a Huck shirt, but I would have known if it was a Huck shirt. I like Huck shirts, but it wasn't, maybe like a Columbia.
Something like that.
Yeah.
PFG, some kind of shirt like that.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was your mom wearing?
I don't remember really. See, when you're thinking about these things back and forth and people are asking you, try to remember.
You want to know something? Nobody's ever asked you. Nobody's ever asked you or anybody what your mother was wearing that
I
day.
think somebody asked me that.
Well, what was she wearing?
Well, I don't really remember.
Okay. And so what was your last memory and interaction with your father?
I said, we'll see you. Maybe we can go watch fireworks the next. I'm sorry.
Take your time.
My last thing I said to my father was, all right, well, we're going to go back to Buckhead and, maybe we can go, see the fireworks tomorrow night or something like that. And I don't remember even what he said. I wish I did. I wish. That's all I remember.
But you do remember he was preparing a burn pile. A
Yeah,
large burn
preparing.
pile.
Oh yeah, he told me he was. He's like, I'm getting that ready to burn. I said, when are you gonna burn it? Tomorrow.
That evening you left and you went with Addie to the Poke Bowl. And take your time.
I don't know the name of the restaurant, but yeah,
I believe yesterday you said it was the Poke Bowl.
it's a poke bowl restaurant.
Oh, okay.
But it could be poke fin, poke what, I don't remember the
And you
exact
paid in
name.
cash.
I either paid or Jenna paid or Jenna was with us. I might have paid in cash. I don't remember.
And are you still married to Jenna?
No.
So y'all went back to your apartment. Is the Poke Bowl in the same building as the condo?
Oh, no. Poke Bowls at Peachtree Battle and Peachtree Street intersect. The Poke Bowl restaurant was.
And then y'all went back, and what happened?
After Poke Bowl, I know we went and got ice cream. They have these rolled ice cream places, and I always like to take my kids to like cool places like that, and where they freeze it and roll it, and they make it all fancy. So we went and got ice cream.
Like Cold Stone Creamery used to be, or maybe still is.
It's like Sub-Zero. Anyway,
yeah,
it's not important. But we went and got ice cream, and then we went back to the condo.
Okay. And what time did you go to bed?
I know he's
remember I watched
crying, but
Jaws
it's real.
that night.
I'd rather see real emotions.
Probably
He's not
one,
manufacturing it
because that's my
like
favorite
other
one.
people. Amber Reed.
I don't remember what time it was.
I mean, Amber Heard.
But you do remember that you
Amber Heard.
went to bed in a room by yourself.
Yeah, Jenna, and when the girls would come, they like sleeping next to Jenna. Yeah, so I slept in the guest room.
So both girls slept with Jenna?
Well, Ella was,
Up at Beth's.
She was
She was at Beth's.
At Beth's, yes.
So it was just Addie and Jenna sleeping in y'all's bedroom, and then you slept in the guest bedroom.
Correct.
All right. And then is it not also true that they came down to see you at the Peachtree Road race the next morning? You were already down there.
Who?
Addie and Jenna.
Well, I know Addie walked in with me.
She walked
What do
down
you
with
mean, Adair?
But what time was that?
It was early. It was a lot earlier than I normally would get up, probably on the 4th of July.
What time were you up on the 4th of July?
It had to be. I mean, that race starts early in the morning, so it had to be 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning.
And the farm was how far from your house?
It'd take you a good 45 to 50 minutes to get there from Buckhead.
45 to 50 minutes.
Yeah.
And
That's perfect.
okay, so the next morning, so
I
y'all
love
go,
these
did
little
you watch the
wafers.
whole race?
No, sir.
Okay.
Like we didn't see the actual competition people, like how they start with the professional runner. I'm a professional.
I'm going to ask you one more question, and then we'll move on from this topic. You was your phone ever dumped in this case? Like they did an extraction. We're always extracting phones in these cases, and it takes forever to actually do a case like this because so many phone extractions. But did they extract your phone?
No, sir.
Okay. And do you know, did they ever do any kind of a geofence on your phone? Do you know about that? To see
It's a
where you were?
YouTubey thing.
Yeah, absolutely. They told me they did.
They told you, but you don't know for sure. Did they show you a map?
I was shown a map at some point of something, but I don't remember what it was. I don't remember exactly what it was, but I was shown a map at some point during interviews about this whole thing.
Okay, because you've been interviewed a lot.
2 or 3 times.
Have you ever been considered as a suspect?
No, I don't think so.
That's a fair and honest answer. And a lot of times suspects are not, you don't know you're a suspect
But you
until
were the
it's
last
too late.
person who saw your father alive outside of your mother
And my daughter.
and maybe even Scott.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah.
Was your daughter already in the car when you walked away from your dad?
Was my daughter? I don't remember.
Don't remember.
I don't think so. But maybe I don't know.
Did you get in a fight with your dad about him regretting potentially paying that much money for this trip,
No.
and then maybe he was going to call off the trip?
Nope.
Okay, let's talk about the pool party. When did y'all went to breakfast? You went to Waffle House that day, or was that on the
Are you
3rd?
are you talking about the 4th?
The 4th, yeah.
We went to Cracker Barrel.
Cracker Barrel that day because you went up to Norcross to give a check to an individual that worked for you in your painting
I think
business.
his name was Julio. Yeah,
So you go out there, and what his name was Julio.
I think so. I think it was Julio.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you got back, and what time did the pool party start?
Oh, I don't remember. Sometime after noon, like after 12 p.m. But I don't remember exactly what time.
All right. And how long were you at the pool party before you took Addie up to the house?
Oh, man. A few hours. Maybe 2 or 3 hours at least, 3 or 4. I don't remember.
And you knew your mom was up at Lake Lanier Islands with
Cameron
Cameron.
and Scott. I mean, Cameron, Chad, and Amanda.
All right. But Scott was also over at Lake Lanier, but he was playing. He'd been playing golf that morning. Do you know?
I knew he was playing golf because I saw it on Snapchat. And I remember messaging him on Snapchat saying, God dang, you're playing golf early, aren't you?
Like, what time was he playing golf?
It was early, I don't remember exactly what time. I just remember, like, how you look at a picture and you see kind of the haze.
Like, he did a Snapchat post that morning about playing golf.
Yeah.
It's like a selfie.
No, not a selfie. It's just his Snapchat.
Okay. Just like of the golf course. Happy 4th of July. Maybe a beer or something. I don't know.
I don't know about a beer, but yeah, I think the Happy 4th of July thing probably.
Okay.
Yeah. Seems to ring a bell.
All right. So you texted back. So you knew he was there. You knew your mom was up at the lake. Your mom messages you, doesn't agree to meet on 400. You take her up to the house. Addie.
She called me.
Your mom called.
Mm-hmm.
What'd she say?
Like I said before, she said, hey, does Addie still want to come have the sleepover at the farm?
Obviously, she said, yeah.
Yeah, I just remember. Walked over. She's in the pool swimming. I said, hey, you still want to go up there? Because
You didn't really want to go because you're at the pool party.
I didn't want to go just because it was so late in the day. I was like, well, we're already kind of here, and so, but like I said, if she wanted to go, I was going to take her.
I want to ask you a question right now.
Okay.
So you took your daughter up there, and there she was. And I'm going to very point blank ask you this question.
Okay.
Don't you think it's a little absurd to think that if your mother gruesomely killed your father and burned him on a burn pile, that she would invite your daughter up to her house, her granddaughter whom she loved more than anything?
I think it's sick and twisted.
So you think, is that what you think?
Yeah.
Snap.
That
Not
was-
what you wanted to
What'd you
hear
do
out
the
of
rest
his
the night
mouth.
for?
Snap.
Went home. We shot fireworks and just hung out with Jenna. And that's it.
Okay. So tell me about the 5th. Let's move on to the 5th.
Holy crap.
Okay.
What'd you do? Tell me when you got up.
Woke up. I knew I needed.
Well, that would be just about as crazy as somebody zipping up a man in a suitcase and unaliving him. People have committed unalivings and had family over to roast marshmallows over their remains that the family didn't know they were doing. They do crazy stuff, y'all.
To go up there?
No,
Pick Addison
the
up.
the the
At
defense
some point,
the
Amanda
defense
called
attorney
me.
was not expecting that
She
answer.
said, Daddy's missing. And that increased my haste to get to the farm.
And Judge, if we could switch back over to the computer.
There is no love lost here. I see that. I get it. But I believe his
So-
testimony.
And I'm showing you what's previously been marked as Thrasher 51. Can you tell me, you walked up, where did you see Amanda and your mother sitting?
You see those steps?
And I'm pointing, these steps right here?
Yes, those.
And so were they just sitting on the steps? All right. What were they talking about when you walked up?
Oh, I don't know what they were talking about. I know what I was talking about.
Okay. What about Scott? Where was Scott?
He was not right there. I don't know where he was at the time. I don't remember. I don't know. I didn't know. You know, I hadn't talked to my brother.
So nobody was sitting on the back porch. Y'all never went back there?
Nobody was sitting on the back porch.
Okay. So where did you walk?
I walked into the kitchen first.
This is the kitchen, right?
Yep. I mean, that's where the door kind of goes in, right there.
Right. And this
And
is
then
this
you turn
is
right to the kitchen.
this is what the kitchen looked like that day. I gotta ask you a question. Do you smell any detergents or Cloroxes or anything like that?
I don't remember that. No.
Okay. And this would have been the dining room.
Yeah, that's the formal dining room.
And this kind of behind where this orchid plant is, that'd be the door going down to the basement.
Correct, sir.
Did you walk where did you go in the house?
Well, I walked in, you know, and I remember going to the kitchen, and then I'm thinking I need to find my dad's wallet, because that would tell if he's still possibly here or not. It would give a tell if he wouldn't leave the house without his wallet.
Right.
You know, he's missing. I'm trying to figure out where he's at.
Right.
That tells me, well, if his wallet's here, then
Because
he should be here.
and you've talked about, a number of witnesses have kind of talked about that your dad would just kind of go sometimes and be gone for a period of time, meaning he was at work. He just didn't tell everybody where he was at. Maybe go to Birmingham.
Yeah. No, I mean, he wouldn't text us every day and say, hey, this is my plan for the day.
He was kind of independent guy,
Right.
right? Kept to himself a lot. His world was small outside. He had his big business world.
He was pretty introverted when
But
he
he
was
was
at home.
introverted.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was kind of his domain was in that basement, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you went down to the basement, right?
Well, I went to the garage first to look in the Mercedes.
All right. Are you aware? This is shocking, but nobody's ever taken a picture of your dad's Mercedes for this case. Nobody. To see if that wallet was in the Mercedes or anything that was in that Mercedes. It was never taken.
Well, the picture I just saw is while it's sitting on the counter.
Okay, but nobody took a picture of his Mercedes.
Okay.
This is your dad's. Was this just kind of a formal library, but nobody actually used it?
I don't know.
It's very nice. I don't know.
I never sat in there. I would sit in there and look at like old yearbooks, or just look at, I mean, there's tons of, like, all my yearbooks are in there. We had a lot of things in there. But I never spent, hours sitting in there, or knew anybody who did.
So you walk downstairs. I'm trying to get there as soon as I can. Is there a way, Megan, to get just a screen of all the pictures? My constant inability to use technology will never cease to amaze. That's what I need. Thank you so much. You. I promise I'm going to take a class someday. Okay. So this is the kind of living room area downstairs, yes?
In the basement, correct?
In the basement?
Yes, sir.
Did you go down there?
Yes.
And as you were walking around down there, did you ever see any blood?
No.
Did you see a bullet?
No.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask you this. Are you aware? Now, at what point did Scott come up to you and tell you that a gun was missing?
he never came up to me and said a gun's missing. He just kind of was talking about it. That's what I testified to yesterday.
Well, I'm asking you again because sometimes.
Yeah, he never pulled me aside and said, hey, I have this gun. Like, he was saying it for everybody.
So Amanda was right there.
Oh, yeah.
Mom, right there.
Yeah.
Was that when you first came up?
No, I remember him saying that. This is after what we discovered in the burn pile.
Why don't you just shut her up in my room for a while?
From what I remember, from what
Then she'll pee in my room. Never mind.
And did you hear your brother say something to the effect of, I was in Afghanistan or Iraq. All right, he was in Iraq, correct? And I know what burned bodies look like.
I don't remember him saying that, but I think he told me he had said that or something.
Sorry, y'all. Had to do a comfort break.
Were you standing there when he was calling 911?
For puppers.
He told 911 that.
Yeah, no, because he said, when he said, get the girls out of here, I'm calling 911, I got the girls out of here.
Right.
Yeah, so I didn't hear his actual conversation with 911.
So are you aware that your brother Scott says that there was a revolver of some variety in that drawer right there?
Yes.
That he found it. Now, again, going back to and the statement you said earlier, and I'm going to ask you the question. The jury can hear the answer. But Grandma loves those grandchildren. How ridiculous is it that Grandma would leave a gun in open access?
Come here.
For children to have access to?
Well, I sure wouldn't do it.
But your mom wouldn't either.
I don't know that.
You know her.
I'm her firstborn son. I know her.
Did you ever hear the story of the year before when she made sure that when Scott had surreptitiously left the 32 in the barn, that she made sure it was moved up high so that those kids could never touch that gun in a barn?
I never heard that story.
And this, just because you're more familiar with the basement and the basement arrangement, these candles, like, is this glass holding up these candles?
It appears to be glass. I mean, you can see through it. I doubt they're plastic.
And that's a glass table.
It is, sir.
And this is fine leather furniture.
I'm sure
And
it
your
is.
mother had the finest furnishings.
She had
Nice stuff.
And when you were down there, nothing seemed out of place.
It didn't.
Nothing was broken.
Nope.
And then back to the dining room. These are fine silk chairs, are they not?
They are. I guess. I mean, I guess they're silk.
Well,
You say so. Like,
Well, I don't know.
I'll agree to that.
It was your mama's house. I just
They're
didn't know if you had to
nice.
sit there for a holiday or
I'm not
anything.
much on fabrics.
But it was a fabric chair.
Oh, yes, sir.
And these are fine, ornate lamps. Wouldn't you agree?
They're
Such a
very
bad
nice.
mommy.
All
Can't
these
toss the
furniture. But
toy.
nothing was broken. Nothing was out of place. You were there this weekend, the weekend before.
Yeah, no, nothing.
So you would agree with me that it's a bit absurd that the state is contending that that is where your mother shot your father. You would agree that's absurd.
I can't say that.
I don't agree with that. No. I don't know where she shot my
You're
dad.
not-
I don't know if she shot my dad.
Okay, if you notice his form of questioning, a lot of people don't like it, but it is a good way to do it. He is asking him, you would agree that you would agree with me that the cow was yellow, wouldn't you? Yes. I mean, he's like, you'd agree. He's putting the witness in a box and having to make the difficult decision to agree or disagree. And some of the questions are not necessarily agreeable or disagreeable. I don't think he's a strange witness, although I could see where you're going with that, Adair. I think he's a son in a very difficult position. I think that some of these questions are half true, half not true. Um, like this one, you would agree she wouldn't have, well, not necessarily. Does she love her furniture? Yes. But is it possible she shot him there? Yes. So I can't agree or disagree. That question, but the way the lawyer is asking these questions to me is good lawyering. I may not like. I'm I'm feeling the uncomfortableness of the son. I think that as some people are not as confident in his honesty and find him a little awkward, you guys sit in that boat where he is right now and try to row yourself out. I don't feel he's hiding because he's admitted to some very difficult things. He has confessed to some things that I wouldn't have wanted to confess to if I was on the witness stand. So I think, and I'm finding him truthful enough that if I'm a juror, I would believe him.
You don't know it. You don't know if.
Yeah,
You don't know.
I was.
He is
didn't see
shifting blame.
Anybody do anything to anybody?
But you were the first man on the scene there, one of the first.
Yeah,
Nothing out of place.
nothing was out of place, sir.
Same view in the basement, because that's also where the state is maybe contending where she shot your dad. Nothing out of place.
Right. I wasn't looking for bullets. I was looking for my dad's wallet. I was looking for my father.
So at this point, when he is looking for his father, I don't think he's thinking of murder. I think that, like the EMS and everybody that arrived on scene in the first few moments, heart attack, fell into the fire, burnt, that kind of thing. I don't think that they were immediately thinking unaliving by a weapon.
Ex-wife. When did y'all get a divorce, Jenna?
What does that have to do with this?
December of 2021.
And are you aware that she did an interview back in 2018, and she ended
Except for
that
the
phone
noise, the
call
cat's having
very
fun.
oddly with, "I'm done talking. Can I be done now?" Did you ever know that? Were you in the room when she was talking to Cock and Dog?
Nope.
Okay. And she never brought up any time ever seeing a gun. Did you find out later that all of a sudden she made up like she saw a gun, or do you know that at all?
No.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance. I need to get an objection button. Objection, relevance.
But again, when you went downstairs, nothing out of place. You went to his room.
I did.
CPAP machine was there. Did you check that?
I didn't check it. Like I didn't register in my mind to see if the CPAP was there. At that time, no.
So I'm going to ask you this. So you guys start then combing out across the property. You said you went out to the barn. Did you notice anything in the barn out of place?
No, sir.
Did you smell any cleaning chemicals in the barn?
No, sir.
Did you ever see the tractor?
No, sir.
There are a certain number of family members that know where the tractor normally is and things like that, but you wouldn't have been that guy. You didn't know that guy.
No, I didn't. No.
Okay.
I didn't know how to drive tractor.
Right. Did you look through the barn? Did you go up to Scott's apartment?
I don't remember if I would assume I did, but I don't remember exactly.
So let's talk about Scott.
Okay.
We're almost done. We're getting close to lunch. I know the jury's getting hungry, and so
Don't play that.
So are you.
He's quit baiting.
Scott was in the military.
Yes, sir.
What was his duties in the military?
He was infantry. I know he drove a Bradley, which is a armored vehicle.
Okay.
How old is
Do
that?
you know any details about his service?
No. I mean, I know, I don't know the name of the town in Iraq where he was stationed. but I remember.
How you feeling today?
Kind of telling me about it. I mean, he would call me from over there and say, check in, briefly. But I probably can't give you the most details about his exact service, like day-to-day type thing.
You should not be
Did,
able to.
He ever mentioned, because he mentioned a 911 and the number of law enforcement in this case, that he knew what a burned body looked like. Did he ever mention any stories, any situations in Iraq?
No. I
And
never asked.
And that's not unusual for
I know.
vets.
Yeah.
But he's mentioned it, and so that's why I was asking you, since you guys are much closer.
Yeah. No, I never asked him, and I didn't want to ask him about that. I just kind of, if he wanted to tell me anything like that, that'd be fine. But no, we never talked about that.
But your brother, being in infantry division, was obviously well.
Now, are you going to blame the brother?
Oh, yeah.
And had a number of firearms.
Mhm.
Okay. Now, I'm going to ask you this: did you ever
We
know
did have a 38
of your
special.
brother having a revolver?
No.
All right. Did you ever know of your brother having a 357 stolen from him while he was living in Columbus?
I know his apartment in Columbus got broken into, but I
You
don't
do?
know what was stolen.
What proof of that do you have?
Because I remember I went with my mom down there, and there was something. He told me about it. That's all.
He told you about it.
They told me about it.
That's it.
That's it.
Did you know that Scott was married?
I found that out eventually.
So he hid that from the family.
He hid it from me, I know.
So when did you find out that Scott got married while he was in the military?
What are you looking at?
What is that? 8? I can't see that.
Calendar.
Sunday. I'll help you.
He's looking at the calendar. They have a big calendar there for that month. Okay.
Yeah, I can see a little bit. Sunday today.
Yes, I'm having allergies. Opening up the nasal.
You
Yeah.
found that your brother
Sniffing glue. No, I'm
had
not.
been married
Yeah.
and divorced.
Menthol.
We
Yes.
believe. I don't know for sure. For the first time.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Wow.
So there were some things you didn't know about your brother,
Sure.
right? And did you know that almost for your brother to do anything on that farm, he had to ask your dad for the debit card? Every time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know every time, but
Would
I
it
thought-
shock you if I showed you text message after text message?
It wouldn't shock me that if he needed a debit card, but I don't know if he had a card that did, like an account for the farm. I don't know. I mean, that was never discussed with me.
Would it shock you that your brother, Scott, so it was his trail cam out there. Did you ever go see the trail cam?
No.
When you guys were walking the property, would it shock you that the last picture before the input that says delete is your brother Scott walking away from that trail cam? Would that shock you?
No. I mean, why would it shock me?
It wouldn't shock you that your brother deleted the trail cam the day you were looking for your father?
What?
I mean, I don't know.
That's
when that
new.
happened, if it was before. I don't.
No,
really
I'm
know.
talking right about 1 o'clock when you guys had called 911.
Right.
That he thinks to go to the trail cam and hit delete.
Yeah, I don't.
That's shocking,
I
isn't
don't
it?
really know the context of it, how that happened.
Did you know your brother had a drawer full of 38 special bullets?
Yeah, he told me
Yeah. And he had,
after this all happened.
like, how long after?
It was a while after. It was like a year, and we were just talking about things. And he said, "Yeah, I had some 38 caliber ammunition. It was some of it, it's kind of like a junk drawer." And my friends, one of my friends, because his buddies would come over and shoot at the farm, and they would bring their guns. And he's like, "Yeah, that's where that ammunition came from."
The tactical shooting. Did you ever see him do any drills of tactical shooting? Like on Facebook?
Oh, yeah. Well, I noticed he would kind of, I mean, he was, how would you say, his form was, he'd be like kind of walking, things like that. So at tactical shooting, I remember seeing a video.
You've seen him do it?
Yeah.
He's pretty good at it, you'd say.
Scott's always, we used to go hunting and stuff. He's always been a good shot.
In the multiple interviews that you had in this case, I mean, there's things, Chris, I got to tell you, you're a pretty smart guy. You are. And you could see you along the way. You could see you along the way questioning even things that even the police weren't questioning. They asked you, like, how could your mother have moved your dad? And you just, I don't know. I don't think there's any way. Someone must have helped her. That's what you said. Do you remember saying that?
Oh. I don't remember saying that, but I don't think it's unreasonable that I might have said that.
Okay.
There's no way she could have removed that
Because
body
I'm not going to convince you. I don't
unless it was done there.
I'm trying. Is this jury right here?
Moving that body for her is near impossible.
But let's just legitimately talk about this. Your dad was how big?
I mean, he's bigger.
Because you're tall, but you're skinny.
I mean, I'm skinny. That's like a crazy here, but
how much
my dad was a big man.
How much do you weigh?
Right now, I weigh 245 pounds.
All right. How much did you weigh in 2018?
Probably probably about the same. Maybe
Okay.
235, maybe, I fluctuate between 230 and 245. 250.
Let's talk about your brother. He's bigger than you, right?
He's taller than me.
Yeah. How much does he weigh?
I don't know. I don't know. I've never talked to him about how much he
Y'all
weighs.
are all big. Y'all are big dudes.
Right.
Okay. So, but he's probably, if he's taller than you, it's reasonable to say he's between 250 and 300 pounds.
Sure.
Okay. And your dad was about how tall and how much did he weigh?
I would say anywhere. He's my height, around 6'4", and he probably weighed, anywhere from 280 to 300 pounds. I would say.
On the heavier side, wouldn't?
Yeah.
Okay. So you were questioning even Hayes and Kuykendall. How could my mom do this? You don't have an answer to that, do you? Because how much does your mother weigh?
Maybe between 100 and 120 pounds, or I don't know how much she weighs.
Oh, you're so right,
But at the time.
Adair.
maybe
Hi,
somewhere
Evil
between-
Queen. How are
She's a
you?
little
Thank you
Never
for
asked
watching.
her.
How tall is your mama? She's a little lady.
5'5".
My height. I'm the same height she
I
is.
told the jury yesterday
I'm shrinking.
that when you left that evening, there was a lot of things that maybe you even blacked out on that day. It was a long day. I understand that. But you told the jury yesterday that as you were leaving, you couldn't even get a tank of gas because your
My
checking account had been
overdrawn. Yeah.
bounced.
Not well. I can't remember if it was bounced or if it was like a security holder. I went. It said please see cashier.
Yep, we
I don't
cornbread
remember
fed.
exactly what, but yeah, I think I told. I wasn't able to use it. Let's put it that way. And I didn't have a credit card on me.
Why did you
That's okay, Adair.
as time went on, you became the temporary executor of the estate and you lost it. Why did you lose that? Why was that taken from you?
What?
From what I remember, I don't think it was taken. It was just kind of agreed upon because obviously my sister Amanda and my mother were very much opposed to that of me. And so she had an attorney.
Wasn't it?
But I don't remember if it was taken from me or if we just all kind of agreed like, okay, let's just do.
Did Barry Bishop or Jeff Rustbridge ever tell you it was because of your inability to manage the assets of the estate?
Nobody ever told me
That you were losing assets of the estate?
No, Barry Bishop and Jeff Rutger. I mean, we had a conversation that basically said, well, your mother is accusing you of doing these things. And I said, I have no access to the funds of the estate. It's all frozen.
Your Honor, if I may have one brief moment.
Woo woo. Wah, 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 wah. Something's gonna hit. The thing is that if the assets are frozen, then he can't do anything. So what you just said is nil.
Yesterday, you said something that struck me, and I think it's important.
The little girl that was
get your
sitting
words
behind him and
right.
couldn't control her face is gone.
You said something to the effect, Ms. Frankish asked you a question about the finances and your father passing. And I believe you said his kids would financially gain if he died.
Well, I mean, it's just a matter of fact. If your parents pass away, the money, you know, like I have a will too, you know, I have a, like if something was to happen to me, my kids would, you know, get what I have. I have life
It's a
insurance.
natural order
Both of
of
my daughters'
estate
names
is what he's talking about.
I believe you said that they would be fine. You would be better off financially.
on it. I don't remember saying that,
But you would be financially better off
if what?
if you were to get the estate.
Praise
in this
God.
case.
So the car did not get flooded.
Because it's still held up,
Like
correct?
right now?
Thank
Like
you,
nothing,
Jesus.
you've been, nothing's been able to access because, of course, this case
Right.
is going on.
Yeah. No, I mean,
Attention, 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 everybody. We have a Jules update. Jules, as per 11 o'clock, I'm home. No damage. No internet, but she does have power. Still no car. I have to wait for something to open and have it towed. This could have been much worse. Praise God. Thank you. Oh my gosh, Jules, we are happy for you. We are saddened for those who were not in the position you were in, but with your health and everything that you've gone through, and I was like, we just could not add insult to injury, and I'm so relieved for you, babe. So relieved. And she's texting. I see the little dots wiggling, so I'm seeing what she's writing. But at least she's got electricity. At least her home is in one piece. That is huge. It's been so stressful for her and millions of other people. Right now, it's 2.6 million. Oh, she does not know if the car got flooded. Haven't been able to talk to the neighbors yet. But thank you so much for the update. I really appreciate it. But 2.6 million people without electricity. And thank God Precious Jules has electricity. So we're very pleased. I'm actually feeling a little better. I've been kind of honestly quietly in the background, very concerned.
nothing's been accessed at all.
Right.
So, I mean, it's
So
Minute.
you would financially benefit if your mother is convicted of murder.
Nope.
you know, I guess you could say that.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
I mean, he's being honest, but how is that so? And redirect needs to hit that hard. The house was foreclosed on, assets seized. They lived big. They had money. They spent more money than they had. She had a high expectation of an elite lifestyle. And so with this case, the lawyers, I doubt there's anything left. So that is a minute point. Let's see if redirect hits that. Because if I was redirect, that's the first place I'd
Where would
go.
you find your mom? What would she be doing for the family?
Cooking, kitchen.
She's usually in the kitchen.
Was that kind of like her domain? She liked.
You've
to
done
cook?
great, love. I hope you
Yeah,
get some
I mean,
rest.
She was always cooking at family gatherings. That was
Did she cook for your dad too?
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Weaver brought up guns quite a bit. Do you know anything about guns?
A little bit, you know, I had a couple guns I bought in 2020 and 2021. I've gotten to the hobby of shooting. You know, I'd go to the shooting range, and I had a buddy who managed the shooting, I think it's the shooting alley or quick shot in Buckhead. So he wouldn't charge me he'd just let me come. So, yeah.
Do you know enough to know the difference between a revolver and like a semi?
Good night. Please do,
automatic
love.
pistol?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you ever know anybody in your family? Now, when I asked you this question, we already know about the 32, the older one in the barn. Did you know
Mhm.
about that one?
Yeah.
Whose was that?
That was my grandfather's.
Okay. And did he have other kinds of pistols?
Yeah. Yes.
What did he have? Do you know?
I just remember him. I spent a lot of time up in Muscle Shoals, Alabama. Okay, so when he would close the hardware store, he armed himself, and it was almost like a shoulder. I don't know what the word is. Forgive me, but it's like a holster where you kind of put it around your arm, not around your waist, but kind of like, I don't know what that's called.
Like a backstrap type.
Right, and he had a revolver.
But you didn't know what kind.
I didn't know what kind. No.
When Scott's guns got stolen, around what year was that?
He would have just been back.
Ronnie has an appointment today, so she's not going to be
Or
available.
2012?
I would say probably so. Yeah.
Before 2016?
Yeah, I mean, because he was at Benning when he got back from Iraq.
I think a dental appointment or
Oh, he
something.
was stationed there. You know,
Sorry, Adair.
lived in an apartment there.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
No objection.
Chris, I just want you to look at this and read it to yourself before I ask you some questions about it.
What kind of pistol?
Go to yourself.
Oh, sorry.
Does that appear to be a text message between you and your brother Scott?
Yes.
State moves to enter into evidence C. Farris 1.
No objection.
If you could, well, I'm going to come back up to you because I don't have another copy of this. If you could read this to the jury for me and read the date and time.
On 7/10/2016 at 11:53 a.m., it looks like I texted my brother, "What kind of pistol do you have?" ? On 7/10/2016 at 12 p.m., he texted me, "I don't have one." Or don't have one. There's no I. It's just don't have one.
Thank you. Chris, do you recall ever seeing a revolver in any of the homes, in your Alpharetta home or the farm?
Yeah. I saw a revolver other than the 32 at my parents' house in Alpharetta, the Hampton Hall house, Ridgehaven Run, the house they lived in before the farm.
And where did you see that?
It was on the counter in the kitchen.
Do you know why it was there?
I don't know why. I had come over and it was sitting there. And I grabbed it and because it was just sitting out, and I grabbed it and I put it on top of the fridge. It was like a longer burger basket was up there, and I put it up there. Yeah.
And was did you say what kind of gun that was?
It was a revolver.
And have you ever seen it since then?
No, sir. No, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am.
That's okay. Did you ever ask either of your parents about it?
I don't remember.
You mentioned,
He's
that the kids could
exhausted,
possibly gain
and I really don't
behavior
blame
that
him
has
at
to-
all.
Scott was living at the farm, and your dad was funding his life. Is that true?
Sure, yeah.
When your dad passed, who did the farm go to?
My mother,
So if your dad had passed, Scott would essentially be homeless.
yes,
And your mom was the beneficiary of your dad's 401k.
correct.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Very briefly. Oh, as to the gun back at the Hampton Hall house, what did it look like?
I remember
Y'all-
being like,
For those of you who watch Lawyer, they appear to be fine. However, he had some video where big trees fell. I can't hear, so I don't know if there's any damage to the house, but outside the house, there's massive trees that fell. But other than that, he looks okay.
kind of like a shiny
Sorry.
metallic. You know, like the metal of the gun?
Mhm.
It was kind of like shiny. And I almost remember it having like a, almost like an ivory handle to it.
Old gun?
Maybe. I don't know. I'm not a gun history.
No, I
Old
got it.
that can
not
look
a gun
um,
history person,
new
but
that
I
looks
know
old.
Some stuff. Yeah.
Long nose or short nose?
Short nose.
And you've never told anybody in any of your interviews this before, right?
No one
None of
asked.
that.
That's all I have, Joe. Well, hold on. Mr. Ray says I got something else. That's all I have.
Anything else? I can step down.
Thanks.
We got a 20-minute witness. Okay, let's bring them on in.
Get her in there. Get it done.
State culture. Formerly Ferris.
I haven't heard anything about
Oh,
Brandy.
no.
If anybody's heard about Brandy, let me know.
Unless you want to do your direct, and then you can come back over all that.
Judge, Mr. Weaver is informing me she may be longer than I'm anticipating.
We'll get through your direct and then
Okay.
then we can break.
Yeah, that's fine. I just don't want to hold these guys up to you.
And
Sorry, I didn't mean to jump that far ahead. This may be her
Oh,
daughter.
If you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, you can have a seat. And if you could, please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the court.
My name is Jenna Pawlowski, Jenna. Last name Pawlowski.
Thank you. And are you formerly Jenna Ferris?
Correct.
Okay. Were you married to Chris Ferris for a period of time?
Oh,
That's correct.
How long?
ex-wife.
About 6 years, almost 6 years. We were together for 13 years total.
Together for 13 total. And what years were you married?
2015, separated. 2021 in April, and finalized divorce December 2021.
If you could, you have a very soft voice. If you could
Sorry.
please speak up just a little bit so
Yes.
all of the jurors can hear you. Okay. So you were married to Chris when his father was murdered. Is that
Correct.
Okay. What I want to talk about is we have a calendar up there. It's essentially that week, that first week in July. And you and I have spoken briefly before today, right? Okay. Okay. So, do you remember what you did on Monday, July 2nd of 2018?
Monday, I believe I was at work.
Where did you work at the time?
Cooper Carey, architecture firm.
And did you have normal work hours?
8:30 to 5:30. It's downtown Atlanta.
And did the girls plan to come into town, Ella and Addison?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have a good relationship with them?
Yes.
What day were they planning to come into town?
I don't remember the day
Okay.
exactly. I had just started that job about a year prior, so I remember working a lot that week and having the 4th as a holiday.
Okay.
But I do not remember what day exactly they were coming in.
So if the day of the 4th was the day of the pool party, the day before that would be the 3rd.
Right.
Were they there on the 3rd?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember talking to law enforcement at any point during the investigation of this case?
Only on the phone. Maybe within that week, on that weekend, that Saturday, I think, I was with my friend Carrie and her 2 nieces that were around the same age as Ella and Addie. And we had them at the pool, and I got a call from someone about the case, and they questioned me about Chris's whereabouts and where we had dinner. And that was the last time I heard anything.
During that interview, would you say your memory would have been better that week?
Absolutely.
Okay, so if the girls were there on the 3rd, and you said that they were there on the 3rd in that interview, would that be accurate?
Yes, definitely.
So let's go into the night of the 3rd, the evening of the 3rd. Did you work on the 3rd?
I think so,
Okay.
yes.
So after work, when you came home, do you remember seeing Ella or Addison at your condo with Chris?
I believe yes, I remember seeing them. I know Ella wanted to go up to the farm, and I can't remember if she was already there or not. But I believe Addie, Chris, and I got dinner that night.
Do you know where you got dinner? You can just name a city if you don't.
It was around our condo in Buckhead where we lived. It was Asian. I don't know if it was sushi or some kind of Asian food, I think. I can't remember.
How long was your dinner that night?
Typical, maybe an hour or so. We didn't get any alcohol. It was one of those places I think you order and just sit down, or it's pretty in and out quick.
Okay.
So
what did you do after dinner?
as far as I can remember from 6 years ago, I went home back to the condo.
Okay. Do you remember if you went home alone and Chris and Addison went to go do something, or did you go do something with them after dinner? Maybe get ice cream?
I don't remember.
Okay. But that night, did you all stay at the condo?
Yes.
The 3 of you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Was it typical for Addison to sleep with you when she came to stay?
Yes.
Okay, why is that?
We just had a king size bed, and I don't know. She just liked sleeping next to me
Where would Chris sleep?
in the other bedroom.
in the other bedroom.
Mhm.
So the next day was the 4th of July. Peachtree Road Race was happening.
Mhm.
Did you get up and go watch the Peachtree Road Race?
Yes, I remember waking up. It was maybe 8, 7, 8, 9, somewhere in that time, maybe around 8. And we walked up because we lived in Buckhead, so we lived off Peachtree. So we walked up and watched the race go by, handed out waters and drinks, and watched everyone.
Who's we?
Addison and I and Chris was kind of, I can't remember exactly, but I don't think he walked up with us at first, but he was there.
He was there, and then maybe you guys met him there.
Right.
So we're on the 4th, the morning of the 4th. After the Peachtree Road Race, do you remember what you guys did?
No, I really don't. I want to say we went to the pool. Other than that, there's really nothing that sticks out was any different than any other 4th of July.
Sure. When you were at the pool, was it you, Chris, and Addison?
Yes.
Did Chris and Addison leave at any point?
I really don't remember.
Do you remember you and I talking about those days
Yes.
on Zoom? We met.
Yes,
we
yes,
chatted on Zoom.
yeah.
Okay. And did I tell you what to say or anything? How to
No.
answer questions?
No,
Okay.
no.
And we talked about in 2018 on the 4th of July, Chris taking Addison to the farm.
Right.
Would that sound?
Yes, because Ella was there and she wanted to go up there too.
Ella was up north at the farm.
Somewhere up there.
Somewhere. Okay, and that's okay that you don't remember all these details.
Yeah,
So, do you remember, was it afternoon, evening, nighttime when Chris and Addison went up to the farm?
I believe late afternoon, possibly into the evening.
How long were they gone?
Not long, it was maybe a 45, 50-minute drive from Buckhead up there. So about whatever, double that. I would imagine he dropped her off and said hi to someone, or he came right back.
Chris came back?
Yes.
Was Addison with him?
No.
So then what did you and Chris do when he came back?
We hung out with our neighbors where we lived and just shot off some fireworks. They shot off some fireworks in the parking lot. That was it. Stayed around our condo.
Did Chris ever leave again that night?
On the 4th?
Yes.
No.
Did he leave the house the night of the 3rd?
To drop Addison off?
After dinner, did he ever leave again?
Not that I knew or heard or no.
So on the 4th, you guys just went to bed.
Yep.
And then, did you have to work the next day on the 5th?
Yes,
Okay.
I remember that.
So what happened on the 5th that stands out in your mind? Did you get a phone call?
Yes. So I was at work and it was about 12:30, give or take. And Chris called me and all he said was, "You have to come to the farm right now and get the girls."
And what did you do?
I said, "Is everything okay?" And all he did was repeat the exact same sentence. And I said, which was, "You have to come to the farm and get the girls." And so I left. I told my boss at the time I had an emergency. I have to go. So drove up there, was extremely worried and crying, and called my mom and told her, wasn't sure what was going on. And I got a text message that said, "My dad is gone." And
From who?
from Chris, as I was exiting off 400, and I just started crying. And I got to the farm, and there were tons of people everywhere. And my only focus, I was driving my Camry, my only focus was just to protect Ella and Addie and make sure Chris was okay. And I had no idea what was going on. I don't think he knew either. He was visibly shaking. He was so distraught.
Chris.
His voice was shaking. He was just in shock, I could tell, in complete and utter shock. I had no idea what had happened. So all I did, I took the girls, and Ella and Addie were sitting there. Addie was very quiet. She didn't have her phone with her. Ella kept asking, "What's going on? What happened? Why won't anyone tell me what happened?" And then that's when Kendall Lee called me, the girl's mother, and talked on the phone with Ella, and explained. She wasn't on speaker, but I still heard her. Said, "Ella, Big Daddy's no longer with us." And Ella sat there, and at this time we had kind of pulled over off the driveway, and Ella just said, was on the phone, said, "Okay." And after that, I really don't remember what we talked about, but I took them back to Buckhead to our condo. And from that day forward, when they were here, I just wanted them to have a normal, be kids. And we took them to Main Event. We took them to just things like that, Cheesecake Factory. And I just wanted them to get away from all of that and not have to worry about that and enjoy their summer. And unfortunately, they couldn't really be with their dad because he was having to deal with all of this. So
Did you also bring Cameron back with you?
yes, yeah, she
To the
came.
condo?
She came with us too.
So after that, did you see Melody again?
Yes.
When?
I'm trying to remember. She was in our condo unit in the hallway. I don't remember why or which day, but she gave me a hug and was hugging the girls, and that's really all I can remember. I don't know why, the circumstances, who was doing what.
Sure. Did she say anything to you that stood out that time?
She said, "I can't believe this is happening to our family." And it was just a very weird feeling. Ever since I picked the girls up and had been,
Shot within a
I
shot.
don't know, it was just a weird feeling. It's just something did not sit right overall, just with everything.
Oroshoto.
Did Melody ever
Hello,
complain
K-Swan.
money, owing her money?
Yes. So after
Sorry, I was in the baby.
everything not calmed down, but I think about a couple weeks later, she started text messaging me about bills that Gary had paid for, like our Comcast bill at the time. Did I know about them? And I said no. That was basically it. And it was things that she was saying, I can tell you more, I can show you more, and show you what's going on, or something like that. I don't remember the exact wording, but it was things like that I just wanted to avoid and get away from. I just did not
Stay out
want
of
to be involved unless I needed to.
When you and I met, you had some information that you thought people needed to know, but you didn't get the opportunity to say back in 2018.
Mhm.
Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. So I sort of just asked you, okay, what is that information? So at any point, well, let me ask you this. In the weekend prior to the 1st of July, so June,
Mhm.
was it Gary's birthday?
We were celebrating his birthday and Father's Day, I think, all kind of on that whatever day we were there, Saturday or Sunday.
Okay, so
Checking the
prior to,
boxes.
It was late June.
Late June.
Mm-hmm.
And at that gathering, I will say, Did you and Melody hang out with each other and converse?
I mean, not specifically to be alone, but we were, I don't remember where. I think we were walking outside in the basement, towards the basement, the double doors out there. So I think, I want to say there was something in the kitchen that maybe was redone or remodeled, or there was something new down there that I was looking at, or she wanted me to look at, I think. I can't remember why, but.
And what stood out to you about that encounter?
Well, I walked down there and the whatever credenza, I don't remember exactly where, but she opened the drawer and she said, "This is my granddaddy's gun." And I said, "A revolver." And I said, I don't even remember what I said because it was so, I don't know why. I don't know why, but I just kept moving on.
And
So
when we met, I showed you a couple of photos. What room in the house was this?
this was the first room when you walk down the basement.
And when we met, I showed you a couple of photos so you could identify. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Okay.
I'm showing you states Thrasher 45 and defense exhibit Thrasher D1. Are these similar to the images that I had showed you?
Yes.
And is that piece of furniture in either of these photos?
Yes.
Which photo?
I want to say this first one, the kitchen to the left.
Is that Thrasher 45?
Yes,
Okay,
Thrasher
and I'm gonna go
45.
ahead and Publish that one real quick so you can.
Okay.
Sorry, I suspect the mother is going to blame the other brother. That's my suspicion. Doesn't mean I'm right. We'll see. We'll see if I'm right. Doesn't mean I am, but I have that suspicion.
Okay, this is the photo you identified?
Yes.
Okay, and which piece of furniture did Melody open to show you the gun?
The wooden cabinet on the left.
Do you know much about guns?
No.
Do you know was it a long gun, short?
Shorter?
Yeah, I don't get
What
that.
did
Just
it-
because you have a lead shooter doesn't mean
It
that
was
you
kind of
did it.
curved.
Curved. What was the color?
I want to say like a silver color.
Let
I
me
don't
ask you
remember.
this. Do you know the difference between a semi-automatic pistol, like what police carry, versus like a cowboy gun?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Which one did it look like?
Like the cowboy one.
The cowboy one?
Mhm.
And when we met, did I show you 3 different photos of a cowboy gun?
Yes.
3 different
Yeah.
versions? And did you identify one that it may have looked like?
Yes.
At this time, state moves to admit J. Farris 1, 2, and 3.
Okay.
John, I'm gonna
All right.
show you.
When we go out. But
Right.
We'll deal with that later. All right.
One of them is,
We'll deal with
Yes.
that later.
yes. That is fine. Okay, this is one that I showed you.
Mhm.
I don't.
Keep them all up here.
What I've said is the possibility that the son did it and she's protecting him, or they both did it. She may not have pulled the trigger, but she's involved.
One.
She knows.
and then the third.
That I do believe. Do I
That's
believe she did it
accurate.
by herself?
Yes.
Absolutely not.
Okay, let me see if I can get that third one.
I can't get that
And
my head around that. She didn't do it alone.
identified one
There was some help somewhere
when we met.
if she was involved.
Here we go. Out of 1, 2, and 3, which one did it look like?
I really don't remember which one.
So when we met, you had sort of mentioned it looked like Jay Ferris 2. Would that be accurate? Again, do you know much about guns?
I really don't.
Do all revolvers may look the same to you?
I didn't even get a great look, and correct, yes, I really have not ever handled any or been around them ever.
Had you ever seen this gun before?
No.
Did you ever see it again?
No.
And law enforcement, you didn't get the opportunity to tell law enforcement about this. Is that fair?
No. And I was never contacted.
Was the family, did you and Chris have conversations about talking to the police or not talking to the police or anything like that?
It was just mainly him keeping in touch with the detective, and once he was off the phone, he would just update me on what the news story, or not news story, but what happened. What was
New
going to
findings.
happen, what the next steps were, but there wasn't anything that we discussed
Thank you, Evil Queen.
that wasn't already out there.
That's all I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, looks like a good
Here
time to
comes
break
the fun
lunch. Let's go for.
Look at her. She's like, this is just giving me a headache.
Y'all be back at 20 after, so we can be up and running by 1:30. All right.
Wow, that's a long lunch. Okay, guys, so we got time to kill. Here's some interesting news. Are you ready for this? Da, 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 da. I'm sorry. I digressed. You're going to yeet me out of here in a minute. Okay, listen to this. Prisoners use kettle fragment to burn holes in windows for a drone drug deliveries. Are you freaking kidding me? We have an hour to kill, roughly. Prisoners have used kettle fragments to burn holes in the windows and receive drug deliveries by drone at a jail housing some Britain's most dangerous criminals. Well, people don't understand a lot of those windows are very, very thick plastic. Charlie Taylor, the chief inspector of the prisons, said prisoners at the HMP Manchester had managed to burn through newly fitted windows that were supposedly secure in order to allow deliveries that contributed to the catastrophically high levels of illicit drugs in the prison. Oh my gosh. Mr. Taylor, I've got to read this, added that the organized crime gangs where they're targeting the lucrative drug market within prisons, and nearly 4 in 10 inmates, 39%, were testing positive for illicit drugs. They couldn't figure out what was going on. He warned that the substance were fueling the highest rate of violence in any men's jail in England and Wales. Later, the Justice Security, Mr. Taylor said, was placing the prison in an emergency measures, requiring her to draw up actions to plan to restore order. Manchester is the 8th prison to be issued an urgent notification by Mr. Taylor, who warned that its problems were becoming an endemic, not epidemic, imminent, horrific, and many jails were demanded in attention of the government. Oh my God. The jailhouse category A prisoners and inmates have included Ian Brandy, the Moors murderer, Harold Shipman, the serial killer GP, and Charles Bronson, described as Britain's most violent prisoner. So, given the severity of the situations, inspectors were concerned how long it would take for the prison to service to install more secure cell windows or replace the damage, netting over exercise yards. Okay, so the prisoners had used the heating element in their kettles. So prisoners in Britain get kettles. They must have their tea to burn holes in the newly fitted windows. They were not effective in preventing drone access. Only 19% of prisoners left their wing to do work, educating, or training. So that is funny. Chronic rodent infestation, including rats, persisted, particularly in and around the segregated unit, which was made worse by the amount of food thrown out of the windows. Many cell windows were smashed, and prisoners were ripping up from the mattresses and pillows to push into the window frames to stop the cold air from getting in. This is why it's very difficult inspection, and my team shocked at the level of decline they were found in Manchester. The prison was fundamentally not safe enough for those living and working there. And drugs presented the critical threat to the security of the prison. So they were taking their heating coils, and the windows were plexiglass, a very thick plastic, and so they were heating holes in it, and drones were delivering drugs. That's ingenious, you guys. That's brilliant. As they would say, that's bloody brilliant. I'm gobsmacked at that one. Wow. Ooh. Excuse the yawn. That to me was absolutely insane. So how are y'all believing, or what are y'all believing concerning the man, the testimony of her son today? Well, even her daughter. I want y'all to chime in. I'm going to look for some videos of the conditions. I'm trying to look for, well, I don't want to share Lawyer Your Nose live without his permission. They had some downed trees. I did not see them showing any house damage. I'm going to show this because they freaking have an interpreter. Oh my God. They have an interpreter. But that means I'm going to have to move my own self from the image because I'm now hiding her. So let me move me here and turn on the sound.
We reopen Waterside, but as of now, our initial assessments is they will likely be able to resume operations very quickly. We still have a lot of school closures for today. I think Floridians should just keep in contact with their local officials about what that's going to be. I would imagine a lot of the schools that were not necessarily in the direct path of the storm will be open tomorrow. It may take a few more days for some of the places that were harder hit. Now, as you survey damage and clean up, please be cautious of hazards. We have post-storm fatalities almost every storm, and a lot of these fatalities are avoidable. So please be cautious of downed power lines. Don't touch them. Don't remove tree debris that may be entangled with downed power lines. Standing water can conceal downed power lines and other hazards, so please be mindful and never walk through storm waters. Standing storm waters can also carry a bacteria that can lead to fatal infections. This type of infection was responsible for a fatality following Hurricane Helene, so please avoid wading through standing water. Please use proper ladder safety. Please use proper generator safety. Do not operate the generator inside your home. It must be outside, a safe distance from doors and windows. Visit Florida's emergency accommodation modules on Expedia and Priceline will remain available for those who are returning to their homes, which were evacuated during the storm and sustained damage, or in need of other type of shelter. So these models will continue to provide real-time hotel availability and lodging resources, making the experience easier for users. If traffic lights are out in your area, please drive with caution and treat each light as you would a four-way stop. And also remember, if you're going to use a chainsaw, be very careful with that. We have mishaps on that after every storm. We are extending the Hope Florida line for another 2 weeks at 24 hours, 7 days a week. So if you need assistance or resources post-storm, you can call 1-833-GET-HOPE, 1-833-GET-HOPE. Hope Florida's Disaster Arm, Activate Hope, is a program designed to help people find help following a disaster such as a hurricane. So you can call the Hope line. You can also visit the Hope bus, which will be in some of these areas very soon. There'll be announcements about that.
A lot of sand,
Florida Commerce and the State Emergency
sand.
Response Team activated the Business Damage Assessment Survey in response to Hurricane Milton. Business owners can self-report physical and economic damage caused by the storm. Businesses can complete the survey online at floridadisaster.biz, floridadisaster.biz. Florida Commerce has also activated the Small Business Emergency Bridge Loan Program. We have $50 million available to Florida small businesses, and it's a zero interest loan.
Really
with
high
very flexible repayment options. You can apply for loans of up to $50,000 through the program. Loans of up to $100,000 are available for agriculture.
I can't. That drone. That I can't do it. I could if she was bigger, I could verbally go from ASL to English, but she's so small, it's hard to see her. They need to put her almost as big as I am. I mean, that's little, but at least they have her. They could have covered her, make her about that big right next to him would be great. But I appreciate you having her, Florida. Thank you very much for the attempt of accommodation, better than anybody else. You just need to make her bigger because we can't see her. She's too small. I can't even figure out what her grammar on her face is telling me. Is she asking a question or making a comment? But we can definitely see the damage. This is interesting. While we kind of let this footage roll. Yeah, case one. I think I just hear a movie that did that. Maybe that's where they got the idea to have their drugs delivered via drone. What about the guards at the guard tower? How do they cannot see drones delivering drugs? How can you not see that? That is freaking, for those of you who are just joining, thank you very much for joining. We're talking about in Britain, where one of their prisons had the inmates use their tea kettles and took the heating element, which is probably about that big, and burn a hole through their fiberglass windows. And drugs were being delivered by drones. I'm like, what? That was pretty insane and really ingenious. I mean, that was definitely one way to do it. That will definitely be one way to do it. Hey, I wonder if that was the refrigerator we saw floating last night. Wonder if that was the one that floated down the river last night. But yep, a lot of damage. Thankfully, Jules is home. She has electricity, no internet. She is sleeping right now, so we're not bothered. She does not know the condition of her vehicle yet. She does not, it will have to be a towed situation. Does not know if it was flooded or not. She is waiting to see if that occurs. We will be with her in prayer and thought and hope that everything will be well. But Oh my gosh. So let's see if I can find something a little more, something else that we can watch that have that. Let's see what the sound sounds like now, but that driving drone noise, I couldn't handle it.
The extenuating circumstances at the neighborhood level. So please make sure you're checking before you come back home. Major flooding continues along the Hillsborough, St. Johns, and Little Wekiva rivers.
We're gonna
I'm
switch
going to
to
take
this
just
channel. I like them
Correct.
better
Already
anyway.
saturated grounds, as we mentioned. It's been a very wet summer. You throw a tropical cyclone on top of it, which is Milton, and you get these high winds that we saw last night, and voila, you end up with wind damage like you see here from Lakeland.
Downtown Lakeland. Barrett sending this one in. Yeah, we've seen a lot of damage coming in from around Polk County. Let's see here. This is Melissa from Lakeland photos and from Milton. And yeah, you can see the street light kind of dangling there dangerously, but did not fall. Looks like a safety chain was in place. That is good to see. A ton of screened in backyards.
The pool
that
is
have,
void
that have,
of water.
Just folded
That's
in,
interesting.
collapsing under the weight of Milton's winds.
Yeah, this one's from Bradenton, and yeah, you can see that pool cage enclosure just completely collapsed due to those strong winds. And we typically do see this sort of thing with hurricane damage across our portion.
If you ever have a what we call a caged patio, and it's a screened, it's not a plexiglass, it's a screen. As horrible as it is to replace the screens, if you slice at least 50% of the screen sections, just do an X where the wind can whip through. If you slice your screens, which is the cheapest part of the structure, it most likely will salvage the metal part and keep that from being destroyed unless something hits it, which is the most expensive part, just FYI.
Portion of the state of Florida.
Yeah, good to see the generator or battery backup there. So clearly
Yes.
a plan in place
And
being
it's outside,
executed.
exactly where it should be.
Absolutely. Lena saying here, Parkwood Drive in Valrico. This is their neighbor's house, they say.
Oh, a
and
tree
there-
limb.
We've been talking about trees in living rooms. And we're not exaggerating when we say trees into living rooms, almost to the point where it's touching the ground.
Yeah, it's crazy. And that's why we encourage you, before the storm season does start, you want to trim those limbs back away from your home, because this scenario, it can play out with high winds that we've had across the region.
Look at the boat.
All right,
My
so
gosh,
this
look at
is-
that.
Yeah, this is. I mean, look at the car damage there, in addition to the house damage as well. St. Lucie is where this is coming in from. The Associated Press reporting that there are 4 people dead in St. Lucie. Also, St. Lucie is the site of where the sheriff's office there got hit by a tornado. We're waiting on updates out of St. Lucie County to our south. We also had our NBC sister station, WTVJ, fly over some of those areas. We carried those aerials live on Tracking the Tropics on stream.
Right.
And we have seen some of the devastation as a result of Lee Span noting earlier there were 98 tornado warnings
Incredible.
in South Florida
Yes.
over the course of the storm.
It just speaks to the far-reaching effects of Milton, and more than likely what you're looking at on the screen there, that is more than likely tornado damage as well. Again, we'll get confirmation from the local National Weather Service office.
This is not a river, or at least it appears to be now. Darrell, with this in Tampa, Florida, this is Hanley Road and Hillsborough Avenue. That Firestone there on the right is, I mean, the water coming right up to the front of that shop.
It's amazing. I mean,
probably
relentless
about 2
rain
feet.
last night.
I'm gonna
on
go
the order of
microwave my
10
lunch.
to
I'll be
12
right back. I'm
inches
gonna
in
let
some
this
spots
scroll.
across Hillsborough County. Another one
Same
shot
spot.
there.
There's the Firestone there, directly across now, and a vehicle that is completely destroyed by the floodwaters there.
Oh, look at
Danielle
this.
says this is in Bradenton.
Look
The
how
size,
large that tree
yeah,
is. That's incredible.
absolutely massive. I don't know how well this is translating to folks' TVs at home or on their mobile device or tablet when they're watching, but these trees are utterly massive from our vantage point on WFLA.com/report it. And let's see here. We got 2 more in the queue. This is Brent in Lutz, just showing some of the damage there. We have heard northern Hillsborough, southern Pasco County. I mean, really, that's a focal point right now for some of the flooding that we're seeing.
Absolutely. The model data nailed it, JB. We talked about this last night here on Tracking the Tropics and on WFLA News Channel 8. And the model data just continued to show a swath of a heavy rain on the north side of that circulation, and that's what we're seeing the result of.
We'll end out here on a video from Susan in Bradenton, showing just some of the debris scattered along the roadways. Before we send it back to the studio, I promised our audience we would get to 2 questions here on air. So let's get to this one from YouTube Live. How is the cell net, infrastructure in Sarasota? I can't reach my friends there. We'll share this, you guys. There's just widespread cellular problems. We've been seeing it with our live shots breaking up on News Channel 8, Justin, as well.
That's so true. And it is spotty because I have been able to reach folks down in Sarasota from here in Tampa. So just hang in there. Hopefully you'll get that back online.
Yeah, and power out in Spring Hill, power outages across the Tampa Bay area, across the state of Florida. We're continuing to answer questions and trying to provide some context. We are working the phones, trying to get as much information that we can get to answer questions live on the WFLA Facebook and YouTube pages. You can join us over there for the Q&A if you would like for us to answer your questions. We're going to start to do that now with Justin Mosley and myself. But for now, we'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, those images, they're just hard to look at because it really brings to life what took place in our area and how badly Milton impacted us.
You know, and in some cases, you just can't prepare for what's
Right.
coming your way. And even
Yeah.
though the track was pretty accurate in this case, your heart goes out to those who really, really are devastated and waking up in despair today.
Right. And without power, without water. I've been tracking a lot of our power.
Here with you live, folks, after the live appearance on WFLA News Channel 8. We are back here live with our audience. Let's do our very best to answer as many #HeyJB, #HeyJustin questions as possible. I'm trying, people are just, someone I saw ask about Eagle. Eagle 8 HD, our news chopper, was moved out of state.
To Georgia, I believe.
Yeah, to keep it safe.
Yes.
And if you're just joining us and you're looking for that coverage, we normally, the day after a storm passes, Eagle's up in the air, and on probably by this time in the day, they're already on to their 2nd or 3rd flights. However, as a result of us moving it out of state, probably
That
won't get it
process
back.
is delayed. Yeah.
Yeah, probably not
We
get
had
it
to
back till
protect
tomorrow
it.
at the earliest.
Yeah, we were in, ground zero, so to speak. We had to protect the chopper so that we can get you those aerials, and hopefully soon to come. But Eagle 8 HD, we still have it safely there in Georgia at the moment.
All right, this is a question that's been making its way around social media. We got to squash this now. It's got to be squashed like fast. Meek, Brittany, hey JB, is it true another storm is working up in the Atlantic?
I don't see anything that's
no,
coming our
there-
way
there's a-
anytime
There's
soon.
a tiny disturbance that is just now emerging off the coast of Africa, Justin, from what I checked from the NHC. But
Mhm.
I mean, nothing there as I understand it.
And I'm just looking at one thing right now.
I mean, I think Lily is still out there. Or is it Lily?
We currently
Leslie?
have Leslie. We have Milton still on the map, and there is an area of disturbed weather currently as a low chance of development, and it's just emerging off of the African coastline.
Yeah. So Milton is still a Cat 1, I would imagine, right?
Yes, I do believe so. Yes, it's a
I mean,
Category 1 hurricane.
Good riddance.
Yes.
But I mean, yeah. People have been asking in the comment section what happens now to Milton. It's going to just drift off into the Atlantic, and
we're happy to say goodbye to it.
Yeah. Farewell, Milton.
Yes.
And thanks for nothing.
And let's hope, and that's all we can do at this point, given the hurricane season that we've been through, that this is it for us or anyone here in the continental United States. But the season technically goes through the end of November. So just bear that in mind. I know it's something we can't even fathom to think about. But the hurricane season technically does not end until the end of November.
Yeah, and there's no Nadine. Nadine has not. Yeah, so
No.
So don't
There's
listen to the
nothing.
chat.
I'm looking at the
Don't
official word
listen to the
from the National
trolls.
Hurricane Center, and they have the official word. on
Yeah,
this.
it's silly and ridiculous social media behavior. No, there is no Nadine out there. It is next up on the list, but it is not a storm that has formed. It's not even. Yeah, so just Don't listen to the conjecture out there, folks. All right, so here's a great question. Let's get this in
I'm
from
sorry, Kristen.
GDS. And it's how long does it take for the water
Oh, it's
to
okay.
drain from the
Evil
streets?
Queen, we love
It
you.
can vary. You know, what's
We do
actually
have
interesting
accidents
about
every
this
once in a while. Yes,
is
leftover
that a lot
pasta.
of it can be the result of drainage being blocked by debris. I've seen a lot of videos on social media and with storms past where all it takes is, you know, taking debris like leaves and branches away from, you know,
I'm gonna close off. I'm gonna
a
eat. I'll be
drainage
back.
area, and then all of a sudden the water starts to
Flow.
lower, flow
Yes.
and get out of there pretty fast.
Yeah, and there is, as we know, a lot of that debris could be blocking these drainages. So, and that coupled with several other factors, we've had a tremendous amount of rain, which flows into the rivers and streams and tributaries, and during the period of high tide, that works to lessen that process of getting all that water to flow out into the Gulf of Mexico. And there are typical suspect areas that just are low lying, and they typically flood, and it takes even longer to get that water out of there as well. So with a piece of good news that we have working for us, JB, the air above us is drying out. Dew points are coming down, and that helps with the evaporation process. And any little bit does help. So that's a little bit of a silver lining with this as well.
We'll continue to monitor the comment section, but we have live reports coming in, and these live camera feeds are something you really need to see. So we'll be back in a little bit here
come out to the
on Tracking
movies.
Tropics.
You see a lot of damage with the screen, and you can see we haven't been able to get on the property because there's flood water all around it. So we're not able to get onto the property and look, but I see a lot of metal and damage, and there's some mobile homes on the community that I think some people who are part of the family may live in or use in some way, and they appear damaged as well, unfortunately.
To see such an iconic spot there, Shannon, experience that level of damage, it's heartbreaking.
Yeah, and the flooding in the area. You be safe out there. I know that there are a lot of flooded spots, street flooding. So if you can't tell how deep it is, definitely don't do it. It's not worth it. And there are a lot of down power lines still. So police are trying to get that message out as well. Just be careful. And if you don't need to be out and about, don't be out and about. We want to welcome you back. I'm Stacy Scheibel along with Deanne King, and we're glad that you're with us. We are starting another hour of coverage. We will be here with you throughout the afternoon into the evening with all of the latest information. And sadly, we want to report that the death toll has risen. Now 9 people are dead across the state of Florida as a result of Hurricane Milton.
And while none of those deaths have been reported in the Tampa Bay area, we have seen catastrophic damage. I actually want to correct that. Unfortunately, it has been reported that 2 of those deaths came from the St. Pete area. Now, the storm made landfall near Siesta Key at 8:30 last night. More than 1 million people in the area are without power. There is major wind damage in downtown St. Pete. The roof was ripped off of the Trop, and a large crane came crashing down.
Officials at Tampa International Airport are assessing the damage. We received this video from the airport as they begin inspections there. Of course, they will not open the airport until they've thoroughly inspected and made sure everything's okay. There is going to be some cleanup done.
Oh, for sure.
Take a look at Tropicana Field. You've likely heard the roof of the Trop came off. That was Hurricane Milton's powerful winds. Most of that fabric covering the dome just torn right off in the heat of the storm last night.
It's just so hard to see all of those images. We're turning to 8 on Your Side's Dan Lucas with more on this. Good morning or good afternoon, Dan.
Good afternoon. Whatever time it is. Daytime images just as dramatic as that nighttime video when the Trop had its lights on and the roof was flying off its cabled supports. This is not going to be an easy fix by any means. After many storms in its 30-plus years of existence, the Trop's roof finally gave way to Hurricane Milton. But built with Teflon covered fiberglass sheets, it was made to sustain wind up to 115 miles per hour. That angled roof, which prevented many a rainout over the years, was no match once the breach was made. So now the Rays and the city of St. Petersburg are going to face a difficult challenge to figure out how to get this ballpark in a safe and playable condition for next baseball season at the end of March. And I'm not looking at that.
I got some time.
I have my doubts, but yeah, the roof, what do you do with the structure itself? That's the first thing.
Exactly.
What are they going to do? So that decision is coming soon. Can I show you one more thing? Because I mentioned the Tampa Bay Rowdies earlier, and I had some folks ask me what's going on. A lot of Rowdies fans loyal out there. Some video here. Tampa Bay Rowdies home field, Al Lang Stadium. It's about a mile from the Trop. They had a little bit of damage in the back portion of the facility. That is a roof there that collapsed on goals and other equipment used by the Rowdies. They usually use that little backfield on game days for some players not in the lineup that night. But nonetheless, that's a part of the structure there at Al Lang Stadium. I believe the stadium itself came out okay. So that's good news.
No offense, y'all.
Rowdies play Saturday night on the road.
I know
Louisville.
to those people in that area that are sporties, that might be bad. But I'm more worried about homes and livelihood. Well, that is a livelihood for some people, but I'm more worried about the homes and the livability of the citizens.
Renee,
Personally,
it was the largest cable-supported dome in the world, not the United States, but the world. The Georgia Dome was the largest, and the Georgia Dome got demolished, of course, for the new stadium. But now the Trop had the largest, but that roof is gone.
All right. Well, we appreciate the update. I know you'll keep us updated on all of the sports teams, but thanks, Dan. In the meantime,
Morgan, good morning.
That's not.
Good morning, and I cannot believe I am starting this right now with some happy news. Look at this pile of the debris right over here to my left-hand side. About 2 seconds ago, we just pulled out this little tiny dog named Benji, who has been missing now since last night. His owners were actually in that mobile home right back there. That's where they lived. This right here, this step was what was supposed to lead up to their front door. And you can see that that home was just blown away. And panning around here is just one story like this after another. The destruction, you can't even describe it. If I had all the time in the world, I would walk you down this block where you would see one home like this after another. Unfortunately, though, I can tell you, the reason why Benji ran away and was found in the debris next door is because his owners, unfortunately, are among the victims. You know, I spoke to others who rode out the storm in this area. They described the debris, their homes just shattered to pieces. They said that after the first tornado, the damage wasn't that bad. And the people that I spoke to, they actually ran to their neighbor's house, who's actually standing right over here. His home was better prepared to handle a tornado. He had hurricane-proof windows. He had shutters up. And so they ran there, thankfully, because after the second tornado hit, that's when the side of their home was just ripped to pieces. Almost like the one right over there where you can see that roof was blown off. Now take a look at this video. Law enforcement officials said emergency crews are going to go door to door at what's left of the retirement community of Spanish Lakes Country Club Village to conduct search and rescue operations. More than 100 people are looking for anyone who may be trapped. Some of them who were living in mobile homes, you see. The sheriff said multiple people did unfortunately die, but at this hour, it's not confirmed exactly how many. And nearby, another tornado tore through the area. You can see parts of trees and other debris flying through the air. Moments later, a semi-truck is seen on its side across the road. Now here.
Okay, I want to go back and show you something.
Not
if
confirmed.
you should, okay. This X does not mean somebody has deceased. Does not mean it is a disease-ridden home. Okay. That X means a first responder of some sort has searched the home. If there was anything to report, like a deceased, you will see each side, there's 4 quadrants, mean something. And so it's searched, no unalive. There's certain documentation that would be noted in there. So that is a good sign. Just to see an empty X is a good sign. It's searched, all is well, Now move on to the next home. That's a good thing. Unlike the home where the doggy
exactly
owners were no
how
longer
many.
alive.
And nearby, another
We're gonna look at
tornado
this
tore
again.
through the area. You can see parts of trees and other
Power
debris
lines
flying
busting.
through the air. Moments later, a semi-truck is seen on its side across the road. Now here, you can see cars flipped upside down and the roofs of several Fort Pierce homes ripped to shreds. Something else I do want to point out to you as well, if my photographer can follow me over here, along the side of the homes, you'll see that there are X marks. The X mark is actually on the front of this home, so we don't have to walk all the way to the front. But there are X marks at the homes all across this community. And that's because we have watched as the sheriff's deputies have gone around this community, marking each home to make sure that there's no one else in distress. I can tell you right now that Benji does look pretty injured. So as soon as we hop off of this live shot, we are going to try and get Benji some help. For now, Nate, we are in Fort Pierce.
Morgan, thank you. Yeah, Morgan, that our job here on a day like this
bet you everyone's
is to
going to
just
want to adopt
convey
that dog.
through the lens.
Just going to say, everybody and their brother is going to want to adopt that dog. So, the FEMA X markings on the homes represent how many people are in the home. It can represent whether or not there's electricity in the home. Let me help show you what this means. So in the X, if I remember correctly, I'm trying to do this. If I remember correctly, in the X, the very top X left quadrant means a tag. It's an acronym. The top quadrant is the time and date of search. So if it's searched on October 9th, it'll say 10-9, and then it may have a time. The hazard is the right part of the X. If there is any hazards within, say there's a down power line running through the inside of the building, and the bottom of it is number of survivors or unalived bodies found. So if it says 0/0, that means no for any of survivors located and no unalived located. If you see a 3-1, that means 3 live, 1 unalive have been located. An X with a box around it indicates that you should not enter. Sorry, I'm about ready to choke. If you see an X with a square around it, that's saying that don't enter it. It's unsafe to enter at that point. Okay, so that is what those mean. Now, when someone just does an X and doesn't put any of that information, to me that's just a quick say, we've been in and out. Nothing to report. Does that help y'all? Does it help you? So if you see 3 and 3 in an image, for example, that means 3 persons,
of the camera,
3
the
deceased.
experience that people are having on the ground there, the experience of that animal, of the families of those homeowners. I don't know if Morgan's still with us. Morgan, can you hear us? It was an incredible report that really brings home the destruction there.
I am still with you. A neighbor is taking Benji from me.
I'm so glad to hear. I'm so glad to see that. When we were in commercial break, we could hear
something
your
else
audio.
I should probably.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was going to point out that I think a lot of people, when they're watching this, they're questioning. This is a
lot
mobile
of people
home
going
park.
to adopt that
why
dog.
did people sit out the storm in a mobile home park? And to their credit, the storm did hit the other coast of Florida, so they weren't as concerned as those over there.
Rename
the other
him
thing
Milton.
was they weren't as concerned as tornadoes. Tornadoes aren't top of mind here. And another concern for residents in this area now is insurance, because
Oh, yeah.
insurance companies don't often like to cover mobile homes.
Nope.
That one woman I described to you earlier who ran to her neighbor's house between tornadoes, she said that she got an astronomically high insurance quote that wouldn't have made sense for her. Another reason why she didn't evacuate, because they didn't have the finances. So that is what they're dealing with right now, is how they're going to recover from all this.
Well, Morgan, our job is to convey the intensity of the experience, and you've done that incredibly well. Please keep us posted on Benji if he's okay. And we're so sorry to hear about his owners and to see that neighborhood there. Thank you very much.
Y'all,
Some of our neighbors' houses that asked us to
I don't think he'll get mad at me for sharing this.
snap
Lawyer,
for
you
Verizon.
know,
Just
thank
to show you kind of what we went
God
through. The
you're
most
okay.
annoying thing is the wind did damage our roof, which caused a roof leak. So I was in there emptying buckets of water till like 3 a.m. They would refill, but it is what it is. Thank God we didn't evacuate. The house probably would have been flooded. And then we came out this morning. We're all out here, by the way. The whole family is behind me back there, just picking up debris. But we did come out this morning to our neighborhood, and unfortunately, we got some stuff down. So you guys can get an idea of what this yard
Gorgeous
is like
house.
and neighborhood is like. Got a bunch of big, awesome, beautiful trees.
Gorgeous home.
And unfortunately, we lost one in the storm, a huge pine tree.
Only
I would
one, and it fell
assume
the right
what
direction.
happened was the soil got super mushy.
It fell in the direction away from the home. Thank you, God.
And you can see the root system is kind of wild, but the soil got kind of mushy and the wind was blowing. By the way, we were hoping for a quick storm. We thought it might be quick. It was not quick at all. It felt like it was over us forever. But yeah, so this is the pine tree that fell from the yard, which
See a power line down?
sucks.
Or is that another tree?
And then
Bamboo.
as we walk down just a couple steps
Bamboo.
further, so obviously we're not going anywhere because we're stuck in here. But if you walk a couple steps further down the hood, you'll see, and we just got done kind of walking to some neighbors' houses that had to evacuate. Trying to see if I can see the chat, but I can't. Comments maybe? Oh, there we go. All right, I can see the comments now. So as I walk down the neighborhood a little, you can see that we were not the only one. So my dad's house, we don't know yet. He left this morning to go down there. He had a car parked at my brother and sister-in-law's house, which is in another neighborhood. But just to give you an idea, I mean, there's tons of canopy trees that are like awesome. It's kind of like what the neighborhood is built on. But I mean, this is
They
pretty
were
bad.
not
Pretty
prepared
bad.
for the tornado
I mean, look at
damage.
this root system.
This
It's pretty crazy to see, you know, but
okay, storms like that do throw tornadoes. That's a given. But 130 approximate tornado warnings. And God only knows how many actually landed. By the way, somebody asked. Indigenous support of my indigenous sisters who've been missing, murdered indigenous women. I lived in a trailer for part of my childhood. In my state, abandoned new mobile. Okay, I'm gonna let it go because I gotta get the dough because my son went to lunch.
also scary. Like, thank
Be
God
right
nobody
back.
was out here because, by the way, so with all these huge trees down, I don't know if you can get like
Come on, baby.
a true, how do I go back to my camera? No. How do I go back? Stage, there we go. All right, so just so you can get an idea of how big this is. John said to hold it sideways. So you can get an idea of how big this is. I'm 5'10" on a good day, all right? Maybe 5'10" and a half on a great day. And that's the root system. That's how big it is. Like, I could literally stand and it's way above my head. Guess I gotta walk everywhere like this now. I can't flip the camera like that. So, I mean, the debris is kind of crazy. A bunch of people are out here now. Feels like the quality is better when I have it up straight up. But We are good. We are good. We are great. We are cleaning up. We will continue to clean up. Got something in my shoe. Yeah, I mean, the tree is astronomically big. So yeah, so here's the annoying thing. So the storm lasted like forever. I kept waiting for it to be done. They said it'd be done, 2 o'clock, 2:30, 3 o'clock. And I kept having to go over to the house and empty the buckets because every time I would go over there, the buckets were full from the leak. It was almost like a leaky faucet halfway turned on. And so that was annoying. So I stayed up till 3 o'clock doing that. And then the last time when I went over at 3 o'clock, they weren't full. There was just like an inch of water in them. So I dumped them one more time. Then I was able to go to sleep. I slept probably from 3 to 7, and then got up at 7 to assess the damage. Have been walking around trying to get transportation for us if we want to get out of here, park somebody's car at the end of the road so that we can get out if we need to. But yeah, I mean, it's incredible how big this, like, I don't know if you can tell how huge this pine tree is that fell from our yard. Like, this is all part of the same tree. This is all one tree, including the log that you saw in my driveway. So, I mean, it's crazy. And then these, bamboo trees are down. Yeah, I mean, it's like one of the biggest trees in our yard. It might be the biggest tree in our yard. And you can see the brush we've already started to accumulate. So I think I can't tell how to show this. Did you get any water in the house? So no water intrusion, thank God. We set up some like mulch bags and our house is set up high enough that we didn't get any water intrusion. But we did get water from the ceiling. I should put that up there. I don't know how to share a video, but of just it like literally dripping down. And it's basically this one wall part. You can see where the roof line is, where it got damaged with the wind, and then the water just started pouring and never had a leak there before in our lives. I walked into the house and thank God, like we were over in the pool house. And so I walked into the house and I heard like a drip. I was like, what is that? So I went over and it's right by the bathroom. And I walked into the bathroom. I checked the shower. I checked the faucet. I checked the toilet. No drip. So I walk back out in the hallway and then I hear it hitting the ground. And I start setting up buckets. I start wiping stuff down. So it's just, that's annoying, but it is what it is. We'll get new drywall, new ceilings, new baseboards if we need to, new crown molding. We do not have power. No power. We lost power last night. I don't know, around 8 maybe. So no power, but service. We have service. We have Verizon. I'm able to talk to the rest of my family. Everybody is good. Everybody's house is good. We don't know about my dad's yet because he's going down there to see it now. So I'll report back whenever I hear from him. But we're all here. We're all fine. And yeah, everybody's asking about his house. I don't know about his house yet. We'll see. I literally cannot believe how big this tree is. Like, this tree is crazy. It's crazy. And just so you can see, kind of looking back at my house, I don't know if it's grainier for you when I turn it sideways, but it is for me. So that's what it looks like. You can see all the huge trees. They were blowing in the wind. We did have a piece of fence go down, which sucks, but again, not that big of a deal. Yes, we have food, we have water, we have wireless chargers. We have everything we possibly need. We were expecting to be without water. It is, so J-Lo said, is this the worst storm you've ever been through? It is by far the worst storm I've ever been through. I couldn't wait. I'm not like an anxious person generally, but like at 2 o'clock, everybody's asleep and I'm sitting there and just waiting and begging for this wind to stop, waiting and begging for this rain to stop so I can go check it one more time. I had downloaded movies on, my iPad. So I was watching movies, but it's like everybody was asleep. The wind was still howling. We have no leaves on most of our trees in the backyard. They're all in our pool or on the ground. So, we're dealing with that. But I mean, from my perspective, it could have been so much worse. This is the worst one we've ever been through, but it's not as bad as, what so many other people have gone through with these storms. We are absolutely safe and all right. I know a lot of people are asking. People are saying earplugs, so Pebbles. I don't know if I can do this. I'm hitting show on stage, but it's not working. So earplugs. I didn't want to stop hearing it, right? I wanted it to stop because I had to keep going over and checking the buckets of water until the rain stopped, until the wind stopped. So I had to stay awake as long as it was going. That's why I wanted it to end, not because I cared. I mean, it was almost sound like a noise machine. My kids fell asleep easy, the rain and the wind. The storm surge was big, I think, but I think it was mostly in Sarasota, not here. But what was crazy is there's flash flooding here of the rainwater. I heard areas went up to people's chests. So very, scary, and things you have to look out for that you might not have known before. Yeah, I mean, there was like standing water in the yard, but nowhere near flooding, thank God. Yeah. Lynn said exhausted from the adrenaline. Yeah, I mean, everybody was riding on adrenaline all day. Meanie said you need to hear what's going on. Yeah, a lot of people are texting me, and you guys feel free to,
Hey,
tag me
some
in
of
any
those
updates. I can still see
double wides
Twitter. I
are
can still see
freaking
Instagram,
amazing.
stuff
You can
like
get
that.
up there. You can get $200,000
Save your wood from
double
the
wide
trees. I don't know
home.
if we can do that. How is your new YouTube office? Michelle asked. It's fine. Like literally everything is fine. We have no AC and no power, but it's a beautiful day. Breeze is blowing. Like it couldn't be better. It's a pretty huge yard, so it's gonna take us a while to clean up this debris and get it all to the front. But we're gonna do that for a lot of the time today. And then we'll probably try to kick over to my sister and brother-in-law's house and hang out with our cousins and stuff. Let's see what else we got. What area do I live in? Sharks, AK Gulf Coast, Tampa, Clearwater area between St. Pete and Tampa.
Y'all, I'm not crushing on him at all, but this dude's gone through a freaking hurricane and looks that good. He looks like he's got some Greek genes running through him.
Hi,
Just
have you
saying.
hurt your mouth? Hope all is well. No, mouth is still good. When the mouth keeps going, it's I got a big mouth. I don't have a generator.
That with a 10-foot
No.
pole, y'all. I
I
want
don't
to touch
see the
that
need for
so
one
bad, but
myself.
I'm not going to touch it.
Like we can live without power. I'm not as worried about that. We were prepared. My kids
Water.
aren't as little as they used to be, So, they might not like the internet, not having the internet or TV and stuff, but I kind of like it. My road, Robin said she's in Oldsmar. Road is a river. The creek is now a lake in my backyard, but we have power. That's why. So actually, a lot of people I've talked to do have power. My sister and brother have power, but their AC went out, which sucks. Half of our road actually has power. Like, I mean, you see all the I'm literally standing in the middle of a tree. I just realized that. This is one of my more interesting YouTube backgrounds. I'm standing in the middle of a fallen tree, but half the road has power, which is great. Sorry about that. Let's see what else we have here. How big is your property, Danielle? It's like a 1.3 acres. So it's big and there's a lot of trees. One of our hedges kind of went down and took part of the fence down with it. We'll have to get that fixed. Just kind of annoying little things that I think when we have people out here to fix it, it won't be that big of a deal. It's just, just time and money but life and liberty and everything is safe. Did you see the damaged Tropicana field? I could not believe that. The top flew off the trop, which is insane. Honeybee, no water damage. Well, inside the house, we have water damage to the ceiling from the roof leak. We have water damage down the wall. There's bubbling where the water came down. No water damage on the floor. So the floors are all fine. Nothing was damaged as far as the floor. Thank God it didn't flood. It was just leaking down, and I was able to put towels and buckets down pretty quick, I think. Let's see what else we got. People are saying it's StreamYard, make it sound slurs. Yeah, I'm not. I might be tired, but I'm definitely not intoxicated. Me and Sarah Boone, Let's see what else. I'll probably hang on for about 5 more minutes. Did I hear about the crane? Yes, that's insane. That's insane. You're going to take a dip in the pool now, Joey Joe? So the pool's kind of disgusting, but if I get hot, I will because it's like ice cold and feels amazing. We still have water, right? We're trying to conserve it, but we still have water. We can shower. We can go to the bathroom. Me and Maverick have been using the bathroom outside a little bit, like animals. No power lines down that I see. Have my insurance rates gone up? Yes, incredibly high. It's insane. You'd barf if I told you how much my homeowner's insurance is, but probably going to be making the first claim ever. I've been paying enough for it for all these years.
That's what insurance is
Thanks,
for,
JB.
dude.
Sending you love from to you and the family. Thank you so much, JB. Same to you and your family,
Yes,
man.
we are
I know you
sending
got
you
a little
love
one.
as well.
Life's
Glad to
different.
see
Things
that you're
change when stuff
okay.
like this happens.
You did have
We're very
some
much awake to it. I
minor
like
roof damage, and we are happy that that's all you had internally, little leaking. That can easily be fixed. I saw some movement in the courtroom, so they'll be coming back in a momento. But I just wanted to let everybody see. There we go. That they are doing well. We have a lot of YouTube content creators down there, and we want to make sure that everybody is safe and well. We haven't heard anything from Brandy, so no news is good news. And I think RA was back at home, so he was not down there. Thank God the Boone trial was canceled. So we had a lot of people that were not down there for that. This is the beach today. This is what it looks like right now. I'm going to share this live. This is what it looks like right now. Just high winds, just a natural windy environment. I'm gonna put that over here. These people over here at the key. Oh my God, people were coming in and standing next to that beacon, which is the lowest port in the United States. And the waves were coming up as high as that palm tree, the top of the palm tree, and people were still standing there getting their pictures taken. I was like, what? I'm wanting to see if that place, that pier, I want to see if that pier and that little building survive. But as you can see, some of the cameras are down. So I'm going to turn off the wind. I don't want to listen to wind. Sorry. Not sorry. Just the way it is. They are struggling with some of their cameras. The truckers are trying to get in to get gas, which is a good thing. They're trying to get their infrastructure back up. So that's important. 2 hours ago, I'm looking. Of course, some of you may have known that Ethel Kennedy, widow of Robert F. Kennedy, dies from complications of a stroke. The family announces she was like 96 years old. The mother of our President Kennedy. I have been looking. There are no more Boone footage documents that have posted. Oh, look, that survived. That looks pretty good, actually. Sarasota, which was a high point of impact. They're looking pretty decent considering. Here's some more webcams. Let me do this. I like this webcam better. There we go. So if you see right here, this is the angles we were seeing with people coming, and the waves were as high as the top of that screen. Dawn, my cousin Jenny, who went to Georgia, found out her house is okay, but she's thinking of selling and coming back to Wisconsin. I wouldn't live in Florida. I know a lot of people love it. I will visit. I will be a tourist, but I won't even live on the Gulf Coast of Texas. Hey, Toy. Thank you, Dawn, for sharing. Zach, still with us. As you can see, there will be flooding in the lower places for a long time. It'll take some time. Toy doody. Oh, you're so cute. But this look at this building right here. It's right on the beach, and all of these buildings survived. Thank God. I heard Jacksonville is a place to live in Florida. I've been to Jacksonville. It's nice, but once again, when these hurricanes come in, I wouldn't want to be there. I don't think a lot of people were ready or prepared for the tornadoes that were spun off. I was saying that before I had to go get the door. A lot of people were unprepared for those. And in fact, that was more tornadoes than the average Joe gets in a hurricane. Someone was asking, Milton becomes a hurricane force extratropical low. Okay. So it's a transitioning from hurricane to tropical. So most of your tornadoes happen at the front of a hurricane and not in the rear. Sometimes they can spin off there, but wow, this one was a lot of tornadoes. And that, I think, caused a lot more damage than people were prepared for. Yeah, knock on wood on that one. They can, and it depends. Most of the hurricanes come through the Gulf of Mexico, but if it rides up to the east side, but yeah, I think that's the least probably affected area, if you're going to say. I don't have much knowledge about that. I don't know that area. We get more windstorms than tornadoes, but we get one deadly tornado in my area like every 20 years. Oh, so must have basements. Yeah. We don't have basements. Luckily, I live in the hill country, which is kind of northwest of San Antonio, Texas. We don't get any of that. We get more drought and flooding. But we haven't had much flooding. We hadn't had much drought this year. We've had nice, steady rain. We've had a good year this year. In fact, we were just talking about how our grass about the start of May starts turning brown in Texas because we don't have enough water. And spring is so short for us because of the heat. But this year we had just enough rain that our grasses stayed green all summer. I mean, it started turning a little brown green, but we actually had green all summer. And we still have green. We're just now having our grass start dying. You've never been to Florida? Oh, Zach. Is that cool? I've never been to Florida. Maybe someday. That'll be cool. Green is nice. I mean, usually, like when you're driving down the road, you start seeing, the grass is going to be burnt because as the grass hits the asphalt, that grass dies off first because the heat is so high. And when you start seeing that patch of grass getting thicker and thicker, that's brown, and eventually it's all brown. And this year we were lucky. It was beautiful all year this year. It was a very nice and wet spring, but nothing torrential. So I'm interested to see what winter's going to do. I have no idea why, but this woman is so wanting her tent. I've got to wait for this tent. And a part of me wants to do two things. I want to go where it's that light, fluffy, thick snow. Our snow here, if we get it in Texas, a lot of it is actual. We get snow, then ice, then snow, then ice, then light snow, then ice. And it's like a layered cake. And it looks pretty but when you go out and you crunch, it's horrible. It's not fun. I mean, it's even hard to build a snowman out of it, what little we get. Toya, I thought you'd been to Texas. Good going, y'all. Y'all are having fun. Yay for Texas. Less fires this autumn, hopefully. Well, that all depends. Yes, we are hoping 48 out of 50 states. That's cool. Dawn, that's awesome. I've always wanted to do that. But I guess you're missing Hawaii and Alaska, maybe? I would love to get a really nice, even a really extended Sprinter that I can deck out as a, do you know how they turn them into RVs? Glamper and go all the way. I'd love to spend a whole year just going from state to state. But of course, I don't have the money to do that. And I would have to find a way to set this up inside, which I would do. I just would love to go take my tent and set up for a couple of days. Now, I hear the snow, like in Colorado, is more like a dry snow. Here, it's so humid and wet. It's just sticky ice. Ah, that's how you did it. That's how you did it, Dawn. Oh, yeah, definitely do Alaskan cruise. I've never been on a cruise. I want to go on a cruise. See, I need to find somebody who wants to do what I do like me and go and explore this country, this nation, this world. I want to explore. I'm getting this exploring spirit back in me. Haven't had it in a long time. I hear that in some areas the snow is a more of a drier snow. That's where I want to go because, honey, this sticky, icy crap that we get that's bitter because it's so moist and it's so ugh, no. All right, but you got to play it. I don't play the lottery. Nope. So, but anyway, my tipping my toe into it is camping, trying to start camping, get comfortable with all my equipment, get everything that I want, and then maybe in a year or so. I told y'all the other day I would love to take Christmas, take my 2 kids and boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever. I don't know. God only knows what they'll have then. Maybe even a fiance, but go into Colorado or way north Texas, up past Amarillo, into the snow and do a camping Christmas where we take a little tree and put it in the tent and have fun and do skiing and all that kind of stuff. Ah, yeah, that's the issue. Well, there are zoo sitters. They do have something like zoo sitters. We should be back in court any minute now. I am watching. We've had some heads walking in front of cameras. So, but if you look, everything is definitely calm. Uh, I didn't think Key West was going to have a whole lot of damage, but boy, they had a whole lot of storm surge. Yeah, right, Kristen. Judge is coming in. He had a red straw. It looked like he had Sonic for lunch. Know your drive-throughs and your restaurants, fast foods by their straws. So let me pop this over here so y'all can see. But I just want to I'm very grateful and thankful that all of our friends and people out there in this community so far we've heard are okay. Yeah, right. Who can read a map? I can read a map. I love it. I put a map in front of a kid and they're like, "What's this?" I can even do a topographical map. I'm really bad today. Is Haley Mouse going to be in court to watch this sometime soon? Did I hear that right? Or it could be another Haley. Yep, let's corral the jurors. He's like, let me get this back into the right proper mode. Why are we not doing that? Why are we? Let me embiggen it again. There we go. Court is in recess for lunch. Let me change that banner. Mm. I know a lot of people I'm not saying that she did this alone. I'm not saying she did this at all. But what I am saying is I believe she knows who did it. And if her son did it, then she's protecting her son, which is what some mothers will do. Now, is this the woman? Why would you wear leggings like that in a courtroom? I never understood that. I love leggings. I live in them, but in a courtroom? On the witness stand? Lawyers, you need to educate your witnesses on the appropriate dress for court because this is not the appropriate dress for court. It is disrespectful, in my humble opinion. I want a husband. Forget the boyfriend. I want the hubby. Yeah, I'll take a boyfriend first. I love to drive. I can ride, but I love to drive. But sometimes I have to be in the front seat or I'm going to be nauseated and sick all the way. I'm adorable? Please. Well, thank you so much. It's not what I was being told in comments the other day. Yeah, I know boyfriend comes first, but my goal is my husband. I
Hey,
miss
Judge.
being a wife. I miss
And your last
being
name
married.
is Podolski?
Pulowski.
Been single since
My
09.
name is John Luke Weaver, and I, along with Michael Ray, represent Melody in this case.
So which
So I want to talk about some things.
son,
kinda going back
Chris
in-
was he the one that was just on? Or-
Leave that up now, because I'm going to ask you to switch it over to the Elmo.
Y'all know I keep trying to get Zach over
So
here, but
earlier
he
you
just
stated,
ain't.
so there was,
He ain't keeping his promises.
you believe you saw
Just kidding,
a
Zach.
revolver.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to take this mouse, this purplish magenta mouse, and you tell me.
I'm
where
just
to stop,
teasing you, Zach,
which
just
one
because you're the only
think
man
you
in the
got.
chat right now.
It was either
You
that
can't-
one or the one with the brown.
This one or this one or this one?
Correct.
It wasn't that kind of
I don't
handle,
remember
which
the
I
colors.
like. I
But
miss
not
my
this one.
judge. Toe, thank you.
No.
Okay, so
Oh,
longer muzzle.
thank
not
you.
the
Love
short
you.
one, not a snub nose.
You're so
What I
kind.
can remember.
Right, and that's all I'm asking, ma'am. Okay, all right. Now, Judge, if we can switch
Snub
over
nose.
to the Elmo. Thank you, Judge.
Yeah. Are you a man, Zach? I think you are. I seem to recall you had braided hair at one point. Zach's daughter braided his hair. It was so cute. Zach's,
All right,
you know, I'm
so
teasing you.
this is a
If you
report
can
that
dish it, you
state
can take it.
You've stipulated to the admissibility of this report?
Yes, no objection.
I should be beating, but I'm in no mood.
Jenna 1.
All right.
You went to the district attorney's office on August the 27th, so a little more than a month ago, yes? Of this year?
Is this the virtual meeting?
I don't know. Was it a virtual meeting? This is a report regarding you talking to the DA's office about this gun.
I'm not.
Might as well start beating. I need to.
Is
Well,
this,
I'm not
was
saying
this
that
the was this the phone call?
I'm
that
like
I
a
had
half
down
a year
here?
behind.
I'm not, ma'am. I'm not.
I don't know what you're asking.
I'm just going to read the report. Okay, it says on
Zach!
August 27th, 2024, at approximately 14:48 hours, I requested to attend a Zoom meeting with Jenna Pulaski. Present for the meeting was ADA Megan Frankish and DCA DA Jeffrey Fogus. Ms. Pulaski is the ex-wife. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. Ms. Pulaski is the ex-wife of Christopher Farris, the son of Gary and Melody Farris. During the course of the meeting, Ms. Pulaski advised of the time when the defendant showed her a gun.
For those who are
specifically a
new,
revolver.
I'm making a bunch of these.
Once when she was at the home of either Father's Day or Gary's birthday, both having just occurred in June, the month before Gary's death. She never handled the weapon.
And pray I
and
don't
used
spill my
merely a
beads
quick
like I
glance
did
of
the other day.
weapon when they were in the basement for other reasons. So is that a true statement?
Right. So
Okay.
this was the Zoom meeting that I had with them.
Okay. And it says then the following three photos were shown
I'll be
to her.
back.
And of the 3 weapons shown, and without certainty, she identified the black metal and wood-handled revolver as the one that looked most similar to the gun Melody showed her in the basement.
Okay.
Okay? And then you noted that there was, where the gun was located in the basement, which I believe there was a picture of earlier.
A picture of
Where you think you found, where you were when you saw the gun?
in the basement.
In the basement. All right. So, do you find it interesting that you never told anybody about a gun in the basement?
Nobody ever called me.
Nobody ever called you on this case? You never were interviewed?
I was interviewed shortly after.
Sure.
At that time, it was a week after this had happened, and my main focus was taking care of those girls and making sure they were okay and going into good wife mode and being there for my husband at the time. I really didn't think about anything else other than protecting them and being there for them.
All right, so you were interviewed. You remember that?
Over the phone.
Over the phone. Do you remember anything about that interview?
We talked about where Chris and I and Addie ate dinner.
Okay. Do you remember telling them in that interview that you slept with Addie that night and that Chris slept by himself?
Yes.
Okay. Do you also remember in that interview telling the police that you and Addie met Chris out at the Peachtree Road Race? He texted you.
No, I don't remember those details.
All right. Your Honor, I've got to play the recording, if that's okay with you. We don't have a transcript of it that I know of.
Is testimony that she didn't remember?
That's what she testified to. She doesn't remember. Your Honor, at this time, I would admit, how long is the video, Michael? Or the recording?
The whole audio recording is 20 minutes.
I think it would be best to play the whole recording.
No, not to refresh her recollection of, I mean, how much you wanted to ask her.
You got the timestamp on the question?
For the road race, you're probably looking at.
Hey, why don't you ask her all the other questions you want to ask her about the interview and see if she remembers any of that, and then we'll go from there.
Okay. So you don't remember that you told the investigator in that case that he was out at the road race and you and Addie met him out at the road race?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. But you do remember that she slept with you that night?
I do. Mm-hmm.
All right. And but in that interview, you also stated that he couldn't have left. How would you know?
How would I know if he left or not? Our house?
Yes,
I would hear
yes,
him.
ma'am.
I would
When you
hear
were asleep?
him. I mean, with Addie, I didn't sleep very much. So, yeah, I probably would have heard him.
Probably.
Yes.
Y'all, my sponsor just came by and brought me more coffee. Oh my gosh, y'all. I love it when she brings me coffee. And I will be having Christmas coffee right after Thanksgiving. We're going to have the Christmas blend. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. And we're going to be blessing all the members come Christmas. It's another reason to be a member. You might get something in the
way that
mail.
our door shut at the time, the condo that we lived in, I would have definitely heard. He's a big guy. He's 6'4". When he would walk around, I could hear him.
And in that interview, I think you concluded the interview with something to the effect of, "Can I get off the phone now?" Do you remember saying that?
Probably, yeah. I remember.
Why is that?
Because this is stressful.
I'm done.
extremely overwhelming and scary and awful.
You're no longer married to Chris, correct?
Correct.
When did you divorce?
We separated in April of 2021, and the divorce was finalized in December of 2021.
Okay. Was that because he was having addiction issues?
It was for several reasons.
And what were those reasons?
None of your
What does
business.
that have to do with this?
Well, ma'am, you have to answer the question.
We divorced. We were together for 13 years, married. For
Just give it
6.
the reason. Irreconcilable differences.
He did have
Irreconcilable.
addiction issues. However, that was not the main reason.
Cheating.
We had financial issues. We had to move out of our house. There was a lot of emotional damage done by then, by April. And therefore, I felt like that wasn't what I wanted to be a part of, a marriage. I didn't think that's what marriage was. And I decided that I needed to step away and do what's best for me.
I gotta go put watch on charger. I'm listening.
Did you struggle with any substance abuse issues?
No.
Can we switch back over to the other? I learned a lesson.
I know people have these. I just got mine for in here, so I can charge everything at once. Yay!
Trying to get to a picture of the basement.
One of the things I don't think is fair is you divorced by irreconcilable differences, whatever, but she should not have to sit there and divulge her full history as to why there was a divorce. He's not the one on trial. And I have no problem for her asking that question.
This piece of this furniture right here is where you saw the gun.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
Sorry, I'm looking
do you
off,
see the gun
but I am doing bead work.
above the door here?
Yes.
So you're talking about a historic gun that was Miss Walker's or Mr.
Yeah,
Walker's
she did. Zach, good one.
grandfather, her father, Chris's grandfather's gun, correct? That's the story you told.
Story you told. What does that imply?
You're saying that I'm talking about that gun?
Yes, ma'am, I am. That is
No.
a historic gun owned by Mr. Walker.
I never noticed it. I don't know it.
So, don't you find
Oh, Kristen!
that you didn't bring this story
Snap.
out to anybody for 6 years until August of 2024?
No, because when I divorced my ex-husband, no one had contacted me about any of this, and I didn't think that my role was important in anything.
Did Chris ever promise you any money? Of course, if Melody gets convicted, then he would stand to inherit quite a lot of money.
No, he wouldn't because they were so far in debt.
Okay. Did Chris ever tell you that he saw a revolver at his parents' house in 2011, 2012?
Not that I remember, no.
And that it was a silver revolver?
No.
A snub-nosed revolver?
I don't know what that...
With a white handle?
I don't know what that is.
Okay. Are you aware that Scott Farris says he found a revolver in this drawer
No.
that looks nothing like any of the revolvers that you've described?
Okay.
She's not a gun person.
Your Honor, would this be an appropriate time to play the brief snippet?
Hey, I want to handle it.
Why are you asking the honor? It's your case in chief.
All right, y'all step out.
Uh-oh, they're going to be impeaching the witness. This is not going to bode well. Y'all, I dropped this entire jar of seed beads, thousands, like 10,000s worth of, and I got all kind of crap in here now. Between dog hair and other beads. Jesus, it's going to be fun. Think they're going to try and impeach her.
I know we have a couple of jurors who are trying to get their steps in, but when we're doing stuff in the courtroom while they're back there, they need to stay in the jury room, not the hallway. All right.
That's one way to put it, Judge. Marking time.
What? No, I mean, it needs to go.
Please. Love this judge.
Oh, here's one. Yeah, there's a HDMI cable that you can access, and I can switch it to Mr. Ray's laptop.
And the fact that this judge is technically savvy, I'm really there for that.
I don't care.
I'm there for this judge. Even knows what an HDMI cord is, unlike another judge.
Push that.
No names.
On the right,
Judge.
One. All right. If there's other sections you want to play,
She cannot be
to her,
turning
that's
around.
fine.
And, oh, she's part of the law team. Never mind.
Turn it down a little bit.
I think they're going to try and impeach.
Oh, now if you have the USB, if you have it on the hard drive, then you can plug the hard drive into the other computer.
Okay, guys. Make sure your comments are set on all and not top.
Hi, this is Derek returning your call.
Thank you so very much, ma'am. I sincerely appreciate it. And I'm sorry that I didn't have, I wasn't sure if I was.
Let's see, 4th.
That's the part we're going to talk about. That's the part she didn't remember.
Don't wake up, mind you. That's probably the best place.
Like 9 or 10, about 9 or 10. Chris was up around 9, I would say, possibly earlier, but I didn't wake up till 9 or 10. And he walked up to go watch the Peachtree Road Race because we live right around the corner, down the street from it. And he text messaged me to bring Addie, so I got up, walked the dog with her, walked her up there, and then I came back. And hold on, let me read through here. Okay.
That's it.
All right, is there anything else you're gonna want to talk to her about on there? Anything the state's gonna want to ask her about that you want to refresh her memory with? All right. Oh yeah, well now ask her if that. See, now you got to ask her if it refreshes her memory.
Well, we can do that.
Well, let's do it here first before.
Does that refresh your memory?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right.
And I can ask her in front of her.
Okay. All right, bring them back in. Did anyone go cover the rally and see Miss Roberts in the park? No one did double duty for. Okay, one of you did. Okay. There was they opened the Democrat Party headquarters And so they had her and Stacey Abrams and some other notables in the park.
I think she's from Smyrna. Mystic Pizza.
All right, Mr. Weaver, go ahead.
Mr. Polanski, we refreshed your memory with a recording that you had with Detective Kuykendall back in July of 2018 on this break. And now I'm going to ask you the question again. Do you remember that Chris was already out at the Peachtree Road race and that you and Addie came out about 9 or 10? He texted you to come out to the race. So that means he was alone from bedtime all the way up to 9 or 10.
He was at our condo.
Well, he was also at the race. Do you know what time he went to the race?
Probably around 8, I would guess.
But you don't know.
I don't know exactly.
Because you slept in, yes?
Correct.
All right, so you don't know when he left that apartment that morning.
He texted me when he did.
He texted you to come out. He testified earlier that he was out there much earlier than 9 or 10.
He was out there earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
I really don't remember the exact timeline.
And that's fair.
So what I said on the call is probably more accurate than what I'm trying to remember 6 years ago, because I've been trying to push this out of my brain ever since
Exactly.
the divorce was finalized. So I've been making every effort I can to forget about everything. So that's why I'm struggling to really.
She's moving on
give you
with
an
her
exact
life.
time when Chris got up and walked out to the Peachtree Road race.
And Judge, that's all I have for this witness.
And that's fair. What's not fair is I cannot find my pliers.
Did you know Gary Farris?
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity to see Chris and Gary around one another?
Yes.
And did Chris love his father?
Yes.
Would he have ever wished him to be gone?
No, never.
Did he ever express to you that he wanted his money more than his father?
No, absolutely not.
That's all I have. Thank you, Judge.
All right, anything else? No, you're all right. You sit down. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Done.
Call your next witness.
Well, that sucks.
Philip Samples, State Hospital.
I need to bust a bead and I can't. May have to do it with my teeth. I want to do it, but. Not how I want to do it. I don't know what happened to my pliers, which is frustrating. Sorry, guys. What do you think about her testimony?
Before you have a seat, if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, you can have a seat.
We are still
Can you please
praying,
introduce yourself
beloved.
to the jury?
Philip Samples.
Mr. Samples, how is it that you know Scott Farris?
Met him through my wife before we got married almost 9 years ago.
What's your wife's name?
Randy Samples.
Okay, I'm going to have you scoot a little bit closer to that microphone. Thank you. Okay, and how did Randy and Scott know each other?
I believe that they met a couple years before that Randy and I got together. My wife worked at a restaurant, so they met at the restaurant and became friends from there.
What is your wife's maiden name?
Pierce.
And does she have any siblings?
She has an older brother.
What's
Ted,
his name?
Ted Pierce.
Are Scott and Ted also friends?
Correct.
And is Scott close to the Pierce family?
He is.
And that would include you now.
Absolutely.
So how long have you known him?
I met Scott roughly 9.5 years ago, if I remember correctly.
Okay, so 2015-ish?
Ish, yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
sure. And were you with Scott? What kind of things would you do with Scott?
Play golf, shoot guns, bowling, campfires, normal, regular, fun stuff outside.
Where would you shoot guns?
At the farm.
What kind of guns would you shoot?
Typically just shotguns, shooting targets, stuff like that.
Did you ever know Scott to shoot a revolver?
Off the best of my knowledge, no.
So you like to play golf?
Absolutely.
And
Proud of
how
it.
frequently would you guys play golf?
No, she
At least
didn't.
2 to 3 times a month, as much as possible.
I want to take you back 6 years to July of 2018, that week of the 4th, so Monday through Thursday. What is it that you do for work?
I'm in construction.
And did you do that back then as well?
I did.
You had the same job?
Different jobs, same industry.
Okay. Did you have to work that week?
I did.
Did you go to work on Monday, July 2nd?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go to work on Tuesday, July 3rd?
Partially, yes, ma'am.
Okay, what did you do on July 3rd?
July 3rd, I went to work when I was working in Houston, Georgia at the time. Worked about half a day. Most of the crews from the job site left early that day, being that it was 4th of July early, the next day. So I left midday and headed to the lake house.
Where's the lake house?
In Dawsonville.
Whose lake house is it?
My mother-in-law's, Nancy Pierce.
So that would be Randy and Ted's mom.
Correct.
And you said that was in Dawson?
Yes, ma'am.
Dawsonville, Dawson County?
Dawson County.
Okay. On what lake?
Lake Lanier.
So you headed up there.
Yeah, I would have been irritated too. You divorced the family. I'm done. I'm out of here.
My family, Nancy, Ted, Randy, Scott, and I can't remember who else, but there were people in and out.
What did you do when you were there?
Went out on the lake. We like to surf. We like to just spend time floating on the water.
And Scott was with you.
Correct.
You're a water baby.
Around what time did you leave the lake that evening?
I stayed the night that evening.
You spent the night?
Yes, ma'am.
Who spent the night with you?
It would have been my mother-in-law, Nancy, Ted, my wife, and our daughter.
And your daughter, who was how old at the time?
Not even one yet.
Did Scott spend the night?
He did not spend the night.
Okay. What time do you remember did he leave?
It was late-
Yeah, sort of.
late in the evening. I don't remember the exact time, but
It's where they tow you behind the boat surfing.
After 9?
Absolutely.
After 10?
Can't say for sure, but
After 11?
I'm not a water person, so I wouldn't know. Don't get me going.
So maybe after 10. Did he stay past midnight?
I don't remember exactly.
Okay. What time did you go to sleep that night?
Don't remember.
Probably much after midnight.
But when you were awake, Scott left?
No, he was still there at the time, I believe.
Did he leave when you were awake, or did he leave after you went to bed?
I believe he left before we went to bed.
And so that was the night of the 3rd.
Correct.
And did you guys have plans for the 4th?
We did.
Did you have plans with Scott?
We did.
What were those plans?
We had golf at 7 o'clock in the morning on the 4th.
Where were you going to golf?
Hampton Golf Village
Where's that?
in Cumming, Georgia.
Cumming is a big place. So
Okay.
can you narrow it down a little bit?
Yes, it's just off of Highway 400, right next to Hubbardtown Road, setting down, Jotham Down area.
So east towards Hall County.
Correct.
Slightly east.
Yes.
When you get off 400, you go east.
Correct.
And your tea time was
7 o'clock in the morning.
7 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did you go there with?
Scott and Ted.
Did you ride with Scott?
No, ma'am.
Okay, who did you ride with?
Ted.
And when you got there, what time was it?
About 6:45.
Okay. And who was there when you got there?
Scott was there.
He was already there. Did you communicate with him prior to that morning?
Just that we were heading to the golf course.
And how did you communicate with him?
Called him. Typically, if we play golf early in the morning, we all call each other and make sure we're moving.
How long does it take you to play a round of golf? 18 holes.
18 holes, average 4.5 hours.
Did you play 18 on July 4th, 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were with Scott the whole morning.
Correct.
What time did you finish?
We teed off at 7. We would have been wrapping up around 11:30.
Where did you go after you finished your round of golf?
Back to the lake house in Dawsonville.
That same lake house?
Correct.
Your mother-in-law's lake house?
Yes.
Who went?
Scott and Ted.
And you?
Correct.
Who
Myself.
else was there?
My wife was still there with my daughter, and can't remember if anybody else showed up off the top of my head.
What did you do?
Like water skiing, yeah.
Onto the
Waterboarding.
lake, floating, surfing, enjoying the water.
Well, it depends on the lake.
And
It may have strong enough winds for surfing.
you were all kind of
Body surfing.
tired of the water. Did you go see fireworks? What did you do that evening? Did you cook out?
On the 4th, my wife and I left around 6-ish because we had to get back to the house with our daughter, and I had to work the next day.
Who was there when you left?
Nancy, Scott, Ted, and again, I can't remember who else was there.
So throughout the time that you were with him on the 3rd at the lake, did Scott ever leave and come back?
Not to my knowledge.
On the 4th, when you were with him from golf from that morning till about 7 a.m. till when you left the lake house first around dinner time between 6 and 7, did he ever leave and come back?
Not to my knowledge.
Those are all the questions I have for you. Thank you.
If you're ever testifying, unless you know 100%, always not to my
My name is
knowledge.
John Luke Weaver, and I, along with Michael
Not
May,
that I recall.
I want to talk to you a little bit. How long have you been
Harder to
friends
impeach that.
with Scott?
Roughly 9 years.
Before 2018.
Yeah, roughly. Before then, I mean, that was 6 years ago, so roughly 3+ years, just give or take.
Okay, all right. So did, in all y'all's time as friends, did Scott talk to you at all about his time in the military?
Very sporadic, but yeah.
What did he tell you?
That he spent time in Iraq. I mean,
Okay.
we didn't go into the details, stuff like that. So
All right. Did he ever tell you that he had experience with burned bodies in Iraq?
not to my knowledge.
Never brought that up to you? Okay. And any type of weapons that he used?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Did he tell you that he'd been previously married?
I did know that, yes.
Okay. How did he tell you that?
I believe just in conversation one night, sitting down with my soon-to-be wife and Scott, just it got brought up in conversation.
And they were divorced. And what did you know back then about his life? Like how he made a living? What was he doing?
He worked on the farm.
He worked on the farm? Did you think he was getting a paycheck, or how do you think he was making money?
None of his business.
Didn't ask, none of my business.
Okay. Were you aware that on the morning of the 4th, which is when you guys played golf, early tee time, because it's hot, summertime, you got to start early, right?
Mhm.
Okay. So y'all get there at 7, maybe even a little before, but are you aware that he had, for his round of golf, he had to use his father's credit card? Did you know that?
I did not.
Didn't see it?
I don't pay attention to what people use.
Okay. And y'all played golf, and well, let's back up. Let's go to the 3rd. That day, when did y'all play golf on the 3rd?
I didn't play golf on the 3rd.
All right. When did you run into Scott on the 3rd?
After I got to the lake house from work.
Okay. He was already there.
Yes.
And what, if anything, what was his demeanor like that evening?
Standard Scott.
What is standard Scott?
Happy to be around his friends. Happy to be enjoying the lake.
Okay. So y'all were, how much did you see him drink that night?
Not
Couple
much.
beers.
Couple beers.
Any whiskey, any bourbon, Crown Royal, anything like that?
Not off my top of my knowledge, no.
No shots. You don't remember him taking any shots?
If you did, I don't remember it.
Did y'all ever do that when y'all were at the lake?
I do, yes.
Well, okay. But y'all have been known to do that.
Yes.
But you did see him drinking alcohol the night of the 3rd.
Yes.
Right. And you don't remember a specific time when he left.
I do not.
The next morning when you get out to play golf with him, what was his demeanor like?
Same as we always was, happy to play golf. I mean, when we woke up to play golf and we met, we always were a little sluggish in the morning, and he was just the same as the rest of us.
So he was a little sluggish, just like you guys?
Tired.
You could tell he was tired.
No, just same as the rest of us.
Right. So, which was tired? You said sluggish.
Yeah, we're 6:45 in the morning. We're all sluggish.
I'm not trying to.
Then y'all went to the lake.
Struggling with this, guys.
Did he drink?
Best of my knowledge, I don't remember.
Now,
Yes,
you
I do
went,
follow NASCAR. I
you
did
testified
hear
earlier
that.
You guys had been out on the farm shooting. All right. Were you ever in a Facebook video with him where you guys were shooting what appeared to be an AR-15, and then you start shooting some sidearm? Was that you?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
I don't recall ever shooting an AR-15 over there.
All right. When you guys were shooting, was it along the backs? What part of the property were you guys on?
Behind the barn.
Behind the barn?
Where Scott lived, yes.
All right. And did you, what would you guys do? How would y'all shoot?
Shoot at targets.
Would you do any like kind of tactical movements as you did that?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. Y'all just standing there shooting targets.
Yes.
Tell me about Scott. How was he a good shot? Is he a good shot?
Average.
Wow. Okay. Explain why he's
Ooh.
an average shot.
He didn't shoot much better than me.
All right. And you would define yourself as an average shot.
Absolutely.
And the type of guns you guys would use, what would you bring your own? Would you use Scott's?
Bring our own.
All right. What did you bring over there?
I would have brought my dad's rifle, I believe, if I remember correctly.
And any handgun?
I didn't own a handgun at the time.
Did Scott?
I believe so.
And did he shoot with a handgun while y'all were there?
Possibly. I don't remember exactly what everybody was shooting.
Was there a lot of people over there shooting while you were doing this, or just you and Scott?
No, 10 people or so.
10 people or
have
so?
a campfire during, at night. Let's shoot and hang out, eat.
How often would y'all do that?
It was sporadic, every couple months or so, once a month, just depending on what everybody's schedules was.
And everybody back then, y'all were in y'all's mid-30s?
Yes, sir.
But now everybody's kind of early 40s, but back then mid-30s, mid to late 30s.
Roughly.
So y'all get together every couple of months, go out to the barn, shoot, drink, have a bonfire, things like that.
We only shot once while I was there. The rest of the time it was all riding horses, campfire, cooking out, spending time with each other.
Your Honor, I may have a moment.
He's doing good as far as digging, but where's the relevance? Tie this into something. I'm not seeing anything being tied in, which is where I'm kind of struggling a little bit. Right now, I am cleaning out my orange beads. I had dropped them on the floor a while back, and I got a lot of other beads mixed in. So I'm cleaning because sometimes I got a little turquoise in there.
No.
Yes, sir. All right, card exclusive, Fergus. Steakhouse Scott Farris.
I'm trying to find the relevance into some of this questioning. They do have a reason for it, or they wouldn't be doing it, but I want to know what that is. Where is the relevance in this questioning? That's what I want to know. I think I got that about as good as I can get it. Yeah, I do. I get it. Is this Chris? Is this?
behind the chair for 1 second. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear from the evidence you're about to present this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and have a seat.
Once I'd like someone to say, nah, I don't think so. I would love to hear that just
State your full
once.
name for the record.
Scott Walker Farris,
How old are you today?
41 years old.
And
Baby.
you know why you're here today?
Yes, sir, I do.
And would you identify your mother for the record, please? You see your mom sitting in court?
Yes, sir.
Just describe the clothing she's wearing.
She's wearing a gray jacket with a black shirt, glasses on her head, pearl necklace.
What I want to do is I want to go back and kind of introduce you to the jury. So let's go back and I want to talk about your childhood. If I asked you where are you from, what's your answer?
I was born in Muscle Shoals, Florence, Alabama was the hospital. Lived there short period of time, and then we moved to Tuscaloosa, Alabama, where my dad went to law school.
Let me ask you about that. We're going to break it down and go through it. How old were you? What were your memories? What age do you remember law school with your dad?
I was very little. I remember going to the law school. I remember when my dad graduated and seeing him jump over like a big mud puddle in his cap and gown.
Aww.
There's very, very little I remember of actually being in Tuscaloosa because I was so young.
But how old again were you when you were there?
That's kind of a sweet memory.
Probably 5-ish, around in there.
And how old was your brother, Chris?
But he's 3 years older than me, so he would have been around 8, 9 years old.
Do you remember doing anything with your dad at law school? Did y'all play together or do anything when you were there?
Don't remember any. I remember going fishing with him. There was either a pond or a lake or river close by in the townhome that we lived in.
Do you have a memory of your when your dad was in law school, of him studying or coming back and studying or anything like that? Or what are the memories that you have of your dad while he was in law school?
I don't really remember any of that. I remember more in Birmingham when I believe he was he taught law school or helped out with a law professor, and helping him grade tests. I do remember that.
How'd you do that?
Well, back then it was like, when I was in high school, when you took, SATs or anything, it was fill in the bubbles. And, he would give me a kind of a cardboard cutout and I lay it over, and anything that didn't have a pencil mark, I'll just take a highlighter and hit it. So that was my way of helping him out.
He was grading tests?
Oh yeah, he was incredibly book smart.
How old were you when you were helping your dad do this?
We were living in Birmingham, so I was in elementary school, so I don't remember my exact age, but between, definitely between 5 and 10 years old, roughly.
And what were age of your siblings at this time when you were in Alabama? Or it was you and Chris?
All 4 of us would have been born, well, except for, I believe Amanda was born in Tuscaloosa, and Emily. No, sorry, Amanda was born in Birmingham. Emily was born in Tuscaloosa, I think. Emily is 5 years behind me, and then Amanda is 18 months roughly behind Emily.
All right, so let's go through the kids. Who's the oldest in the family?
Chris is.
And how much older is he than you?
5 years. No, sorry, 3 years.
3 years. And then it's you. And then who's after you, below you?
Emily.
Okay. And what's the age difference between you and Emily?
About a 5-year difference.
And then Amanda's the youngest?
Yes, sir.
Were you who you were the closest with? Were you closer to your sisters or to your brother, or who did you line up with?
Who'd you wind
I was
up
more
with?
protective of, Emily was closer to me, so I was protective of her, but.
How about Chris? Is he closer to one of the sisters?
Chris was kind of more of on Amanda. I was Emily. Chris and I did a lot of things together as kids. We were very involved in baseball.
Sports?
Yes.
Did you play anything else besides baseball?
At the time, no.
What kind of things did you do for hobbies and things when you were young?
A lot of fishing.
And how about your sisters? What type of things would they do?
Played with Barbies.
I knew that answer was coming.
As you've gone through this,
Who's a Barbie
entire
girl?
the murder of your father, how is there a division among the kids now?
Chris, Emily, and I, we're all together. Amanda had turned on us.
Did things get stressful, tense after the death of your father?
Oh, yes. I mean, our whole world got wrecked.
Do you talk to your sister Amanda much anymore?
No, I do not.
How about your other siblings?
Yes, I talk to them at a minimum once a week, roughly.
Growing up, how close were you? How close were the four to each other?
I mean, as we got older, we all kind of started doing our own things. You know, Chris, you know, he was older than me, so, you know, with him being in high school and all, he's not going to hang out, you know, as much with me. He's a little brother. He's got his own
True.
friends and all. And, you know, Emily and I mean, we really didn't go do things together. There's kind of a normal childhood, just brother and sister type deal.
When it comes to your dad, as you're growing up through high school, did he work a lot?
Yes, he did.
Would you describe your father as was he a workaholic?
Yes, I would.
Did he love his work?
He absolutely did.
If you could describe whether or not he was an introverted or extroverted person, what was he like?
What do you mean?
Was he quiet, kind of isolated to himself, or was he the life of the party and would hang out with people?
So if there was something going on, if we all went out to dinner and stuff, he definitely sparked up conversations with everybody, you know, crack jokes and everything like that. But he didn't go out all the time. I mean, if there was only going to be two places he was going to be at, home or the office working. But whenever we went out, and like when we used to go on dove hunting trips, a dove shoot and all, he would get around and talk with people and have a good time.
Do you like to hunt?
Yes, sir, I do.
What type of things do you hunt?
Pretty much anything I can. But here in the state of Georgia, I mainly do deer hunting and dove hunting.
What type of hunting did your dad like to do?
Bird hunting.
Do you do a lot?
A lot of bird hunting, yes.
And what kind of guns would you use when you do bird hunting?
Shotguns.
Do you have a particular gun that he would like to use or anything, or y'all would use?
I mean, he's had several shotguns. You know, he started out with 12 gauge shotgun, and then he got a over and under silver pigeon. That's when he started getting more into quail hunting with clients. But he just mainly always had shotguns.
Do you like to play golf?
Yes, sir.
Did your dad like to play golf?
He did, but he didn't play as much as, say, I would.
And who would you play golf with? Who was the people that you usually would go out with?
I've gone out a couple times with my brother, but mainly my friends Philip, Ted, and Justin.
What kind of education background do you have?
Graduated high school.
Did you get any training after that?
Not besides military, no.
Yeah, we'll get into military, but outside of that, no college degrees or anything?
No, sir.
What kind of skills, though? You're very good at certain things, I think. What things are you good at?
Mechanical. I've always been working with my hands, fixing things, repairing mowers, even washing machines and stuff like that. I've always been pretty good at diagnosing stuff.
He's a laborer. He's really good
More
at
of a
labor.
reader, or do you do something like hands-on?
More hands-on.
And what type of work are you doing now? You don't have to give us the name of the business or anything, but what type of work do you do now?
I'm a manufacturer technician.
What's that mean?
The company we work for, we package, we mix ingredients and package workout supplements like pre-workouts, protein shakes. I'll take care of all the equipment like conveyors, massive blenders, machines basically that puts the powder into bottles and then puts labels on them. And
He's a
so
machinist.
forth.
Who has the highest education among the kids?
That would be Emily.
And do you know what she has?
She has a degree from Alabama, and I don't really remember what her specific degree is, but I know she's like in human resources now, I think.
Smart.
Yes.
Now I don't want to pitch your father's love against anybody, but how did your dad feel about Emily?
Oh, he loved her to death.
Did he love all you kids?
Yes, he did.
Did y'all at times disagree?
Between who?
Your dad and the kids? We all
Everybody.
have disagreements with your mom and dad?
Oh, yeah, everybody does.
Would you consider the relationship that you and your kids had before all this, was it pretty normal to you?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely, I felt like I had a pretty decent, happy child life. You know, we try to do as much things as possible. We went to the beach every year. I mean, we never got to go to Disney World or anything like that, but we had our family vacations, and, you know, we always got together for birthdays and Christmas and holidays.
Would your dad give you anything you wanted?
No.
Would he limit what you could get money-wise or make you account for it? What kind of car did you have
Which time?
as a teenager?
As a teenager, I had my first vehicle was an old 91 Silverado.
Oh, good for you.
In the cab, nothing.
Would he give you whatever car you wanted?
He bought my first vehicle and he gave me a price limit. And I believe it had to be $10,000 or less.
How about with your brothers and sisters? Was he the same way?
Chris was, yes. He was pretty much the same way. They gave a price limit. Emily, he kind of flexed more on. And then Amanda, she got a brand new one.
Oh, poor kids. I actually have a.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Now, when you were in Alabama, do you remember moving from there to Georgia?
Yes, sir, I do.
How old were you when that happened?
Well, I just completed elementary school and I was going to be starting middle school here.
So is that 7th grade or what grade is that? 8th grade?
6th grade, I would have started here.
I'd like his beard more longer in the front, especially in here, to balance his face. Not liking his beard. I know, I'm being petty.
Do you remember the whole move as a family?
Yes, I do.
And where did y'all end up moving to? What was the first house in Alpharetta is what I refer to it as. But where was
Quill hunting, golf, and unaliving sounds like a lot of Murdaugh cases. Yeah.
Describe this home. What was it like?
Which sounded like Murdaugh.
To me, I thought it was, you know, the biggest house I've ever seen. I mean, growing up, we either lived in a townhouse or an apartment. Our first big house was in Birmingham.
Oh, my aunt used to live in Birmingham, Alabama.
You know, probably no bigger than the house I live in now. But when we moved there, I thought this was, you know, very nice house, very large.
What stands out about the house for you? What do you remember?
That I finally got my own bedroom. So I shared.
That's a big deal as a kid if you don't already have one.
To Atlanta.
Financially, your father, was he doing better as he came from Alabama to Georgia?
Yes.
When y'all started out, he was in law school and all that. He was not making as much money as he eventually made.
I assume so. Yeah. I mean, back then I really didn't look at, you know, how much money my dad was bringing in.
Did things get bigger though and more expensive, or I guess better things in some ways?
Yeah.
Was the house a nice house? Your first house in Alpharetta?
Yes, it was. I mean, I noticed my dad liked to do projects, so we were able to do a lot more projects. We did projects at the old house too.
What do you mean by projects? What would he like to do?
Oh, tear down a deck and build a new one. I remember doing that in the house in Birmingham and building a tree house in Birmingham. And when we moved to
He was a hands-on man.
A lot of projects. I mean, backyard.
Yes,
in-yard
exactly.
work.
So if he would bring it more
Two-story house?
angled down, longer in the front, shorter in the back, it looked better.
Yeah, I mean, it's 3 stories if you count the basement. So you have the basement, the main floor, and then
Probably if you didn't have it, you
What about
wouldn't
the
see a
backyard? How big
chin.
is the backyard?
Where you actually used it wasn't. I mean, if I had my back against the wall of the house, the fence would have been at the wall at the back of the courtroom. But the property extended past that, but that was woods.
Or some woods and stuff like that?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to ask you talk later on about, but at some point, did your dad set the woods on fire there?
Yes, I do remember that.
I want to go into now and talk about.
Who hasn't set
you
the
got
woods
over
on
at
fire
high school.
behind their house? I did. Well, my brother
At
did.
some point, I guess, did you have several jobs?
My brother set the
before
woods
you
on
went
fire
to the
behind our
military?
house.
What were you doing before you went in the military? And what age did you go in the military?
Well, in high school, I was on.
And
both
I had to run
programs,
for help
so
and
I
get
got to get out
daddy.
of school right
And the
after
neighbors
lunch. I worked for Jiffy. I was
had to
taking
get the
off
neighbors
work
and daddy to put it
high
out.
school.
Oh, that was scary.
Started working there. Once after I graduated high school, I moved up to working for other mechanic shops, like Tires Plus and American Service Station. Did that for quite a while, and then I just got kind of burned out on turning
Yeah, I did.
wrenches all the time, and I got into selling cars.
And I remember the
What age are we talking
whooping that happened afterwards.
Well, I've already graduated high school, so you know, between
About
the
6
ages
houses
of
could have burnt down because of what my
18
brother
to
did.
all the way
Of course, he
up
tried
in the
blaming
Army,
me.
which is I was around 23, 24
We
years
both
old.
got it.
And all this time, where were you living?
At my parents' house. I moved out for a while, lived with some friends, and made bad decisions, and you know, partying too much and all, and wound up moving back home. And then that's when I started getting into selling cars.
So you were in your 20s drinking, partying a little bit?
Yeah, I was being your typical.
Sure. And then at some point, you decided to go into the military?
Yes, sir.
And which branch did you go into?
I went into the Army.
And when you went into the Army, do you remember how old you were and what was going on at that time?
So when I joined, I started joining around 2007. It took me a little while to actually join because I had to lose some weight to be able to get in. But I remember, you know, after I graduated basic, I turned 25 years old. So.
Where'd you get? You were in the Army, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Where'd you go to basic at?
Fort Benning.
And what do you remember?
So did my brother.
Most challenging thing I ever put myself through.
You proud that you did that?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do in the Army?
Infantry.
And what does that mean? Tell us. If we don't know what that means, what does that mean?
Oh, please, you do.
If anybody's ever joined the military, especially the Army, we're called 11 Bang Bang, bullet catchers.
All right, say that one more time for me.
We're called 11 Bang Bangs, bullet catchers.
Okay.
I fought on the front line.
And at some point, did you have to be deployed and go overseas?
Yes, sir. I went to Iraq.
And I'm not going to ask you too much about it, but you may ask some questions. But what I want to know is, what year was that you went over?
I went in 2009. I want to say it was April.
How was your relationship with your mother, the defendant, at this time?
Pretty much, you know, normal to me. We got in arguments and, you know, got in arguments, had our good days, had our bad days.
You describe it as a typical relationship with your mother?
Yeah, I mean, nothing really stood out of the normal. I mean, the only thing, I definitely remember the day that I told my parents I was joining the Army. When I told her, she just flat out said, "You can't do it." And then when I told my dad, he was like, "You need to become a sniper." That's what my dad said.
Was he proud of you?
Oh yes. He was a history buff, and biggest history he liked was war history. So I do remember him telling me that he planned on joining the Air Force prior to my brother becoming pregnant with my brother.
What do you want to do in the Air Force?
That I don't remember.
But it was the Air Force.
Yes, sir. My grandfather, his dad, was in the Air Force.
Now, when you had to fly, I guess, and go overseas, you probably went to an airport or something like that. Did your mom come see you off?
Yes, she did.
And did your dad?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember that moment?
Yes, sir.
And how was she with you at that time? Was she proud of you when she sent you off?
Oh, yes.
What were her emotions like then when you were going off?
Like any mother?
She was crying. I mean, she acted like, a mother would be.
How about your dad?
That was the second time I've ever seen my dad cry.
That must be his dad's brother sitting there in court. Looks like the jawline runs in the family.
Sorry about that.
It's all right. There's some tissue right behind you there if you need some.
All right. But yeah, I remember it very well. They both dropped me off at the Atlanta airport. I left the Atlanta airport and went back out to Fort Bliss, El Paso, Texas.
I know where that
Where
is.
was that you went over?
2009.
Y'all, that's a miserable base.
Just shy of the 1 year mark. I believe it was 10 and a half months I was over there.
Did you see some hard things while you were there?
Yes, sir.
When you came back home, did you get out of the military? When you came back home, were you still in the military for a while?
From
being overseas?
Iraq?
Uh-huh.
No, I actually re-enlisted while I was over in Iraq. And at the time, they gave out options. You could either go to, say, Ranger School or Airborne School, or you could choose duty station. I chose to go the route of choosing duty station, so I selected to go to Fort Benning, which I got stationed with 3rd ID.
And
That's where my brother did his basic.
when you came back, did you stay in the military?
I was released, my official last date was in 2013.
2013. Do you remember, was that before moving to the Purcell Lane property?
Yes, sir.
And when you're in the military, infantry, they teach you how to shoot?
Yes, sir.
Teach you how to shoot rifles?
Yes, sir.
What type of rifles did you carry when you were in the military?
The M4.
And teach you how to shoot pistols?
Very, very seldom.
You didn't get a pistol as a sidearm as an infantry?
No, sir.
Mainly just the M4?
So in the military, in the Army, the only people who had pistols were officers and MPs. But the rest of us, we had either M4s or you were a assault gunner, which that's what I was on that deployment. Assault gunners, it was a machine gun that I was able to carry around with me all the time.
Does that have anything to do with your size?
Possibly. I mean, they weren't going to give
someone my size that gun?
I mean, you could carry it around. You wouldn't enjoy it. I didn't enjoy carrying that gun around with me all the time.
How big are you?
Currently, I'm 6'6", about 285 pounds.
And what size was your dad?
I outgrew him and my brother by 1 or 2 inches, and my dad was anywhere from, I'd say, 290 to 300 pounds.
So at the time of his death, around 300?
Yes, sir.
Was he a little bit short, just a little bit shorter than you?
Yes.
And when you were in the military and you got the training that you received, at some point did you just decide to get out and go do something else?
No, sir. I actually was let go from the military for reduction of force.
Piglets. Yep.
It was during the Obama administration, and they basically kind of did a lottery system. If you join between a certain time and you've done so many days of service, that's how you were selected. So on my DD 214, it says reason of separation is reduction in force.
Now, let's talk about this secret marriage of yours. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
All right. Look at the jury and tell them about this secret marriage that you had and what was going on. Who was it?
Why do you tell them to look at the jury?
So it was with Gina. We both in process at Fort Bliss together. She was in the military as well. She did financing. We both got to Fort Bliss at the same time, and we met during the in processing, which took several weeks. And we all had a group of friends hanging out, and we eventually started dating.
He got her pregnant.
I deployed, she didn't, and she was my girlfriend, and I was, in love and scared and just had a lot of different emotions.
Where'd y'all meet?
Where we meet?
Yeah.
In El Paso, Texas.
You're working together the same thing, or not really?
There's just something about
Well,
El Paso, Texas, isn't there?
How did y'all meet? Is what I'm asking.
During the in processing.
He already said
we
that.
wound up ending up sitting next to each other, and then pretty much all the group of people that we were sitting around, we all became friends and hung out all the time.
How long did y'all date?
We were together until after, till all the way until I moved to Fort Benning. But going back on, to us getting married, we talked about when I came home on R&R from Iraq, she came to Georgia to be with me, and we talked about getting married and all. I never got down on one knee and proposed to her or anything, but at the time of the wars, 2 states did a proxy marriage. You had a single proxy, I believe, state of Texas, and then a double proxy in the state of Montana. So basically all you had to do was just fill out paperwork, get it notarized, pay the fees, mail it off, and you were legally married. So we went ahead and did that. And what the plan was is I was gonna come back and we were gonna move to Fort Benning together and actually do it the right way, have a wedding and, tell everybody. But
That's one way to do it.
Didn't work out once we were together for quite a period of time and decided to split ways.
So how long were y'all actually together? How much time were y'all together, whether dating and married?
Besides deployments, man, it was several years.
Y'all live together?
We did live together out in El Paso when I got back from Iraq. We lived in an apartment for about 4 or 5 months.
Did you hide her from your family?
No.
Did you bring her around your family?
As much as I could. I mean, we lived out in Texas, so.
Did they ever lay eyes on her and see her?
Oh, yes, sir. She actually wound up getting out of the Army before I did, and she moved back here to Georgia because she was originally from Rome, Georgia, where she lived with her family, and she used to go and have dinner with my dad while I was deployed.
Did they like her?
Oh, yes. I mean,
here's a $1 million question. Why didn't you tell your family you were married?
It was kind of a thing that, I'm kind of old school in a way.
Don't sound like it.
To do the whole ask her father's hand in marriage, but he lived in Colombia, so couldn't
Columbia,
really do
South
that.
Carolina?
No, Colombia, South America. So I've met her brothers before, but didn't get to meet a lot of her family. But she met all my brothers and my brother and my sisters, my mom and my dad.
Well, did y'all divorce or separate because of something bad, or it just didn't work out?
It didn't work. She wanted it. I didn't because I loved her. But I wasn't her first or her last marriage, put it that way. So we were just young, and I was just going through a crazy time. I mean, I was being deployed to Iraq. I mean, I didn't know if I was going to come back.
When did you end up telling your family about the marriage?
after all this happened and we were sitting in the law office and
Manny
Aurora's, and he said, if there's anything that needs to be told that could come out of this, it needs to be told now. And that was the only thing that I was like, oh crap, I might as well tell them. I mean, we were already divorced, and if it just, I didn't know how extensive it was going to become. So
Did you tell Amanda too? Did she know?
they were all in the room.
Chris, Emily, and Amanda.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you some questions about what your dad was like. You said he's smart. When you say smart, how smart was your dad?
Very. In my eyes, he was the smartest man I knew.
In what ways did he show that?
Oh, growing up, he always, you know, was grabbing our books from school and reading stuff, and he always loved watching Jeopardy, and you know, constantly watching that, and he just, you know, Alex Trebek will ask a question, boom, he'll give out the answer. I mean, put it this way, my dad was so smart, he talked in his sleep. And if you caught him talking in his sleep, you give him a math problem, and I'm not saying 2 + 2, like something big, he'll give you the right answer in his sleep.
How did he do in law school?
If I remember right, he was top of his class. He was either number 1 or number 2. I kind of want to say number 2 because I do kind of remember him being ticked off that he didn't get the number 1 spot.
When it came to his work ethic, what was that like?
He worked a lot. He loved his job. He was very good at what he did. If he wasn't doing law, he was working around the house.
When he was doing his legal work, would he take a lot of vacations, or is he one of those guys that would just work a lot?
He would work a lot. The only time that we took vacations is when he had to do law seminars down. It originally started off in Gulf Shores, and then eventually it moved over to, you know, Sandestin area. That's how we did our vacations.
So he would go get training at a very nice resort or something. Y'all go with him?
Yes, sir.
Did you enjoy those?
Oh, yes.
Whole family go?
Every year we had to do it.
He had to get his continuing legal education hours in. Did he go do that?
Yes, that's what I presume it was.
Would he be checking his, now, I know you said your dad is very smart, but when it comes to, when you talk to your dad, or the kids would talk with your dad, when they talk with Gary, would it be odd for them to text or email him to have a conversation or solve a problem with him? I mean, is he somebody that communicated by email or text message with the family?
Both. You know, before really texting became a thing, it was, you know, email. So that's how he would communicate with me when I was over in Iraq, or when I lived in El Paso, Texas. He would send me emails.
Do you remember his email address?
I want to say it was gferris@bird.com. I think it was something along those lines.
What about your dad's wit? Could he cuss you with his wit? Was he quick-witted? If you did something, would he say something? What was his personality like when he would have banter or debate with you or anything like that?
I mean, he would respond fairly quickly and all, but not aggressively.
Well, I'm not saying that. Was he sarcastic? Was he straightforward? What was his personality like? Was he a joke?
He always cracked up jokes. I mean, to me, they were corny, but, you know, he always cracked up jokes.
When it came to the things that he really liked, how much did he like Mountain Dew and cigarettes?
2 things about my dad. He always had a cigarette in his hand. He always had a Mountain Dew in his hand.
How much do you think he would smoke a day?
He was a pretty heavy smoker.
Did you ever get on him and tell him to quit smoking?
Oh, yes.
What did he say?
Oh, I'm going to, you know, I'll quit one day. That was always his, you know, response to it.
About the Mountain Dew?
Yeah, you didn't take those Mountain Dews away from him. It was like water to him. He didn't drink. alcohol. He occasionally drank coffee, but no, 99% of the time it was a Mountain Dew.
And your mom, how did she feel about him smoking and drinking Mountain Dew?
She didn't enjoy it. I know more of the smoking she didn't like. Mountain Dews, I know as he got older and the health got worse, she tried to start buying caffeine-free Mountain Dews, and he wasn't a fan of them. So
where would he keep the Mountain Dew?
In the garage refrigerator.
Now, is it true that he wouldn't even go to ball games anymore because they wouldn't let you smoke and things like that? I guess didn't enjoy going out because of couldn't smoke at certain places, or?
No, I wouldn't really say that. I mean, he still went. I mean, we went before he passed. We went to SEC championship. I believe it was the year prior.
And who went with you to that?
It was my dad and I, Chad and Chris.
When you say Chad, I know who you're saying. Who is Chad?
Chad is Amanda's now husband.
Chad Bruce.
Yes.
And I think he started dating your sister Amanda. Is that how he came into the family?
Yes, man. At that time that we went to the SEC championship, he was dating Amanda.
At the time of your dad's death, would you say he had a
Zach, you still causing problems? Hey, dad jokes. Oh, I got a lot of them.
Would he have, to your knowledge, would he have friends though? Or is he more just kind of around the family?
He was more around the family. Every once in a while he will go skeet shooting. I don't know if they were with clients or work friends. I would say, I mean, I really don't, he wasn't friends with like the neighbor down the road and go play golf with him. It was always either somebody from the law firm or somebody he's done work for.
Zach,
When he would get home
start telling us some dad jokes.
He'd get out
You
of the car,
started.
Look at the pasture, just walk out there, have a cigarette, or what was he like when he got back?
You started this. You start telling them.
You can read him like a book. He always, depending on traffic, there was a certain time frame he would always come home, and he would immediately come in, pull into the garage, grab a Mountain Dew, and go change clothes. And once he changed clothes, it varied. He could have gone. He would have either gone up to the, sat in the driveway and looked around and had a cigarette and stuff, or he would go straight down to the office and start working.
Now, the type of law practice that your father did, was it corporate law?
Yes, sir.
He wasn't doing divorce law?
No, sir.
He wasn't doing criminal defense law?
No, sir.
He wasn't doing anything, I don't want to say exciting. He wasn't doing anything dangerous?
No.
He worked in an office in Atlanta?
Yes, sir.
To your knowledge, did your dad have any enemies whatsoever at the time of his death?
No.
Did you ever see anybody that had a beef with him or a problem with him or anything like that?
Absolutely not.
Did you even see around the time of his death that anybody outside the family that he had even disagreements or arguments with, or any something like a road rage or something like that?
No.
Could you think of anybody outside your family that wanted to do your father harm?
No.
Did he have concerns about someone doing harm to him that you saw at that time?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Your dad's health, he would have some things called spells. Tell the jury what that was.
So, best way I can describe it was he would get very weak. He talked very thick tongue, like his tongue was swollen up, and some people would think he was drunk the way he kind of slurred, but he just got very exhausted and wanted to go lay down. And when he would have them, that's what he did. He would go and lay down, either on the couch or go lay in bed, and he would sleep for a couple hours.
When did these spells start occurring?
I think they kind of started possibly at the old house in Alfred and Hampton Hall, but they got more prominent after we moved to the farm. They just started occurring more and more and more.
Now, is this when you would have these spells? Is it any sign that was coming on, or were it just all of a sudden just start happening?
We talked about it, and he said, yeah, he could kind of feel, the first thing that he would notice is he'll feel, really tired. Like he wanted to go lay down and take a nap.
Sorry,
So,
I don't know what the
once he
diagnosis
started
was for
feeling
him.
that's when his speech.
But I know he
started
had some
getting
health stuff.
slurry, like he had a real thick tongue. And once that happened, that's when he was
Zach, that's good.
lay down.
And
Oh,
like,
Zach.
Miss work because of these spells or anything that you know?
Thank you.
Well, you mean, yeah, he was sleeping, but
How the frequency? How often would these spells come on, and how long would they last? Is what I'm trying to get at.
He'll have, it'll happen like one day a week. I really don't remember him having like one or two spells a week. So he'll have about, he'll have one day during the week, and then 2 or 3 weeks down the road, he'll have another one.
Was it to a degree that it dramatically interrupted his life and things he was doing, or is it not that?
I remember one time we were working on the farm. I think it was when we were building the fence, and he said,
Sorry, talking to my
I feel
son.
like I got a spell coming on. And he will go and sit on the RTV, and I'll just kind of look over there and check on him. And I remember that day, I was like, are you feeling all right? And he was like, yeah, I need to go lay down. I'm like, okay. I was like, I'll, come over there and check on you.
Outside of that, did he?
Zach?
I think you told law enforcement he didn't have kidney stones or anything like
If
that.
that's your sense of humor, we get along good.
Is there anything else about his health that you saw?
Still waiting for my fishing
was
trip.
an issue at the time, around the time of his death?
I know, well,
How's fishing
before
near
his
Garner
death,
State Park?
There was one night, Melody called me up and said, get over to the house. Your father's acting very strange. I was like, what do you mean? He's like, he's seeing like I think she said like seeing palm trees and stuff like that. He's just talking weird. And so I immediately jumped off my couch and left the barn and went over to the house. And yeah, I've never seen my father like that. He was kind of talking like a child would.
Diabetic? Blood sugar high?
And
or low?
we wound up taking his blood pressure, and she bought a blood sugar thing, whatever. She pricked his finger and tested that. I don't remember what it came back as a reading, but I called a friend that was a nurse and asked her, what should we do? When I told her the reading, she was like, get him to emergency room now. And we took him to the emergency room.
When was that?
Probably should have
I don't
called
remember the
911.
exact date, but it was definitely within a year prior to his death. So it was fairly,
Was that the last time? Was that when he was in the hospital? Was that possibly April, or was that something else you're talking about?
that was probably it then, because it was within that same year of 2018. So it was just prior to his death, within a few months, I would say, but I really don't remember the exact date.
Did your dad want to stay in the hospital?
No.
What did he do?
Well, so,
checked
we
himself
get to
out.
I remember we got him into the Sequoia. I drove, and we pull up to the emergency door there.
Where'd y'all go?
We went to, I guess that's Northside Hospital in Forsyth, exit 14. Pulled up to the emergency door, and I looked at Melody. I was like, okay, take him in. She's like, no, you take him in. I'm like, no, I got to park the vehicle. Take him in. He's your husband. You know more of his medical history than I do. So, take him in. So she took him in. And then he was still very lethargic, I guess would say. He was
Blood sugar was low.
but he was starting to get better. And by the time the doctor finally came in and all, he was kind of back to his normal self. And then they said they wanted to keep him in the hospital and kind of keep track of everything. And he stayed.
They want to keep him just to observe him or
Yes.
run tests or what was it?
Yeah, they were trying to figure out because we brought up.
Have you ever
about
been
him
to
having
Inks Lake?
pills and all this stuff, and he's been to the doctor. He went to his physician all the time. They thought it was a vitamin B deficiency and maybe a testosterone problem.
Yeah, right, Tori.
Nobody could figure out
Polly?
what was causing these spells. And this was a bad one. I mean, I was worried for the way he was acting. So he stayed in the hospital, I want to say 1 or 2 nights, but he was back to his normal self before they even moved him upstairs.
And
Blood
did he
sugar.
take himself out of the hospital and come back home?
Yes.
Did you see him have any other symptoms after that, or
No, I did not.
did he have to have surgery?
No,
Do you have to have any procedures
not that I remember. No,
outside of just going to the hospital? Nothing really from that.
no, not that I can remember.
Oh, I haven't been to
Did he
LBJ.
bleed at all during this?
Looking for a place to go camping.
Did you see any
March.
blood coming from his throat or his mouth?
No,
Did you ever see your dad around this time or any time cough and spit blood up?
no, sir.
Did you ever find bloody rags or Kleenexes or I did it, there was some type of blood or your dad's had some type of throat cancer or problems, anything with his throat?
No, no.
I gotta fix my stool.
No.
Did you see anything about your dad that made you think, my dad's got thoughts about hurting himself or killing himself or anything like that?
Never once in my entire life.
Outside of the spells, is there anything else health-wise that you think the jury should know about?
And had high blood pressure. Pretty much everybody knows that. It runs in my family. But yeah, I was always worried he was going to have a heart attack one day. That was my biggest concern, was him having a heart attack because of how much he smoked and
Mountain Dew.
the amount of Mountain Dews he drank, and he didn't go out and run. Last time I ever remember my dad jogging is when we lived in Birmingham. So,
Long
Did
time
you
ago.
walk a long distance?
no.
You like to drive that RTV?
That RTV was, his butt was glued to it.
You talk about your dad's. I think you could.
I appreciate the humor.
I don't think he said set a clock by him, but write a book by him or something about his habits when he would come home. Would he do the same thing? His procedure, his routine was the same thing?
Oh,
pretty much?
yes. I mean, like I said, if you were around him enough, you would be able to pick up on his routine very quickly. He always did the same kind of thing every day.
I hear you're a good cook. Is that true?
Well, in the kitchen,
Or I guess
if you
grilling,
like,
barbecuing?
I could do some barbecue.
I think your mom, did y'all buy your dad's death? Did y'all get a new barbecue or grill or something?
Yes, I got for my birthday that year, I was asked what I wanted, and I said I wanted an electric smoker.
Smoker, that's right.
Yes.
And did your mom and you use that to smoke something for the family or friends?
It was my dad's birthday. I think it was just prior to his death. Smoked a whole bunch of barbecue chicken.
Now, on July 5th, 2018 is when you found the remains, and that's that Thursday. Was your birthday 2 days later?
Yes, sir.
So July 7th?
Yes, sir.
And when was your dad's birthday? In June, the end of June?
June 27th. Birthday.
All right, so you have some cooking skills, grilling skills, things like that. How about your dad?
Not so much. I don't ever really remember my dad grilling. He did I do remember when he did it when we were younger, but once I got old enough to start cooking on the grill, I was the one who did it.
Was your mom a good cook? And did she do most of the cooking in the house?
Yes, sir.
When your dad wanted something to eat, food, whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, who would cook?
Mama.
When?
What was his routine? He got home so do this for me. He gets home at night. About what time does he get home and what's he do till he goes to bed? What was his routine?
When I'm asking when, I mean at the farm or back at the old house
At the house and the farm.
At the farm?
His routine around the time of his death.
Saying nah, as like a guy,
so he would
do a
come
lot of
home
different, a lot of
roughly 6, 7 o'clock, like I said, depending on traffic. And cooking dinner wise, if Melody was in town, she would fix something. But towards the later part of, closer to his death, she was not home a lot. She was constantly going up to Tennessee. And then
I don't know, but I'm going to look it up.
Go get us something to eat.
When your dad would come home in the house, you've got in Purcell, 2155 Lane. If I said what floor in the house would be his domain where he would hang out, which one would that be?
No, it'd be the basement.
And if he wanted to get something to eat, how would he get in the house? He didn't go anywhere, and the defendant would your mother would cook him food. How would he do that? Would he?
He'll come up to the kitchen and eat it at the kitchen island.
Would he eat upstairs?
Yes, sir.
He wouldn't take it back downstairs and eat, or he'd eat at
The only thing he would have taken downstairs to eat was dessert, key lime pie.
You like dessert?
Oh, he loved his key lime pie.
So he'd come upstairs, eat dinner.
Yes.
If you were sitting in the kitchen, where in the kitchen would he sit? I know there was a table
I don't.
outside.
How do I fix it, Zach? Got any
So
ideas?
In the kitchen, we had a very large island, and there was 3 or 4 bar stools, and he would sit at one of those bar stools.
Did he have a specific bar stool that he preferred to sit at? Let's see how well he knows his daddy.
See this photograph here, Fracture 72?
Yes, sir.
You were in this photograph, or is it a different one?
Nope, it's so yeah, right there where your mouse is, that's where he would sit and eat dinner.
The man
How would
throne.
when he'd come up and just sit down, would he eat with other people, eat by himself? What would he do?
Well, there was nobody else there. It was only.
If the defendant was fixing dinner or anything, would she eat with him, or he
No.
eat by himself?
He would be eating by himself.
Would you eat with him at all, or would you be doing something on your own?
I would, if I came over there to cook him dinner or get food, I would go down to the basement and eat in front of the TV. My dad loved to read, so he would read while he ate dinner.
What kind of things would he read when he's eating dinner? Leisure stuff, not law stuff, or would he work?
No, it would be, history books or war
Newspaper.
books or whatever book he was reading at the time. We had a library or office in the house. and there was
That's
a lot of
what do you
books
call a
there
deer
that would,
with
I
no
think a
eyes
lot of his
or
books
legs?
were in there that
Zach.
he's read.
When he was done eating, would he go back downstairs or stay up on the
Zach.
first level?
Were you joshing me when you
much
said
go
you
back
come say hi?
What would you do when you go back downstairs?
He would go into his office and
I think
write
Josh
quick
is.
emails
I mean,
and
Zach
stuff,
is scared of me.
have, cigarettes.
I think
and,
Zach is
kind of
terrified.
finish up a day.
Still, no idea.
Judge, you mind if we can take a break right this morning, if that's okay?
All right, sounds good.
All right, we'll take
Oh,
15. And we'll stick to the 15 if I say that.
the I bet a juror needs to go Tay. I have gotten addicted to the word comfort break. I love it. It's polite. Comfort break can be multiple things. What do you call a cow with 2 legs? What, Zach? What do you call a cow with? Hey, Zach, did you ever watch that show where they tell dad jokes, and if somebody laughs, they have to take a shot of an adult beverage? Did you ever watch those people, Zach? Were you one of those watchers? Oh my God, some of their jokes were so awesome. Got kind of raunchy, some of them. I think they're from overseas. I don't think they're Americans. I don't know. I could ask my son. For those of you who are watching, trying to figure out what the hell I'm doing, I don't know what I'm doing. Actually, I've got 10 of these to make, and they're all hand beaded, and they all look like that right now. What was the name of that group, Zach? What was the name of that? I mean, I'd love to play it on here, but the content will get me banned because we're not that kind of show. But Zach, yeah, my son and I spent many hours watching those. Oh my gosh, it was those. Some of them you'd look at them and go, seriously. The other jokes are you just rolling on the floor. I don't do drinking games, but I loved to watch it. I think the group kind of fell apart. I think they started having some drama. But one of the guys, the Chinese guy, creeped me out. The big, kind of panda bear looking dude, creeped me out. He was a good comedian, but he was creepy as hell. All right, y'all. I'm going to take a needle break. Put the lid on so I don't knock them off. Y'all, these have thousands and thousands of beads, and they have been on my floor more than once. Probably look at the vacuum bag and find hundreds of beads in there. Okay, let me see where we are. Nope, we can't do that. Let me do a news check. Disney World is assessing the impact of Hurricane Milton as they announce reopening date. Sean Diddy Combs appears in court as a judge sets spring trial date. Oh, really? By the way, guys, I know a lot of people want me to cover this trial. First of all, I think it's a federal case, so I don't think it's going to be on live, number one. And I cannot cover it because of some of the content. Yeah, some of the content I'm just not in for. Let's see what. We still have some live cameras up. Well, that pier survived. Look. Oops. I guess it's not going to show that pier. I wonder where that road was. It gone. So it looks like everything. I'm sure they have some structural stuff. I'm going to see if I can find something better. I think Jules is enjoying some sleep. God, I hope so. For those who just come in, she has electricity in her home, no internet, and she's okay. Is that a sinkhole? Y'all, look at this.
Look at that pile.
Watch this, y'all. That's pretty high. Look at the sinkhole. Wow. Y'all. Oh God. Oh, Zach. Cause she's a blonde. Yeah, yeah, yeah. A natural blonde. No, no, no. Because she's blonde, she don't have to think. Talks like a baby and she never pay for drinks. Is that where you're going with this, Zach? Don't have to worry about getting a man if she keeps that bod. She keeps that tan because she's a blonde. B-L-O-N. I don't know. Yeah. Palm Beach Gardens. Yeah, I'm surprised they don't have more sinkholes, honestly, guys. Oh, look at that. Went to Florida. Florida? A lot of sand and dirt in the streets. So, wow. Blue hair. Really? That wasn't on my bingo card. Oh, not on my bingo card. What's going on with assisted living?
We're seeing more rescues. Isabel, what can you tell us?
Jim, yes, you're looking at a very, very active search and rescue operation. That is a SHERP, that vehicle you're looking at right there, able to go into the deep flood waters that they're experiencing right now at the University Mall area. This is a strange scene for this area. This sort of flooding just does not happen here. Behind that vehicle is actually a sign of the Great American Assisted Living Facility, and that is where deputies have just rescued 135 members. Let's move this camera to the right here, and you're going to see them right here. Many of them elderly, many of them need to use wheelchairs or walkers. And what they're doing right now is they've been rescued out of those floodwaters by Hillsborough County deputies and Hillsborough County Fire Rescue. And what's going to happen is they're going to be loaded into a school bus like we saw just moments ago, the bus full to the brim with these people for the assisted living facility, and they're going to take them away to a shelter or somewhere that they can get the appropriate attention, food, water, shelter, medical attention, most importantly. I spoke with somebody here named Gary who was inside of that
was my
assisted
grandma
living
or my
facility, and he
mama
told me the water came
on TV
suddenly
without her
and up to his
consent.
knees, that it was scary.
To me is a no-no.
The sheriff here, Chad Cronister, this was actually his district when he was a rookie. And he tells us that he has never seen anything like this in terms of flooding for the University Mall area. And this is not the end of it. They have set up a command post, Jim,
I would not want my
yes, they
family
got all of
member
these people out, but there's
sitting
other
there.
people stuck in homes and in an apartment complex, I'm told by HCSO. So they're going to be busy going door to door
I'm
here
not gonna
and
do
getting
this.
people who are trapped by these flood waters out.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not going to show that. That's not fair to the families. It's not fair to the victims. I ain't doing it. And I did. And I apologize. I apologize to the family and the victims. That is, I understand news. I understand the importance. Oh, my hair. Look at it. It is just, I understand them wanting to get the news. I get it. But that right there should be a HIPAA violation. I would be pissed off if the news media was plastering my elderly parent in a nursing home on TV. No. Did every single one of those people give consent? This is a disaster. Get it. Blur their faces before you put it live. The majority of those patients do not have the ability, the wherewithal legally to give consent. I used to work in one of those places for a short while. A girl, that's a story for a members only live. Some of them cannot give consent. Some of them can. Some of them cannot. So for me, I'm like, I'm not comfortable today. I'm having an RE flare up in my body. I can't get comfortable. No matter what position I'm in, I'm not comfortable. It's not fun, y'all. But and the nursing home should not give consent. It's like with the American Red Cross. You cannot go in a shelter as a news media and just walk in and film. I know they're sitting out in public, but there comes a point. Would you want your mama sitting out there looking like that? Honey child, if I sat in a nursing home and survived a hurricane, riding it out in a nursing home, sitting in a wheelchair, probably in the same diaper I was in the day before, not literally, but figuratively, and looking like that, I'd be giving hell. And I'm not going to promote it. I'd rather have nothing on my screen than to promote that. And my apologies to the families if you see it. I was not on top of what was really going on, and I apologize. I will probably edit it later out of my video. Just saying, it's not right. I understand wanting to get the scoop and all of that. I get it, but come on, y'all. These poor old people. Blur them out. And I blame the news station. I do. I need a massage chair. I need one of those chairs that squeezes your legs. You know, you sit in like at the mall. Or massages while you wait for your spouse or children to stop their shopping. Oh. I've never been one of those people to just sit in one of those and chill in a mall, but I'd be tempted to now. Yeah, well, I guess I'm always on the side of the caution of the victim. I think my stint with the Red Cross has really taught me a lot. And in disasters like that, I understand people are going to want to get the best footage they can to help their ratings. I'm not saying that they can't get footage, but for Pete's sakes, for the love of those poor victims, blur them out. Well, that is true. That is true. But I am trying to at least give you guys a heads up and letting y'all see the conditions and that kind of stuff. But if that's what they're doing, I'm not going to do it. I'd rather sit here and wait 15 minutes and try to fill than to have that stuff posted. Just the way I feel. And it's my channel, so that's the way I'm going to do it. I want to have good stories. I want to hear stories of recovery and survival. Oh, well, this is interesting. Let me see if I can get to this. Okay, we could share this. This is drone footage. And this is Minnesota Bay. I don't have any volume with it, of course. It's drone footage. That's cool. I have a drone. If I was there, it'd be up in the air. I have a nice one. It's not outrageously expensive, but it's a par above the average Joe's drone. And I wasn't looking when that stitch went down and I did a boo-boo. Somebody said last night that there was a dumpster on top of a house. Y'all, that bad. A dumpster on top of someone's house. I know we've seen boats, a little boat on top of somebody's house, like a little rowboat type boat. But man, look at that devastation. Interesting how some places withstood and some did not. Looks, yeah. Wow, look at that. Look at that big tree, it survived. Yay! Well, the roots probably run deep. How many times has my needle poked me today? Take a guess. How many times since I've started this morning doing this has my needle poked me? One of the things that is going to be difficult, I would think, is getting rid of all that sand that's been that washed inland. They've got a lot of infrastructure on the beaches they're going to have to fix too. Oh, look at that boat. 2 boats. So that home, those were all destroyed. Wow, look at that. Now, no political answers. 42, no. No political answers, but where in Florida is President Trump's home and golf course? What part of Florida? I don't know. On the map, visually looking, I don't know where that is. Was it in any of the impact zone? Just curious how it fared. Of course, they were built to, I'm sure it was built. Don't panic. Don't panic what? Are you coming in my door? Honey, if you walking in my door, I'm panicking because my room's a hot freaking mess. My room's a hot mess. My office, my podcast room from last night, I haven't cleaned. Oh. Wow. Take your towel. What? Zach, I'm not following you, honey. You're going to have to spell this one out. Are you going next door? Are you getting a... Is that what you're talking about? I have no idea what you're talking about. Don't panic. Take a towel. I'm pulling a blonde moment. Because I'm a blonde. No. Oh, Hitchhiker Guide to the Galaxy. Okay. Got it. I was more of a redder hair. And after chemo, it turned this crappy ash blonde. And I mean crappy ash blonde. I don't like my crappy ash blonde hair. But look at all that damage, y'all. I actually expected, look at that. Wow. What is it with these houses that have doors leading to a porch? Oh, snap. That is the picture of the day. Look at that yacht up against that house. Oh, some of these boats are looking good. Some of them not so good.
We were talking about your dad's habits, his routine.
Get on the mic, dude.
I think we were talking about your dad would check his emails. Is that something he would do constantly? Is they always checking work emails and things like that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Vacations, it didn't matter was your dad working.
Oh, yes.
When he would go downstairs, so eat dinner, go upstairs, eat dinner, come back downstairs, work a little bit. Did he ever go into that movie theater room or the home theater room?
It was either there or the other TV down in the basement. He would sit and watch TV.
What kind of shows and things would he watch? Random stuff, YouTube, or something else? What would he do?
Either the History Channel or he liked old TV shows like old westerns and Andy Griffith, MASH.
Oh
visitor
man, I
shows,
saw some new
and I
things
know you
about
like
MASH the
the
other day
TV
on
show The
TV. I
Office.
love that show
He liked
growing up.
watching that as well too.
Watched every episode
Kind of by
more than
himself when
once.
He would do that.
Yes,
Now, where did you live on the property?
I lived above the barn in an apartment.
So not in the house
No.
with your mom and dad. After he would, was it pretty much this is his routine? Every night he comes home, dinner, go downstairs, work a little bit, go watch TV, go to bed.
Pretty much. The only time that it would change would be, on a Friday, he would come home and start doing some kind of project, doing some kind of work on the farm.
And where would he sleep?
He slept in the bedroom down in the basement.
Every night?
Yes, sir.
Would
Why?
he sleep? Would he lock his door?
No, he would not.
When your mom, where would she sleep?
She would slept in the master bedroom.
Would she ever use something to brace or lock her door?
I didn't see her do it, but I saw one sitting behind the door of the bedroom.
Saw what was it? Describe for the jury.
If I remember right, it was kind of like a prop bar. It had a flat surface on one side and kind of a fork on the other. It was white, I want to say, but it was, you put it up under the door handle.
The doorknob itself?
Yeah, so it's kind of like a state-of-the-art version of propping a chair up underneath it for keeping somebody from opening the door.
How would your dad sleep? And what kind of clothing?
He always slept naked.
Sorry?
He always slept naked in the nude.
Which is what he did?
Yeah.
I believe.
And
your
she
dad
had a
was
problem
about
with
58 at the time of his death?
Yes, sir.
Was your mom about the same age?
Yes.
I believe they've been together for 38 years.
Mhm.
I want to talk to you about your mom. I think I understand, but you've referred to her as Melody. Do you not call her mom anymore
No.
because of this?
Yes.
Now, up to this point, though, until this occurred, did you get along with your mom?
We had our good days and bad days. We did a lot of stuff together because my dad was at the office, and whenever she was home, she liked to decorate the house, and I did a lot of the projects there at the farm. Like I did the backsplash on the bar down in the basement, and finished out the so-called wine cellar. And she would always be, decorating or wanting to paint something, and so we would do a lot of stuff like that together, and go and get, go to Scottsdale Farms and buy plants to plant out around.
Did your mom graduate from college? Do you know?
As far as I'm aware, no, she did not.
Was she smart? Is she smart?
Not like my dad, but she's not dumb.
Common sense?
Oh, yes.
She hardworking? She work outside?
No.
Oh, yes, man. All the time we worked in the yard.
She hands-on?
Yes.
Would she get in there and do projects with y'all or with you?
It depends on what project. She didn't help my dad and I do the stone wall between the house and the pond, but she got out there and planted plants and,
Did she
shoveled mulch around.
Did she get her hands dirty?
Yes.
Could she get things done if she wanted to?
Yes.
Would you consider her strong-willed or weak-willed?
Strong-willed.
Does she have opinions?
Oh, yes.
Is she afraid or shy to share those opinions?
No.
Would she have opinions about you?
Yeah, I'm sure.
About her other children?
Oh, definitely. Chris, she kind of favored Emily and definitely Amanda.
How about your dad?
My dad was harder on my brother and I. He was a sucker for my sisters.
Normal.
There is baby girls. My dad was old school. He, if I remember growing up, if I needed $5, I needed I needed to tell him 5 reasons why I needed it. So.
Is that just how it was?
Yeah, he tried to just, instill discipline in us, make us, a good person, a better person.
Did your dad
Man,
things like
turn me
trucking things?
into a man.
What was his taste in? What kind of things did he like? If you said, my daddy really liked fill in the blank, what would it be?
It's kind of tough. I mean, he always wanted to take care of other people first. He always put everybody else first. He made sure Melody had what she will want to have, and all of us. I mean, he always made it a point to make sure, we all had the best Christmas as possible. And he wasn't really,
He was a provider.
He drove a Suburban. He drove it until over 200,000 miles. And it was me who convinced him, go buy yourself a Mercedes. I mean, you deserve it. I mean, he wasn't a flashy person. So it's kind of hard to say.
What kind of Mercedes did he have?
It was an E-Class.
Tell me what that means. I don't know what that means.
E-Class is kind of your mid-size sedan. He looked at the S-Class, which is the big, fully sized Mercedes, and he was just like, it's just too much car. I don't need that.
How much of those cars cost that he had?
Well, his, brand new, that was, at that time, probably would have been
60, 70.
maybe $60,000, $70,000.
I was right.
What kind of car did your mom have?
Well, she drove Infiniti G35 for the longest time, and then
70, 80,000.
then she drove the Toyota Sequoia.
What kind of car or vehicle did you have?
At which point I've had
Around the time your dad's death.
I was driving the so-called farm truck, which was a Chevy 2500 diesel, non-dually. It was just a regular back axle. We didn't have the wide tire ones.
That was your dad's truck. You purchased it.
Yeah, he purchased it, and it was titled for a farm truck for tax write-off, but it was I drove that vehicle.
Your vehicle / the work truck.
Yes.
If I said,
Which is a no. No.
just fill in the blank. What things did she?
That's not legal.
What do you mean? And what
she have expensive things like furniture. What was her things that she really?
Everything she had was like top of the line, Tory Burch or Chanel or, all high-end clothing.
Not now.
It was.
She liked Christmas trees?
Oh, yes.
Around Christmas time, would she decorate the house?
Yes, she would.
Tell the jury how she would decorate the house and how many Christmas trees.
Now, don't fuss. A lot of people have more than one tree.
What? 1, 2, 3. There was about 4 or 5 Christmas trees. She did all the inside stuff. She was very good at it. I will say the Christmas trees we had were something you would see in like a Southern Living magazine. She liked to collect the Christopher Racco ornaments, which is a very sought after
high-end,
hand blown, hand painted.
Say that again. I didn't guess that.
I have one that I found in an
thrift
store.
Take it, they're expensive.
They vary in price. They can range from $10 a piece to several $100s a piece.
Thousand.
It just depends because he changed his ornaments every year. That's why they were collectors.
She do things like that?
Oh yeah, she very enjoyed it very much.
Did she?
She loved living the high life.
Parties for the law office or go to parties for the law office?
Entertainer.
I remember, when I was in like middle school and maybe early parts of high school, my dad would have confirm Christmas parties at the house. So there would be a lot of people over there, and that kind of ended.
And all those decorations were right off.
Did your dad take care of your mom when it comes to things that he provide nice things for?
All the time, yes.
Like, did she have fur coats, mint coats, whatever you call it? Did she have nice clothing?
Yes.
Did she have nice jewelry?
Yes.
She had nice dishes and things like that in the house?
Yes.
Clothing?
Yes.
She liked to shop?
Oh, yes.
Did you give her money so she could shop?
Yes. Well, she had, pretty much our entire life, she always had full access to the bank account. It was just the last 2 or 3 years prior to his death that it got restricted.
Things kind of.
Because he was getting overextended.
How would you describe, at the time of your father's death, how would you describe their marriage to each other?
Not good.
Existing.
Why so?
Because she was constantly disappearing, taken off. But, I mean, he raised his voice, but he never, was screaming so hard that someone would lose their voice. He was never like that.
And what was she like?
Oh, she screamed. She definitely, expressed her feelings in a way, I guess I would say. She was.
What do you mean?
She definitely would
Boisterous.
scream and cuss and, show
Tantrum.
aggression.
Who is Ted Wiley?
Ted used to date my Aunt Sherry, which was my dad's sister.
Your dad has how many brothers and sisters? Or had, I'm sorry.
My dad has an older sister, Patricia, then my dad, and then my Uncle John, and my Aunt Sherry.
So what was Ted related? How was he related or involved with the family? So Sherry.
Ted was dating Sherry.
And what time was this? And about how old were you when this was going on?
If I remember right, they started dating roughly maybe when Amanda was born. So they were together for a very long time. Pretty much all of ours.
How many
childhood.
years do you think they were together? Are you talking about 5, 10, 15, 20? What
Oh, yeah, definitely north of 15, I would say.
And did you see him often?
Every Christmas and Thanksgiving.
And at some point, did you notice something or did you learn of something going on between him and your mom?
Yes. So when my grandmother, Melody's mother, Kay Walker, when she had a heart attack and had to have open heart surgery, I basically went with her and I helped stay with my grandmother in the hospital, especially when she was in the ICU.
When was this? What year are we talking about?
This is 2005 or 6. So, I was up there for quite a period of time. I ended up, quitting my job at Regal Nissan to, help out, with this situation because my dad was still, working and.
So how long a time would your mom and you be separated from your dad?
We would stay up there for several weeks. It depends on what condition my grandmother was in and all. But for the beginning of it, we pretty much did not leave from being up there. It's once she got out of, the ICU and got moved into a more private room, that's when we kind of, didn't have to be up there as much.
So this is taking care of your mother's mom?
Yes.
Maternal mother, grandmother.
Yes.
And the defendant was there to help her mom and you were with her?
Yes.
How did Ted come into the picture?
So, Sherry and Ted, they lived there in Muscle Shoals, Florence area and all. So you know, whenever we would go out to eat, you know, we a lot of times went to eat with them. We always went to Logan Roadhouse or somewhere like that. And then after a couple months, I remember the night we went to Logan's Roadhouse and Ted came up and grabbed my mother's rear end like somebody would be doing who's in a relationship, like a full-blown
Guys,
relationship.
this narrative is
And
too
that
loose
right
for my
there
comfort. Why
triggered.
is
And
this
from
permitted?
there on, she started disappearing. She would leave, say, "Oh, I'm going to run to the store."
This
and
is
not come
narrative.
back until either very, very early in the morning or till the next day, and leave me stranded with no vehicle.
Did you talk about this to your brothers and sisters? Did they know, or just you?
I mean, I think I've probably told Chris. Don't really remember if I told Emily or Amanda. I did get my dad. I told him, I was like, she keeps running off of Ted. And, you know, they keep going and doing things together and leaving me stranded at the hospital or the house with no vehicle.
Would your dad help take care of your mother's mom, your grandmother, her mom? Would your dad do anything financially or anything to help her?
I'm sure he did.
If I remember right, I know he kind of helped. I want to say my grandparents had like a mortgage on the house for some kind of project, something with the foundation or something. I think he kind of took control of paying for that. I don't know if it was my grandmother's money or his money, but he kind of, you know, took controls of the, you know, finance side of the mortgage.
Did you ever know anything about a $50,000 home equity loan or something like that involving Ted Wiley?
No.
Did your parents, because of Ted or anything, did they ever separate or have an issue that you saw?
From what I remembered, it was by this time I was in the process of joining the Army. I went through basic training and I was deployed to Iraq within 4 months of coming out of basic training.
That's a quick
so I was over in
deployment,
El Paso,
Iraq.
Texas, not here. And I do remember I deployed and I remember getting an email from my dad and he, you know, stated that he was going to be filing for divorce. I responded with, do what you got to do, but I really don't want to be, I don't need to know anything else. I got too much going on over here.
That was over Ted?
Yes.
What year was that?
That either had to be 2009 or 2010. So I was deployed to Iraq.
And after you got that email, did your dad ever say anything else to you about what was going on?
No, sir.
Did he fall through any more on the divorce, or was that the last you heard about that?
That was the last I've ever heard about it.
And then you came home?
Yes.
Zach, you would appreciate this. I use fishing line for my beading thread. This is a cool fishing line box.
This time, I'm continuing to evidence S. Farris, number 10. I don't think there's an objection to it.
No objection.
That's a move. Scott, you should have in front of you a monitor. Is it working?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to hand this to you, so you can look whichever one you want to.
Stay on the mic, dude.
This is State's Exhibit S. Farris 10. We're taking your name and using numbers with that, but
This is wax. You run the thread to it so it doesn't tangle.
What at the top it has an email there. Can you read that email for us?
Gary 4250@gmail.com.
And what is the company that sent this?
That would be from Bank of America.
And if you could just read out loud what it says.
Hi, Gary. Credit transaction was made above your chosen alert limit. Amount $165.82. Credit card, Bank of America, Visa, Platinum Plus, ending in 1727. Where at Scottsdale Farms and Company, Alpharetta, Georgia. Type retail. Transaction date July 1st, 2018.
Did your dad have several credit cards and things like that?
Yes.
Did he have the ability that he would get notice if anything was, I think, over $20 or something like that?
As far as I'm aware, any kind of transactions, he would get some kind of notification.
And if he was notified, would he ever ask you about what you're doing with the money or what was going on?
Yes.
How quick would he be on that? Like, if he got a notice, how quickly could you get a phone call or text message?
It varied. It could be within 5 minutes, or it could have been later on that evening.
Now, this one in particular, do you know what that card was or who had it?
I presume that might have been the one my dad had. I'm not 100% because there was several different credit cards.
Now, your dad controlled the finances in the family, is that right?
Yes.
If you would just tell the jury when it came to your finances, what type of access to a debit card, a credit card, whether it's personal or for the farm work, tell the jury what you would have.
So I would either have, beginning off, I would, get his debit card. I'll get it for him to go buy horse feed or, fertilizer or anything like that. And then he wound up giving me a credit card that I kept all the time. And that's, a lot of purchases were made doing that. I do know at one point he gave me a debit card, and that was, I don't know if it was his main account. I don't think it was, because he would constantly have to put money into it. So if I, needed to go get food or fertilizer or something like that, a lot of times there wasn't enough money in it, and I would have to send him a text saying, hey, put some money in it in the account so I could go and buy this and this and this.
And would he do anything to, would he ever get on you about your spending?
Every once in a while. So I worked for my dad, when I got released from the military, I got back into selling cars for a little while. And then I worked at a warehouse, and then by the time we lived on the farm,
okay, Zach.
We realized it was kind of a full-time job, and also I kind of maintained it. And we had an agreement because I lost my job at the warehouse, and we sat and talked, and he's like, well, look, this property is a lot of work and everything like that, so I'll give you a credit card, and you're able to go and have lunch and stuff like that and all. But if any time I really want to go buy myself something, which I never really did, I'll let them know, or so-called, hey, is it okay if I go buy this?
Let me ask you about, let's go and talk about your work you did on the property. 2155% Lane, that's a hobby farm?
Yeah, I would say.
Were y'all looking at several places before your dad bought that?
We looked at a couple of different properties. Some we just didn't like at all. It got down to this property and one other property. I do know.
What was the difference between this one and the other one?
This one had a lot more land. The other one sat on I wouldn't call it a lake, very large pond. And it was on the back side of it. And, when we looked at it, the cove was pretty dried up. And so it wasn't much of a lake. So,
So who won in the family, including all your brothers and sisters? Who won the one at the lake, if you would, and the farm that you moved into? Who was up for what? Let's start with Amanda. Which one did Amanda want?
I don't think she ever saw it.
How about Emily?
I don't think she ever saw it either, too, and neither did Chris.
Which one did you want?
I went with my mom and dad to look at the properties.
What did you have a favorite out of the last two?
The one, yeah, I like the one that he ended up purchasing more.
How about between your mom and dad? Did they like one over the other?
I mean,
What matter does it?
I think it came
What's up with these questions?
I mean, I gave my points. I was like, look, you got a lot more stuff you can do.
Y'all,
on this property.
I want to know, why is this important to the case?
When you end up your dad going after and buying the farm, what year?
Rein in the questioning, dude.
Around 2013.
And how old were you at that time?
You're gonna make me do math.
I am. I'm not very good at myself, so we'll figure out together.
Had it been around 30, maybe.
Well, let's see. You was it 35 when your father?
What difference does it make?
I just turned that July 7th. I would have been
35. Okay, so that was 2018 for 5 years, so around 30.
Mm-hmm.
And so, did you live so you were working and living on the property about 5 years?
Yes. From the time they purchased it to time of his death, I lived there.
And Scott, I'm not trying to be insulting. I don't know any other way to really ask it, but what I want you to tell the jury, and what I'm interested in is what kind of contract? I imagine it's just word, just a spoken agreement. But did you get an allowance? Did you get a stipend? Did you get a salary? How did you make a living, and buy stuff, and what was the arrangement between you and your father while you?
Get on the microphone.
There was no contract or anything like that. It was basically, so around the time that, the recession was kind of starting to turn. When I first got out of the military, I tried to join Milton Police Force. Couldn't, since I was not post certified, they didn't have the funds to hire me on. And once I started looking into other cities and counties, it was all the same thing. So work was still hard to find, like decent paying. So, and the job I had at the warehouse, I was making $10 an hour.
That sucks.
Once I got, I was let go from that job. We sat down and talked, and I was like, look, I want to still pursue, law enforcement, but there's nothing I can get into right now. And that's when we came on the agreement that, I would manage the farm, because since he was working Monday through Friday in Atlanta, that,
Rein it in.
he would give me a credit card, debit card, and, I was able to go eat lunch and stuff like that and pay my cell phone bill. I didn't have much bills at all. So he never really gave me an allowance, except for the time that, he decided to open up the other bank account, and, he didn't keep a lot of money in it, because around that time, Melody kept asking for the card I had and going off and buying stuff.
Did your dad want her to have that card?
No, especially the credit card. When he gave me the credit card, I remember he sent me a text saying, hold on to this like your life depended on it, or something. But
to keep it away from the defendant?
Yes. He basically said, don't give this card to anybody.
Which credit card would that be?
I believe that was the Ducks Unlimited Visa card.
When you work the land, there were horses and animals and things, pigs, goats, chickens. Y'all had all kinds of stuff on there, didn't you?
Yeah, we had everything pretty much except for cattle.
All right, now, your first house, now your mom's background, her father and mother had Ace Hardware or some type of hardware store?
Ace Hardware, yes, sir.
So more of kind of a country background or a rural background?
No,
Ace Hardware's in
West
big
Charles
towns.
It wasn't a huge town, but it
They're
was,
all over.
I mean,
From
yeah,
the
you get on
country
the
or
outskirts.
from the country or from the city is usually how I ask people. Would you say your mom was from the country or from the city?
Man, honestly, I want to kind of say in between, but it was
Fair
no,
enough.
there was no, you know,
How about your dad?
She was not rural.
not country.
Did they grow up having horses and things like that? And animals?
Suburb.
No, none of us ever had that.
So when they got this hobby farm, did any of y'all know anything about horses and how to take care of them and ride them?
No, we did not.
Was it a learning experience?
Yes.
I'm sure it
How many horses did y'all have on the property? Where'd you get them from?
We had 4 horses. The first horse we got was Rebel. Some people down the road, they were moving. He was an older horse. They gave him to us along with a pony, but the pony was already promised to somebody else. So we just kind of took care of it for a little while until that person was able to come and get it. And then we got Bluebell, Chester, and Blackjack.
Oh, that's a cute name. You know, Bluebell's made in a town nearby
We
me.
purchased them through a friend of the neighbors, Jackie. She lived down the hill from the farm.
Jackie has some type of place for donkeys or something like that, or rescue, or
At the time, she had a buttload of chickens, all kinds of fancy little hen ones and pigeons and big chickens. She had a whole bunch of chickens.
was her
He
house
did.
her house stand out in the neighborhood?
Yeah, I mean, you had to pass it every single time you came to the farm.
And was Jackie close to your mom?
She hung out with her quite a bit.
Now, these horses, who would ride the horses?
I would, my mom would, my nieces, my dad once in a blue moon.
Did he get thrown from a horse or anything?
He did get thrown one time. He got on Chester. Chester was a more high-spirited horse. And what I mean by high-spirited, that, you know, if a squirrel jumped from branch to branch, he would jump. He would get startled. So it took a more experience.
He's a nervous Nelly.
to ride him. But my dad wanted to ride him. And I was nervous about it. And sure enough, when he got on him, he started bucking and bucked my dad off.
Did he get hurt?
He did. He hit his head when he came down, and we ended up taking him to the hospital to get a CT scan because my medical
Make sure there's no head injury.
you know, noticed that he wasn't answering all the questions right that I was asking him, and
got his bell rung.
yeah, he definitely.
How about your mom?
Come on,
Did
ring
mom ride the horses?
the bell.
She did.
She ever get hurt by the horse?
There was one day, it was first day of college football, and my Aunt Sherry was on her way into town, and I was up in my apartment.
I'll be back.
About to start watching football. Alabama game was about to start, and she called me and said, "Get down here. I just got kicked by a horse." And I go down there, and she got kicked in the leg, and her kneecap was on the side of her leg.
What year was that?
I want to say 2016.
Did she ride the horses after that?
When she was finally able to, yes. I think I remember her getting on. I don't really remember, but I know my dad didn't get back on a horse after he got bucked off.
Got to get back
When
on,
it came to
sir.
taking
Show
care
the
of
horse who's
animals,
boss.
Part of your, I guess, duty or job that you would do. How many animals? What was your routine every day for the animals? What time did you have to feed them? What did you have to do?
I would wake up in the morning. And depends on, a lot of times we left the horses out in the pasture. But if I knew there was bad weather coming or it got more winter time and all, that's when I would start bringing them in the barn. So I will wake up, you know, we had a whole bunch of goats. I would feed the goats, make sure everybody had water, feed, and just kind of along those lines. And then I would start, you know, blowing off driveways and stuff like that, keeping my place looking nice.
How long would it take to, you feed them how many times a day? Or what would your
About
routine?
twice a day. So in the morning, it depends on the animals. So the horses, they would get a little bit of feed in the morning and then some in the evening. Same with the goats. They would get feed in the morning and feed in the afternoon and be grazing out in the pastures.
How much interaction would your dad have when it came to taking care of the horses or the animals or anything?
None.
I do not ever remember my dad feeding animals.
How about your mom?
She would do the chickens up by the house, occasionally come up and feed the chickens and all. But no, it was not on a regular basis.
About the goats?
Be right
I
back.
don't ever remember feeding goats.
Did y'all have to bottle feed the goats at all? Or anything?
Comfort break.
Oh, yeah, we did. I mean, we had a lot of baby goats that were born. Not all goats are going to accept their babies. Some of them reject them. And, lo and behold, I mean, a lot of times, when a goat gives birth, they can pass away from it. It's just like humans. There's a lot of life and death on a farm. You're always having something born and you're always having something die.
And did you ever have to dispose of any animals, dead bodies, or anything like that?
A lot of chickens, I mean, they get sick very easily, or a fox will come and kill them. Ducks as well too. We've had some goats that pass away. They either get sick or, first group of goats we had, we bought them from somebody that was, their parents, I believe, passed away or something. And we bought all the goats they had. That was our first goats.
Would you ever burn goats?
No.
Did you ever throw them on the burn pile?
No.
That's not something you would do?
No. I would bury them.
Where would you bury them on the property?
Majority of the time, the goat pen, because that was the softest, easiest ground to dig. Because the goat pen was, one of the previous owners built a very large retaining wall and filled it in. From what I was told, there was a lion in that. So,
I'm sorry?
A lion. I don't know if it was
like lion, tigers, and bear lion.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know what kind of lion, but the neighbors told us at some point there was a lion in
And that's
that
where the
cage.
goats were at.
So that it turned out to be a perfect goat pen because it had a high fence, barbed wire coming out, had a metal.
Where is that? If I was looking at your house, where would that be?
It would have been right behind the barn. Backside of the barn along the property edge.
This is aerial 3. This is the house here. Where, I'll take the cursor of the hand.
You need to go up to the barn.
To the barn, all right?
To the barn. Okay, now go to the left. Now go straight up. Right there would have been the goat pen.
Okay, so behind the barn.
Yes.
Did the horses get out a lot?
Every once in a while they would.
Now, when I say get out, that's what, in this case, you're talking about the horses get out. We're going to be talking about that. What does that mean to you? If the horses got out, what would that mean?
They were not in a pasture. A
Were they-
soft pasture.
Were they running on Purcell Lane up the road and things like that?
Sometimes, yes, they would get actually off the property and be at a neighbor's house. I mean, I've had to go all the way to the very back end of Purcell to get a couple horses.
And when they would get out, what would you have to do to get them back in?
I would just grab a feed bucket, put some feed in it, and walk down and start shaking it, and they follow me like little puppy dogs.
How often would that happen?
It was rare.
Do you know
but
what?
it did happen.
Do you know how or why they would get out?
99% of the time, it was because somebody left the gate open.
And when it came to all the horses and things on the property, was there a certain pattern, like they would be put up at night, or were they just left out in the fields?
The horses, like I said earlier, it depend on weather, temperature, and everything like that. Goats were put up every single night. Chickens always went back into their chicken coop at night. So the door had to be closed on that. So the main animals I always had to be put up were the goats, the chickens, and obviously Luke and Leroy, the labs.
Would you do anything different around 4th of July when fireworks are coming out or anything for the horses, or like on the 3rd? Did y'all do anything different on July 3rd for the horses?
We always left them out because, yeah, they will get scared from fireworks, but it's always safer to leave a horse out in a pasture than in a stall because they would jump around and everything like that, and you don't want a horse getting hurt. So they would be left outside. So if they got scared, they had room to run. But if they were in a stall, they would, jump and hit their head or something on the stall walls.
Did you like the animals?
I loved them.
Was that something, a passion you enjoyed, or?
I thoroughly enjoyed it. I mean, the horses were like dogs to me. I mean, I took care of them all the time. Horses do have personalities just like dogs.
You miss them?
I do.
This time I'm tuning to Evans, Stacy's Evans, S. Farris 1 through 4. No objection.
No, I haven't either. Gosh, Lord have mercy.
That's Ferris 1. We have some photographs from the property. There were some drone photographs and things like that. As we look at this photograph here, tell the jury what we're looking at. Now, this is taken at a different time after July 5th, I believe, but just tell us, what are we looking at?
So we were looking at the bottom section of the house, the basement. This would have been below the big half.
Okay, guys, I feel kind of like I've had a education in ranching or farming or whatever you want to call it. I haven't learned anything about this trial yet.
Circle deck. Those double doors right there would have gone right into the basement with the leather chairs and the TV, and behind that would have been the bar.
Are these sliding doors here?
Yes.
And then our French doors over here?
Yes.
Are these doors, the doors that slide, what is behind this?
There would have been the leather couch, a couple chairs, coffee table. And
It's where your dad would hang out?
Yes. That's where I would go. If I ate over there, that's where I would go down and sit and watch TV and eat dinner.
If I walked open these doors and walked in, would I run into the bar, the kitchen bar area?
Once you pass the couch?
Yeah, assume the couches are not obstructing my walk. If I walk in, when I walk before the bar, if I turn right, am I going to come down the hallway to your dad's office?
Yes, that's where the hallway was.
If I go and turn left, I go down the hallway to your dad's bedroom?
Yes.
If I walk a little bit further, I can go to left and go up the steps. Is
Yes.
that right?
He knows the layout.
This is S. Ferris 2. Looking, you see the officers, this is when it took some drone photos, but looking here, what I'm going to try to help orient is over in this area where the burn pile is. Can you tell the jury kind of where the burn pile is in relation to the kind of the corner of the house?
So from the corner of the house,
let me do it this way. So this is S2.
I don't know,
S3,
but they're losing me.
and S4. This is the burn pile area looking back. Is this a view of it?
I would kind of say the burn pile's more over on this side.
Indicating
Like,
to
so
the
if I was
right?
the cameraman, I feel like it would have been a little bit more to the right.
But in this area?
Yes.
Describe for the jury, if you would, if you're walking from the house going out towards the burn pile, are you going uphill or downhill?
You're going to be going downhill.
And is your property, is the house on the crown of the top of the hill for the most part?
Pretty much, yes.
Now, behind this, going back to 3, this tree line back here, did you have any trail cameras or anything on?
Yes, it was actually further south, further down the hill from the burn pile.
Going towards the pond and that way?
No, this was on the back side. There's the fence where your mouse is. That's about roughly where the fence line is, the property line.
Okay.
And there was a little trail that goes all the way down to the bottom corner.
So back in the woods.
So it was down that way. I had it set up on a tree pointing towards my neighbor's property.
Look at the jury and tell them what you would do with that trail camera and what you
Why look at the jury? Just tell us.
So my
what you did.
neighbor Ray, he
Really?
allowed me to deer hunt on his property right there on the hillside, because all the deer would come either running from our property to his, or they will come from that way. So I just had a better angle of, hunting deer.
How many deer did you harvest from that hunting spot?
Hunting spot.
Somewhere between, I want to say 6 or 7 deer.
And what would you hunt with?
I would use a
bow.
The first deer I took was with a 20 gauge slug, using a shotgun. And then the second deer I took, I borrowed a friend's AR-15 and took that deer. And then the rest were with a 12 gauge shotgun slug.
If you were, which direction did the trail camera point?
12 gauge?
It pointed towards my neighbor's property.
That's a lot of damage.
In relation to the burn pit, where's the trail camera relation at?
Zach, wouldn't that cause a lot of damage?
If I'm leaned up against the tree that I have the trail camera on, the house would have been to that direction. So,
Hey, Zach, or anybody, never shot or hunted deer with a 12 gauge. With a 12 gauge shotgun. Wouldn't that cause a little bit of damage to that deer? That, to me, doesn't make sense. You want a clean shot. The meat is what you're after, unless you're not after meat, but I would assume he was. Oh, that's just odd to me. Jack, if you're listening, when you get to that point, let me know what your response to that is.
the trail cam would have been pointing to you. The house would have been to my left, up the hill.
Is it in this area? Is it another? Do I need to?
Yeah, it's nowhere.
All right. Which way with the mouse pointer should I go where the trail camera is?
Just give it to him and let him show you.
So
Just
give
saying.
or take some yardage, but it'll be, kind of right there pointing, north in this picture. So yes, that way.
So in this area on aerial 9 is where the trail camera would be?
Yes, somewhere in that vicinity.
And then the camera itself
It's like-
is pointing this direction. So left, straight, or right?
Straight.
Straight.
Okay, guys, I took the background down, although some people like it better. So I'm not interpreting. Is this background okay? Or should I put the black back up? Just curious.
Not pointing back to the burn pit?
No.
Not pointing back to the house?
No.
And did you put that trail camera up?
Yes, I did.
How did you look at the pictures and things on that?
At the time, I had like a little SD card thing that I'm able to connect to my cell phone, and it pulled up. I believe at the time I had an app that I was able to use to pull it up. Over the years, I was just able to, click on a you know.
You remember what brand it was or what truck it was?
No, I do not remember.
Is it one of those where you get to sit in the house of mine and you get a ding on your phone and tells you ding?
At that time, no.
You have that now?
I do have one like that now that sends it to my cell phone, but I haven't used it in years.
I want to ask you something about fires. Is your dad and your family like fires, burning fires? Did your grandfather or something burn fires?
Well, always growing up, my grandfather burned leaves, and you know, I remember every Christmas after we all opened presents and all, my grandfather would collect up all the wrapping paper and go take it.
Mine
out to his
did too.
burn pile and light it. And
Was there a fire? Tell us about the fire, the first fire at the first house in Alpharetta back in, I think around 2008.
maybe, yeah, I really don't remember the date on it.
What happened? Just tell us what happened there.
So I remember that night. I remember waking up and fire trucks being out in front of the house, but it was the weekend prior. My dad burned some branches and stuff like that, and some old grass clippings or something like that. It was a little pile back there.
In the backyard or in the woods behind the yard?
In the woods behind the fence. So it was, no, not right up on the house. He burned the stuff, and he, I guess, presumed that he had it put out. Well, it went an entire week. Nothing happened. And then I think it was like the following week or that weekend, I remember waking up in fire trucks being out there.
How big of a fire was it?
It was
substantial.
Not a roaring fire. It was like a very, very low to the ground, like small brush fire. Like,
how close were the houses in this neighborhood?
There, between each house, there was at least, 50 to 80 feet, maybe roughly. There weren't like the cookie cutter style houses where you put your hand on one house and on the other.
How did your mother feel about this fire?
Really don't remember.
Let's go to another fire your dad. So your dad said that one wasn't intentional, though, I guess, the fire.
No.
The second fire, I guess, wasn't intentional at the 2155 Purcell, the farm.
Uh-oh.
Fire there too, didn't he?
The basement?
Yeah.
Yes.
In 2016, I think is when that happened.
Yes. So
tell the jury what happened with this fire that your dad did.
So it comes to find out. So my dad put a cigarette out in the ashtray, and I guess he dumped the ashtray a little too soon into the trash can. But I was up at the barn doing work. He left to go somewhere. I don't know where he went to, but I was up at the barn, and Melody calls me and she goes, "Do you smell smoke?" I'm like, "No." She goes, "Well, do you see smoke out there?" I'm like, "No." She's like, "Well, I'm smelling smoke." Well, I'll look over to the house. I see smoke pouring out of the basement, my dad's office door. I go, "Holy crap, there's something on fire over there." So I run over there, I open the door, and all I see is the trash can burning. So I grab it, throw it outside, grab the water hose.
This
put
is
it
in
out.
his office? Or
Yes, it was in the office. So, I put it out.
That's
I
why
go and
smokers
I
have
check
higher
the walls.
insurance
I didn't see
premium.
anything burning. I put my hand on the wall, didn't feel hot. I looked at the closet that was in the office that had all the controls for the home audio throughout the house. I opened that up, didn't see anything. So I went upstairs and made me a sandwich, and I came back down and was sitting in that room with leather chairs and all, watching TV, eating lunch, and all of a sudden the fire alarm started going off again. I go back to the office and I open the closet door, and it's just a wall of fire. And I scream for her to call 911, and I run out. I grab the water hose and I'm spraying. I'm punching the wall, trying to get holes in it so I can stick the hose in it. And then next thing
That
I know,
was
two
smart.
deputies show up, and I look at them. They're like, "Sir, is this your house?" I'm like, "It's my parents' house." "Yep, yeah. Wow. Do you have a baton?"
Do you know why? Oh, no, this is my humble opinion. Do you know why it was not smart to poke a hole in that wall? Because when that oxygen go busting in, leave it to the professionals.
Or anything? They're like, "No." And I guys. So I continue to, spray water and punch holes. And then the fire
Sometimes
department showed
water
up and,
is not the best by itself.
the firefighter told me, he's like, if it wasn't for you, their house would have burned down.
Probably.
How bad of a damage was done to the house?
There was more smoke damage than actual fire damage. So the fire was mainly contained to that closet. So all the electronics burned up. It was an unfinished closet, so there was a lot of, wood.
Was your house like a smart house, had technology?
A good amount. It wasn't like what today's standards would be, but
If that was destroyed or damaged?
all the components, the audio components, yes.
How did
We had
your-
exposed rafters, so the fire could have spread down to the home theater.
He refuses to call her mom because he believes she killed his father. And so he and some of the siblings, I don't know how many, but not all of them, I think all but one, believe she did it. I don't know about the other sibling, but right now that's all I've heard. So he's not calling her mom because he believes she's guilty.
If I did not put it out in time.
How did your mom react to that fire?
She was pissed.
Did she get on your dad?
I didn't see her get onto it, but, knowing her, yeah, she probably, chewed his ass out.
Was she concerned with your dad when it came to fires?
Dude, that wasn't that.
Yeah, we both were, because he would start
Bad
he would start
history.
a fire to burn, branches and stuff like that. He would stay around it for a little while, but then walk off to go check emails or do something.
So no common sense when it came to fires.
No, yeah, man. There was a lot of times that I'm like, why are you burning right now with the winds blowing like this? He wouldn't think about, the
Did y'all leave him alone with fires?
I mean, I wouldn't
Didn't
stand
want
there and
to.
hold his hand while he was burning stuff. No, but
Did you have concerns with him in fires though?
Yeah.
I always told him, it's like, don't burn a fire when it's, the winds are gusting up to, 15 miles per hour. And
Did he take hoses and things down there, or did he just let
not really, not over there. He would he would clear off around the fire so nothing was spread out, but I don't ever really remember him dragging the hose all the way down there.
Your mom and you kind of had a joke about you hoped your dad was having a spell so he wouldn't tear anything up.
I mean,
was your dad able to tear stuff up and y'all have to fix it?
Yeah, my dad would start projects and I would end up having to finish them. That would either because, he had to go do something for work or, he had to go back to work.
Lost interest.
Would you and your mother joke about him having spells, hoping that maybe he's having spells so he's not going to get into anything, y'all could have an easy day?
I don't remember really, but yeah, that could be, a possibility that would have happened. When he started a project, he would do some pretty big projects.
Would you describe your parents' marriage as living married but living separate lives?
Towards
Yeah.
the last, 2 years before his death, maybe, but for the longest time I remember, my mom and dad have always slept in different bedrooms because of my dad's sleep habits. He snored a lot. He had to sleep with a CPAP machine. I remember them, they officially kind of slept in different bedrooms after one night. My dad liked to, toss and turn a lot, and he ended up, flipping over, and his hand went flying over, and it hit her in the face and broke her tooth. So he wasn't a very, steady sleeper. He wasn't out cold. He talked in his sleep. He snored. He slept with a CPAP machine, kicked, jerked.
So they slept on separate floors?
Even at the old old house in Hampton Hall. She would sleep down in the guest bedroom area. My dad would sleep in the master, and
So how many years were they having this sleep in separate places?
for quite a while.
10
Like
years?
I said, after that happened, they kind of stopped sleeping in the same bed.
10, 15 years? How long?
I would probably say that. Yeah, I mean, it's before I want to say since I was kind of in high school.
Your dad had, how many CPAP machines did you know your dad had?
I only knew he only had one CPAP machine.
How many did you see?
I mean, he got new ones every so often, but
At the time of his death, how many CPAPs did you see that your father had?
he only had one.
Now, you and your dad, fair to say, like other fathers and sons, y'all have disagreements and argue about stuff at times?
Oh, yes.
And did your dad have disagreements with your mom about finances, especially after Ted Wiley and things like that?
Yes. When I came back from Iraq and about the time I got out of the Army, it seemed like everything was normal. I mean, they decided to put the house up for sale and go buy the farm. I mean, it seemed like a normal marriage. And then a few years after moving back into the farm, that's when she started disappearing again, and then the trouble started back.
Just this time I'm moving to evidence, S. Ferris, number 6, it's a cell right extraction between Scott and his dad. No objection.
I submit.
Put it up on the screen. I'll take that from you.
Oh, behind my knees are hurting. That's where I was sitting last night.
Let's go and turn your attention now to page 6.
Now we're going to get into some evidence.
Number 18.
Yes, we
On the
lost
screen there.
that.
You see that?
Yes.
Now this is, you see number 18. I kind of, with your dad's numbers, your mom's numbers, everybody's numbers, I looked at the last 4 numbers there, but 9032, your dad's cell phone number, do you see that?
Yes, I do.
So it's a message from him to you, your 2667. Can you tell us what the date that was?
Timestamp says 10/20/2017 at 9:13
a.m.
a.m. Yes.
All right, so it's an incoming, so it's from your dad to you, and this is, I think it's your extraction from your phone.
Mhm.
What was the message? Can you read the body of the message he sent you? Read that into the record for us, please.
So you have my credit card? Question mark.
And then you reply to that in number 19. What was your response?
Yes.
And then number 20, from your dad to you, at October 20th, 2017 at 9:14 a.m. After you say you have it, what is his response to you?
Hang on to it as if your life depended on it.
Do you know why he would send you that message?
To me, that was do not give this credit card to anybody.
Including your mom?
Yes.
Thank you, Haley Mouse. Oh,
Was there, up to a point in your parents' marriage, did things, you said you thought everything was going all right at the time.
I don't think she's
Was there ever a
totally
time that you-
innocent. Did she pull the trigger? Maybe not.
Did you ever see your mother get upset
But-
with your dad?
She knows.
Quite a few times.
Would she outwardly manifest her anger or upsetness with her husband?
I mean, yeah, she would talk, she would talk trash about my dad to me, to my sisters, my brother.
Anybody who'd listen?
I mean, yeah,
I want to talk to you about an incident. So July 5th, 2019.
Trying to get comfortable, y'all.
Remains.
said 2019.
2018. Okay. Go back, I think a couple, you tell us, was there an incident with seeing your mom break a plate?
Yes. I've tried my best to remember the exact date. I know it was prior to his death. It wasn't really, I don't want to say it was several months, but it was within a few weeks or so. We were working on the project between the house and the pond, the big stone walls and everything. And I remember I was either planting some plants or doing mulch or something. My dad was on the other side of the property, and she came out of my dad's office doors and screaming and cussing, and she threw a plate up against the wall of the house. Wow. And she screamed, "I can't wait to the day he fucking dies. I can't wait to the day I don't have to live with him anymore."
How close were you to this when she did?
I was within 10 yards.
How far was your dad away?
He was over 100 yards away.
Do you know if he heard it or saw it?
I know he didn't. He never said anything to me that he noticed it. And I don't know if, I don't remember seeing him. So I knew he was up on the other side of the property.
So she walks out, and where does she throw the plate?
So if you walked out of those French doors, there was a wall right there, and right next to it would have been the hot tub. It was up against that wall, right?
How bad was what kind of plate was it, and how bad was it broken?
Well, I mean, if only plate like that would have been, used was the, just the white kitchen plates. We had like two different sizes. We had a bigger set and then a smaller set, but they looked the same.
Did you confront her or say anything to her about that?
No, I don't remember saying anything to her about that.
Do you know what she was upset about, or?
If I remember right, him leaving the plate in the home theater room. And it was probably a plate that he probably had some kind of dessert, key lime pie on. So he would occasionally leave a Mountain Dew can or a plate in the home theater, and her being, she cleaned a lot. She liked to keep a clean house. So stuff like that.
So how mad was she when she did this?
Like I said, she came out yelling and cussing and threw it as hard as she could up against the wall, and it shattered into several pieces.
And you're certain she was talking about your dad?
Oh, yes.
She ever say anything like that any other time? That you witnessed?
That I witnessed? No, I don't really remember, no. She always, talked bad about my dad. It's like she always tried to brainwash us, like he was, such a horrible person. But no, other than that, I never heard her really ever saying, "I can't wait for the day he's dead."
I'm going to ask you some questions. We're going to get into the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. This is, just to refresh me, this is Riley One's calendar, July 2018. So 3rd, 4th, and 5th, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday.
Mhm.
Coming up to those dates, do you know whether or not your mom, the defendant, was upset about a trip that Chris would use some money, your dad's money, to rent a condo or something for a beach trip?
I do remember. So they all planned to go down to the beach. I remember her making comments to me that, you know, she wasn't happy about it.
Did she ever complain to you about Chris's spending or using money?
I took everything with a grain of salt from that she said about money.
Did she talk about money often?
What do you mean to talk about, you know?
People using money or spending money or things like that.
She always tried to say, you know, Chris is stealing money, or, you know, your father's paying for this and that and this.
She tell you to get a job or anything like that?
Whenever she would get pissed off about something. But then, you know, an hour later, she'd be like, oh, let's go and do this.
Did she ever say anything or do anything because around July 3rd, July 4th, with Chris and the money he was spending to go on the beach trip? Did you ever see her say or take any actions because of that, or confront your father or anybody else because of it?
I didn't see anything. I know she wasn't happy about it because, you know, I don't really remember exactly why she was not happy about it. I remember her asking if I was going, and I remember my dad asking me if I wanted to go, and I said no, because, you know, somebody's got to stay here and take care of the animals.
Was your dad going to go?
Yes, he was planning on going.
How about your mom?
No, she was not. And the reason why I said I didn't want to go is I said to him, I was like, well, somebody's got to take care of the animals, because I'm sure she's going to run off and go to Tennessee.
Up to this point, you said your mom would kind of just disappear or during the week. How often would that occur? If you took it week by week, how often was that happening?
Well, in a period of time, at least once a week, she would just, it seemed like a Tuesday or Wednesday or somewhere, you know, in the middle of the week, it seemed like. And then a lot of times she would just send me a text saying, hey, I got to go up to Martha Jane, I got to take her.
Oh, good one, Zach.
The following week, or.
How consistent was this where she would go week by week?
For a while, for the last
anyone who wants to move anything,
year and a half.
Up to the week of July 3rd, 4th, and 5th. When was the last time you remember her just leaving?
I mean, that probably would have been the week before, maybe. Or,
It was up to that the week before?
Oh, yeah. I mean, she was always had an excuse to go. You know, Martha Jane had to go to this doctor.
Would she just take day trips, or the other?
Sometimes it will be a day or two. Sometimes she would be gone.
And they're going to say, hey, do you have access? Do you have access? And then.
Around this time, did you ever see your mom with?
Well, I have to tell you about it.
Oh, yes.
Tell the
So
jury.
we have to go as far as money.
I noticed that she had two cell phones when she'll be on the phone talking, and I walk into the house, and
I don't have
her
an account
phone is
required
laying
you
in
to
the
put
counter.
down.
And then a lot of times I kept,
That's my
I
point.
walk around the
Well,
corner
reason
and she'd
I
grab her
haven't
phone and
done
tuck it into her waistband. So I knew she had two cell phones. And I told my dad she had two cell phones.
Did she use the phones out and open, or where was she using?
No, she tried to hide it from me. I do know that. Like I said, that one time I saw her on the phone, but yet I walked in and her phone's laying on the kitchen island.
Did she ever? Where would she keep that other phone?
Like I said, there was many occasions that I walked, you know, into a room or around the corner, and she would swiftly and tuck it into her pocket or waistband, depending on what she was wearing.
And the migrant board read.
On July
You didn't
3rd,
know which
4th,
migrant
5th, I'm
contact
gonna
you correct.
go through that.
A lot of the minors,
I think
a lot of
July
people.
2nd, which is
A lesson in point. Don't cheat on your father in front of your kids.
On the 2nd, no.
You remember if you went and played golf and then with your friend, then went into a restaurant afterwards? Were you playing golf that week? It was one.
I mean, I played a lot of golf during that time because Hampton Hall, it was fairly cheap to play. It was only 20-something bucks, I believe it was, to play Twilight golf. So we played a lot of golf.
Let's go to July 3rd, that Tuesday. Did you work at the house that day with your mom?
Yes, so the morning of the July 3rd, it was either the day before or 2 days before, we went to Scottsdale Farms and bought some bushes to plant on the back side of the house, on the opposite side of the house, some holly bushes.
This is the day before July 4th. Did y'all go to Cherokee Ranch restaurant for lunch?
We always went there.
Who did you go with?
It would depend. If my dad was home, him and I would go. If he was at the office,
On
Melody.
July 3rd, did you go with your mom?
So on the morning of July 3rd, yeah, I went over there. We drove separate because I was leaving from there to go up to the lake house with all my friends.
Did you see your dad at Cherokee? Y'all weren't together?
No, he was already there when I came in. And he was sitting, as soon as you walked in the door, there was a booth, only a one-sided booth, so only either one person or two people could sit there. And that's where he sat, so, I ended up sitting at a different table.
Did he walk out without talking to you?
When I was the train company, and they wouldn't allow.
I ended up, he was still there when I left.
On the train.
You don't know whether or not your dad walked out or paid and left before you and Melody?
All the backing credit girls.
If I remember right, no, he
Not
was
that
still there when I left. Because I left, I drove up there separate from Melody. She was in her car, I was in the truck, and they both knew I was going up to the lake house.
And then what did y'all do after that?
So we ate, and I left, and I went to the lake house.
Where did she go?
I have no clue.
Whose lake house did you go to?
Nancy Pierce, it was her lake house, which is basically my second family. I've been friends with them for over 10 years now.
What time did you go to the lake?
It would have been, around 12, 1 o'clock time frame, lunchtime.
And how long were you there in the lake on talking about July 3rd now?
I left there, and I was there until she called me and asked.
It is true that they both had extramarital relations. However, I don't care how old you are as a child, and your parents are cheating on each other, the last thing you need is to see them being sneaky. If you respect your children, I don't care how old they are, you don't do that. That's just. What is the background talking? From where? On my end or on their end? Are y'all hearing talking? Do you hear it now?
Yes and no. I wouldn't say it's the same money printing as a black man.
When I was coming home, and I said, well, I haven't really decided yet, but Mom, what's going on? And she said, well, the horses are out. I go, what do you mean the horses are out? She's like, your daddy left the gate open and they're out. And I was like, well, I guess I'll, be on my way as soon as I can. And that was, I want to say, somewhere around 10 o'clock-ish.
I said around 10:52 p.m. Would that be about right?
Yeah, it could have been around that time. I know it was dark out.
So did she call you or you called her?
She called me.
And she called and what? She was talking about the horses being out?
she called me and asked, when are you going to be home? And I said, well, I haven't, I haven't really decided, but wow, what's going on?
And what did she say?
She said, the horses are out. You need to come home and get them up.
July 3rd, you're at the house with your mom working, go to lunch, your dad's at the restaurant, but you don't remember whether or not he left or anything like that.
I'm like 99% sure my dad was still sitting there.
But whenever y'all departed, he was in a separate car, you were in a separate car, and your mom was in a separate car?
Yes, that is correct.
And you went from the restaurant to the lake?
Yes, sir.
And you were there all night until you came home?
Until she called me and said,
Go
come
anywhere
home.
else?
No, sir.
And
I mean, we went out on the lake on the boat and did that, but I went to the lake house.
About 10:52, you said you got a call from your mom about the horses. Did she ask you to come home or anything?
She asked, when are you coming home?
She asked
And
when you're coming home.
yes.
All right, that call's around 10:52 p.m. And you talked to law enforcement after all this happened, told them your timeline, things like that, right?
Yes.
And I think they were able to take photographs of your phone. Did you show your time calls and things to the law enforcement? Do you remember?
I remember I gave them my phone.
And then about 11:34 p.m. or so, did you get back to your house?
Yeah, it was from the lake house, which is up in Dawsonville, to the farm. That was about.
You should never hand them your phone without a warrant, no matter what.
And we got back at, say, around 11:34 p.m. Did you talk to your mom?
So I came in and, I turned up towards the barn. And once I came onto the property, I see the horses in the pasture. And I pull in and I pull up and I see the fire burning up behind the house where the burn pile always was. So I go, I pull up there to the barn. I try calling her, Melody, and she did not answer. So I went around and checked on all the other animals, make sure the chicken coop was, the door was shut and, the goats were good and everything. And I went upstairs to my apartment and then she finally called me back. And when she called me back, I said, what the hell? I thought you said the horses were out. And she's like, well, I put them up. I was able to get them and put them up.
Do you remember saying anything to her about your dad deciding to burn the fire or anything like that?
Yeah. So, after, she told me she put them up, I said to her, so I guess Daddy decided to burn that pile of wood, the burn pile. And she was like, yeah. I go, well, somebody needs to pay attention to it throughout the night so it doesn't spread. And then I said, I'm waking up very early in the morning to go play golf. And I'm going to come over and get the debit card to get some cash out. And
So
she's like,
if you talked to your mom around 11:34 p.m. on the phone, what time did you go to bed?
it was pretty shortly after that because I was pretty exhausted from being out in the sun all day.
All right, the next morning, July 4th. What time did you go and get the ATM card from your mom?
Very early in the morning. Because I want to say we either had a 7:30 or 8:30 tea time. So, the sun just rose by the time I got over there.
Did you go up to the house?
Yes, I drove over to the house.
Did you call your mom to come to the door? How'd you get her to the door?
So, the night before, I told her I was going to play golf, and in the morning I was going to come over and get the debit card. And she said, well, just call me and let me know when you come over. I was like, okay.
Did you ask her to leave the doors open, unlocked or anything?
No, because the house wasn't ever really locked up.
You know if she said anything about she was going to lock the doors or not lock the doors?
I do not remember anything of that.
Fair enough. When you, do you know if it was about 6:15 or so when you went to get the ATM?
Yes, it was very, like I said, very early in the morning. So it had to been around that time. And I sent you know, I called her as I'm getting in the truck and say, hey, I'm coming over. And she met me at the front door and handed me to the debit card. And
Did you go inside?
No, I never went.
That seems a little unusual.
Something out of the refrigerator, a drink or anything?
I literally walked.
You didn't go get a power drink or energy drink or anything like that?
No, I did not.
Did she let you in?
I never went into the house. She literally met me at the front door and handed me the debit card.
Did you run down the road, get some cash, and come back?
Yeah, I ran down to, right there at Free Home, Publix.
Sorry, K-Swan.
Wells Fargo bank credit.
Nothing I can do about it.
It was around 7 or 7:30. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, so like I said earlier, it was either 7:30 or 8:30 tea time.
And who were you playing golf with?
I was playing with my friends Ted and Philip.
Would y'all do this on the 4th of July? Is this something y'all would do?
We try to make it a tradition, but yes, this would have been our second 4th of July round of golf.
And after you played golf, did you go somewhere?
We left from the golf course and went back to the lake house.
And how long were you at the lake?
So we finished golf and then we went there, and we only went out on the boat only for a few hours. I know we were back.
Did you go to a pool party
So
afterwards?
so we got back and Ted and I went to our friend's apartment complex. She lived in Cumming, and we went to the pool party that she was having there. And I stayed there not long. I'd probably say like a couple hours.
And about what time did you go home that night?
I was home before it got dark. So it was.
Did you go home to feed the animals?
Yes.
All right. So on July 4th, start off, get ATM money, play golf, go to the lake, pool, go home around whatever time before dark. You remember what time that would have been?
That, like I said, it probably would have been 6, 7 o'clock roughly. It was still daylight outside. And that time of the year, the sun would have gone down about 9-ish.
When you got home, did you have a conversation with your mom about the goats being out or anything?
So when I get home, I see all the goats out in the front pasture, or the pond pasture is what we called it. I get them, I grab their feed and I call them and they all come running. I take care of everybody. Then I ride over to the house. By this time, it's already dark out. I ride over to the house and, I walk in and I go back to the master bedroom and Melody is laying in bed with dogs. And I talk to her and I'm like, what the hell? Why are the goats out? And she's like, well, your daddy let them out. I was like, okay, well, why didn't...
That's what she said?
Yeah. She said, your daddy let them out. I was like, okay, well, why didn't y'all put them back up? I was like, you're going to have to start doing this because I'm going to, start my new career at some point. So you're going to have to learn how to take care of these animals. And then I proceeded I turned around and we maybe talked about something else I can't remember, but I do remember her telling her that. And I turned right around and went right back out and got in my truck and went back up to my apartment.
On July 3rd, did you see the fire burning?
Yes, I did. When I came home that night, when I pulled up to the barn, I could see off behind the house that the fire was burning.
On July 4th, did you see the fire burning?
I do not remember it burning.
Just really approach this.
Okay, guys, what do y'all think about all this? What do you think about this testimony? A lot about nothing.
July 5th.
What have we learned? They didn't like each other. They were getting a divorce. Then they weren't. They sleep in different rooms. He didn't pay attention to fires. He drank a lot of Mountain Dew. And then he smoked a lot. Mama was a good cook. Daddy couldn't cook. I mean, come on. Let's get to the trial. I think y'all are going on too long about this stuff. Comes a point, you got to move it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for the evening again. Don't look up anything about the case, the lawyers, the parties, the places. Don't talk to anyone about the case. Don't talk to your family about the case. If they want to know about the case, they can watch it on the internet. You can't.
I like this, Judge.
They can't talk to you about what
Come
they
watch
watched
it
on the
here,
internet.
y'all. Come to my channel.
Don't talk to
Come on
each
to my
other about
channel,
the case
my
when you're
channel.
in the jury room or outside the jury room or at any point in the case until I
Gonna
give you your
give you
instructions and y'all begin your
candy.
deliberations.
I'm joking,
Next couple of weeks. All right. Any questions about any of that? Anything y'all need before everything going okay? All right. Y'all can be excused.
I want to know what happened when they. Why is this all of a sudden?
Yes. 8:30, 8:45.
I kind of want to know what happened with that crap yesterday and why he said 3 weeks. What was 3 weeks? Like the Bible said, money is the root of all evil. Well, I would say so. And she had more motive than anybody else because, well, she get rid of him. She got a boyfriend. They could have it all. I kind of like this judge. He's a little. Well, what I want to know is there's no objections. How many objections have we had? 2. And on top of that, why is this narrative going? I guess they turned their sound off. This narrative that keeps going with their witnesses. I'm like, rein it in. I'm surprised the judge hasn't. And this is super relaxed. If you notice how she leaves, I mean, I'm like, dude, leave with your attorney. Okay, guys. Wow. Quite interesting, don't you think? There goes the judge. Hey, Zach, where are you at today? Where's you at? I'm thinking I might go get me something to eat at that restaurant near where I is. He's like, we're done. Out. Peace out. Okay, guys, I am going to actually, yay, it's not 7:00 at night. So I'm going to actually go put my feet up. Then maybe when I get off from work here at 6:30, I may go home and clean my griddle. I got to figure out how to reseason my griddle because I got one big griddles, like stone griddles with the air fryers. And I haven't used it. And I'm ready to start getting out there with this weather being as nice as it is. However, we're still in the mid to high 90s here where I live in Texas. So it felt nice and cool this morning, but I got to tell you, it's getting up there. What's the temperature like where you are, Zach? What's your temp? Because right now it's 93 degrees and still building. You too, Zach. Well, maybe it says, oh, thank you guys. Thank you everybody for sticking with me. I appreciate you so very, 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 very much. Today is what? Thursday. I got homework I got to get done tomorrow and tonight. But Lord willing, I'll be here at the start of trial tomorrow. I haven't been getting decent sleep in a long time. And oh my gosh, last night I actually got 7 hours of sleep. Can you go figure? I haven't had 7 hours of sleep in so long. I don't know what that is. So, Lord willing, I'll be here at 8 a.m. in the morning and we'll get going with trial. If not, we'll just zoom through lunch like we did today. So thank you so much for joining. Y'all have a fabulous day. Please don't forget to subscribe for one entry into the drawing for one of these fabulous mugs. Or if you become a member, you get 10 additional. So, excuse me. Excuse me. Squeeze me. All right, guys. With that, y'all have a rocking day. I see you tomorrow. It's Friday. Yay! One more day till the weekend. We're so grateful for all those that we know who are safe from the hurricanes and for all those who are struggling with that and will be. Our continued prayers are with you. In the meantime, love somebody, hug somebody that needs it, smile at somebody that's struggling because that may be you tomorrow. Later, yeah, this is right, Zach. Y'all have a good one.